I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear.
Welcome back to the VCT China English coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Akamask, and right next to me I have Tank, and today we are back with the play-ins coming up. Fun plus Phoenix facing against JD Gaming, and this one is gonna be a chaotic one, so to say, because both teams showed us some mixed results through the entire group stage, and I'm very intrigued on how they're gonna look going into playoffs.
Oh, mixed results 100%, and they already played each other this stage. And in that series, I don't want to say first frags have been the reason why FPX won that, but the fact that Chao Lulu and I feel like the other one was Sageshot got 18 first frags combined, and the whole of JDG got 17 is telling me a lot about this series.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you know, in the end, FPX is always a team that has like very good early rounds, that has like a very good start up to the round, but yeah, at some point it just falls apart for no reason at all.
Yeah, and then the other nice fact about this match is that we have two players competing against their old homes. I mean, for Coconut, the time with the team hasn't been that long, but on the other end, Berlin has been with his old team for months and months. I feel like he's been there like forever.
3 years.
3 years, yeah.
He has been with Fun plus Phoenix for 3 years.
That's like 12 years in normal years. That's 3 years in esport years. And I feel like in the last series, he couldn't really make that much of an advantage out of the fact that he knows that team so well. While on the other end, Coconut has been a big factor for why FPX won that series.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Berlin looked a little bit cleaned up in that series already. Yeah. So, I don't know, in general, it seems like JD Gaming can't really find a rhythm throughout the entirety of this year. Like with the new Berlin core setting up, they can't really get into all of this, and they need to wake up now. Like they need to wake up today. Otherwise, this one's gonna be a little bit of a catastrophe coming up. Because in general, like, I don't know, I don't like what JD Gaming is cooking throughout that entire stage, and the Berlin edition did not look too well.
I really can't wrap my head around why JDG keeps playing this double duelist when the comp that is working best for them is single duelist plus chamber. So you have that aggressive factor still in the comp, but you are not that reliant on pushing out every round to get the first frag. Just hold and just make that space your own. I feel like Jay on the chamber has been the most comfortable I've seen him in a while. And when we look at the stats, in the last 90 days, the chamber has been his best agent. When we look at ACS, at KD, at first frags, at efficiency rating, and even at kills per round. So putting Jay on the chamber might be a solution for JD Gaming.
Yeah, and also in general, I think JDG has a big map problem coming up, because they basically have one map that they are winning.
And that's Lotus.
if that's gonna be banned, there are gonna be problems for them. Because they won Breeze one of the 4 times they played it, and they won Ascent one of the 3 times they played it. One of the wins were against Trace, the other one against Dragon Ranger Gaming. And other than that, they basically have Lotus, and that's it. And in general, I don't know, it seems so one-dimensional what they are doing. And as you already mentioned, the Chamber and all of those Lotus games against Trace and Nova, for some reason, were like the big reason why they were winning. And yeah, in general, JDG, I want to see a little bit of a slower playstyle for them, as you already mentioned. You know, give them a little bit more time to let the round come to them instead of overarching pressure out of the main areas with your double duelist comp. I don't know. I'm once again not the biggest fan of those rush comps for some of the teams, even though, you know, it's a meta right now, right? Everyone's trying to play the double duelist because it is on paper the best team comp. But if it does not suit your playstyle, then find workarounds.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this let the game come to you playstyle is suiting them a lot better. And you already mentioned the map problem. They only really play good on Lotus at the moment, and FPX is currently perma-banning Haven. So 1 3-spotter and the other 3-spotter. Do FPX dare to swap from Haven to Lotus, especially when we consider that Lotus hasn't been their best map overall? I feel like they're pretty comfortable on Breeze, on Summit. Their Sunset and their Ascent has been looking good as well. So do they dare to make that switch in their ban? Because I feel like if they ban Lotus in this series, this is going to be quite devastating for JDG.
The big question for me is, how good is your Haven? Because the Haven of JDG did not look too hot against DDG, and it does not seem like that's a priority map for them. And if you switch up your main ban like this, then you normally have a plan. They normally have something to work with, and I don't think that JDG really worked on their Haven, considering that, you know, they are aware that that's the permaban of FPX, and that's not really gonna be the map that they want to pursue in a situation like that. And yeah, I kind of want to see that mix up like that from FPX, but I don't think that it will be delivered when there are stakes like that, when you can already drop to the lower bracket, because both of those teams, with the changes JDG made and with the team that FPX built in the middle of the year, they need to make playoffs. Both of them, right? Both of them want to go to the playoffs, and it seems unrealistic with teams like Dragon Ranger Gaming, Edward Gaming, and All Gamers also in that bracket that both are doing that.
Yeah, the bracket is going to be rough for these teams. That's just a fact when we look at the stats from the group stage, when we look at the momentum they have coming into this series, because JDG is basically on a loss streak. Out of their 7 last games, they lost 6, and the only win was against TE, who ended up being the last seed of the group. So how much of a win is that really for a team that has bigger goals set for them than being second last in their group? And on the other end, for FPX, they are somewhere in between. I feel like they have proven that they are better than the last seeds, but still struggle against the big teams. They can be annoying against the big teams, but not annoying enough to really collect a win.
To be fair, proving that you're better than the 2 last seeds of the groups, especially like Tracy Sports, who did not win anything during this entire stage. I mean, that's not the highest bar to jump over if you're JDG and if you're FPX, because those shouldn't be your opponents realistically. Those teams were built with having in mind, we can challenge EDG maybe, and we're gonna see the map veto. Lotus is gonna be led through, and a Sunset pickup coming in here from JDG. FPX is pivoting over to the Summit. No bans changed up, but also no Lotus in play. That's wild to me.
Not having Lotus in that rotation feels pretty uncomfortable to me. I mean, JDG, I've been talking about the fact that I like their chamber comms, and I feel like on Sunset that could be a factor. When we take a look at the last time they played Sunset, it could have been worse, definitely. A 7-13 against Tai Lu, and there is a chamber in there plus the double duelist. And I feel like switching that up quite a bit, shifting one duelist to maybe something that's giving you a bit more damage utility, for example, could be a factor in winning that map and making that more comfortable for themselves.
Switching the Phoenix up to a Sage would also be an idea, if we're gonna be honest, to make this one even more of a bunker down comp that relies on post-planned situations. I don't know. Again, you pick a map like Sunset into Fun Plus Phoenix, where they are actually pretty good on. Like, they won against Trace, they won against Wolves on that map, and on the other hand, you have one big point of contention, one big point of concept for your own Sunset, and that's a loss against Tyloo, who did not look too hot towards the end of the year. But in general, gotta have to say we're starting with Summit, and I don't see like JD Gaming winning anything here, if I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, the Summit has been a map in this region, most certainly, but a map that we haven't been seeing from JDG this far. And I feel like bringing that map into the rotation on the play-ins match where you want to show that you are better than the opponent that beat you in group stage is a risk, and I'm not sure yet if this is a risk worth taking for them.
Yeah, you know, that's a big question. I mean, Summit in general has been a defensive-sided map throughout all regions except for EMEA, which I think like the EMEA playstyle is just so slow that you can't play attack-sided on that map. And on the other hand, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really too fond of leaving the Sunset open here in such a high-pressure situation because, yeah, maybe you have practiced it. Maybe we have some sort of secret identity. But the last time we talked about that was Tyloo pivoting into a Zero Sentinel Just Harbor team comp. And I really like the team comp FunPlus Phoenix is taking here. Astra, Cypher, Race, Tejo, and Waylay seems like such a good team comp to take sides, to stop approaches, to hold you in the main areas. I'm just a bigger fan of what they are bringing to the table with that comp.
Yeah, those more experimental leaning harbor comps have really been suiting for FPX lately. I mean, they swapped around comps between stage 1 and 2 quite a lot, and I feel like those stage 2 comps are just more fitting for what they bring to the table, and they don't have to change themselves too much to fit those compositions, and rather decided to create compositions that are already fitting them as a team and as individual players.
In general, you know, moving into that map, there are some question marks still for every team in this play and tournament. Who can join the best teams in the region right now, and who's able to beat maybe an EDG or an All Gamers on their path to redemption, to the playoffs?
And I mean,
4 slots to go.
If there is a time to beat a team like EDG, I feel like that is now, because I haven't seen EDG struggling this much in a while. So right now is the time for FPX and for a team like JDG to step up and show up and make it uncomfortable for the bigger names in the server.
Yeah, that's what you are looking for if you are one of the middle of bracket teams right now. Bigger questions to be asked for everyone here in play. As FPX JDG enters the arena, I think like the favorites should be on paper realistically FPX. If we're honest, they should be the big favorites coming into this matchup. But Berlin, you already mentioned former FPX player, maybe he has some sort of idea what they are facing up against. As we see Moon's favorite mascot on the side, JDG is slowly moving into the arena, and this one will be a clash.
I mean, I feel like this is nearly everyone's favorite mascot in this production. It is just too damn cute. You already mentioned there is a clear favorite in this series, especially when we look at the last time they faced each other. That's like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and FPX won that pretty convincingly, especially with the way they played their comms, and JDG not really being able to adapt to that and bring their own ideas to the server.
I don't know, so Summit coming up first. I think there will be some sort of idea coming into this one from the JD Gaming. I don't think that they will walk into a Summit like this unprepared. I think at least there's gonna be some sort of compositional idea how to counter that very utility heavy team composition that FPX is running. Again, I really like the combinations that they can set up with the Astra stun, combined with the rockets and race nades. It's such a post-plant heavy comp, you have to be upfront against it, and I would love to see something like a chamber coming off JD Gaming here, because you can challenge those main areas, you can challenge FPX up ahead without any big risks, and having an agent like this would be very, very valuable.
Yeah, question for me is, are you trying to build a composition that is making the game harder for your enemies, or are you trying to build a composition that is making the game easier for yourselves? Because I feel like that last point has been the bigger issue for JDG lately, with trying to force a playstyle onto them that is not really fitting. And I feel like building a composition that is fitting your players could be a reason to win this, even though this may not the perfect answer to the comp that FPX is bringing to the server.
That's a big question right now, but in the few seconds we will get some answers to our big questions that we're pointing out. And I don't know, again, I want to see comfort from EDG, but in a way where it at least contests some of the stuff that FPX is bringing to the server. You already mentioned, you know, that they are always running comps that look more like, you know, they are trying to go with the meta, and they're doing something similar here, right? It's double duelist with Cypher, Fate, and the Omen coming in. I prefer the team comp from FPX much, much more. It's just such a brute force heavy comp and post plant, and playing against that is going to be a nightmare for JD Gaming.
Yeah, and the JD Gaming comp looks pretty classy, but not really for a map like Summit. I feel like this is a comp that could be completely viable on like Lotus, bringing that damage utility of the race in. I mean, that is an idea that FPX also had, but all in all, the comp of FPX is just suiting them so well on the map, while for JDG, this whole topic of forcing a composition onto your players still remains. I'm excited how this is gonna go. I'm excited to see their idea of how to approach a map like Summit, especially because we haven't seen it from them. But I'm pretty much with your take that the FPX comp is just gonna be very annoying to play against, and that maybe the comp that JDG is introducing to us is not gonna be the perfect solution for this match today.
Yeah, does not only the double duelist remain, but also the pain remain for JD Gaming? That's the big question up here right now. They need to improve a lot going into this matchup. I'm not really confident about their showing in groups, and FPX on the other hand, they also have something to prove as we are pivoting into the first map of this matchup. JD Gaming facing off against Frontlass Phoenix. Big win for both teams here if they manage to close it out in the end. And that's the first map coming up, and Summit will be a proving ground for both teams.
And when we look at JDG's positioning, this is not looking like they're taking it slow. All 5 players slowly shifting towards that B side, towards that Cypher setup, and we see Aya already taking a step back. I feel like FPX is gonna use all of their utility to play a retake.
And Aya is already moving out of the side. Cypher provides destroyed, wall there as well, but Aya gets 2! All of a sudden, both duelists shut down. Berlin has his work cut out for him. They know the position. Chao Lulu executes his own teammate on the nade. The C's plus nade combination in a different way used. And also Coconut solo peeking into 2 players, gets shut down. JDG turning this round around, but Kovac, late crash on the side, triple kill for him. Individual heroics prevail over team play. 3 kills for Kovac at the start.
What on earth was that pistol round? We see Aya getting a double kill in a situation where you really shouldn't collect a double kill, and then Shaolulu's being like, oh well, he already did 2. That's kind of unfair. Let's just take him out.
That's enough.
That is the moment where FPX nearly loses a pistol round that was perfectly set up for them.
Are there pandas on the transition screen now?
Yeah.
I love that so much.
Same.
Can we have pandas on more transition screens, please? China production.
I want pandas everywhere.
Yeah, same.
I mean, for FPX, they saved the round. Kovac saved the day with the triple kill, and now they have the better economy. We see a Marshal, we see Spectres, we see a lot of guns that promise some explosiveness.
Yeah, but Aya gets that first frag. J-Kuro, late trade, but Aya in the backs of the side. Makes this one really competitive. J-Kuro at least gets some trades back and forth. Can get out of this closed area as well, so no salvos killing him off, but Kovac does. On a Guardian, gets another double kill from the same position where he already got 3 in the last round. 5-0 to start off the map. FPX is just running away.
And Kovac is really charging up that Astra ult early in the game. I mean, the Cosmic Divide is not especially an ultimate that you are dependent on, but I feel like with the retake heavy playstyle that FPX is bringing to the table, having that option in pulling out that ultimate pretty early could definitely be a factor in winning a bonus round.
Very important question, Alina. Do you prefer normal pandas or red pandas?
I don't have a preference in pandas. Do you have a preference in pandas?
Not really.
Oh, looking at that bonus round, that isn't as heavily equipped for FPX. They're bringing 2 sheriffs into the round and the bigger guns that they saved. And we see a bit of a switch up from JDG, playing this slower, because you never know what FPX has prepared in their bonus round. FPX preparations for this round really don't show any aggressiveness, except for the bit of space taken in A main. That could really be an issue for Crownfisher if he's shifting up there late in the round.
Yeah, but JDG already a little bit of early damage. Salvos to stop the approach. There's a race in the corner. Xiao Lulu remains unchecked. Double kill for FPX early in the round. Makes this one much more competitive. Xiao Lulu, that double important throws away is gone. Wanted to collect something there off the frags, but shop hasn't opened yet. Coconut gets one more. Aya on a late trade as well. And all of a sudden, it's just Cypher trying to lurk around. Has an awful lot to do. And that 1v4 gets first run. But Aya is up there. Oh my god! 2 quick kills for JDG, but Centroid closed the round.
Oh, those shots have been lovely. I mean, the timing on the guided salvos has been great as well to have as much impact of Xiao Lulu's position. But those shots from YU, holy hell. I mean, they've been giving him 1v1s all over the place. Even the swing out of Sage Rod is a bit too early for the fact that his teammate is still in mid and not really that ready to go into the swing, it feels like. But they get the round in the end. Not too much that YU can do. And now we see JDG on their next economy round. And this is really the worst start that you can get on a map where we talked about them taking a risk, letting that map into the rotation.
Yeah, not really giving us too many arguments, as you already mentioned. Zetroid with another entry frag. He has a lot of trouble coming into that map. 0-4 to start things off. Xiao Lulu shut down by Crownfisher. Gets surprised in mid, which opens up a lot of possibilities for JDG right now. Zetroid already rotating over. Aya. 4 players up ahead of him. Puts the first, but can get a late frag. Can use his ultimate. Everybody known right now. Has to fight the front side. 3 players still alive. Kovac gets one more. Kovac on the double. It's always him swinging off from the same position, and JDG not ready to contest. A free K for Kovac, securing that 4-0.
Oh, and the Crownfisher Phantom, definitely a factor that could make this round a lot more dangerous. He's been playing that pretty well for the fact that his position was known after the Cypher ultimate, trying to isolate the frags from behind the box on the B side, but not really too successful. And so this round also goes down on the scoreboard on the side of FPX. JDG now has a bit more to work with, but the high impact ultimate's not really coming up because J.Kuro, Berlin and Jay haven't really been off to a good start on Summits.
Oh, not the best of moments. Why you, the only one having his ultimate up and running right now? Crown Fisher, but you know, that's no ult. Something that you are not necessarily too fond of. Jay gets an entry frag, but Kovac in the corner remains unchecked. Gets another double. His first death as well, so collected. Crownfisher pulled into the backside. Xiao Lulu on the side fights back, gets the Cypher. Wyu does not bring anything to the table, and Aya gets that last one. 5-0. A beating by FPX. On the backs of JDG right now, and Lotus is not coming. No help on the second map. And that only one.
Oh,
A disaster for JDG right now.
And Kovac is 10-1 at the moment. They're not clearing the corner. This is such a big mistake to make in a situation where you really want to set foot onto the side, where you really want to prove that you can get around. But at the moment, nothing is really working. So a timeout coming in for JDG quite early. And I've been talking about the fact that the last time they met each other in the mid of July, the most important factor for FPX to win has been 100% the first frags coming out of Setshot and Xiao Lulu, but also the impact that Coconut has been finding. And now we are introducing player number 4, and it is Kovac who is making the day miserable for JDG. I feel like at this point, FPX always has someone or something they can bring to the table when JDG is trying to create something new, to show up with a new idea, but FPX really always bringing the answer. And so the question is changing, and we see a lot of question marks over the heads of the JDG players, not really having the most convincing ideas, I feel like. I mean, the first 2 rounds they've been trying to hit the site, then they tried defaulting, and nothing is really working because FPX always has the perfect answer.
And as you say that, they are once again trying to early pivot into that A side. But nothing really to be found there. Jack Crow as a Guardian. They vandal everybody else on pistols. It's gonna be a rough round. I mean, considering that you're having a showstopper, there is at least something doable, but they're moving off already. Moving into the stacked side and into a very well defended mid. And that's an entry for Zetroid. Berlin 1-6 does not get started in that matchup.
And we talked about him playing against his old home again, especially since he's been there for quite some time and he's struggling yet again. The Nightfall not online yet in the 6th round that is being played at the moment. And now it looks like JDG is trying to somehow convince FPX that this is an A hit, but there's no follow-up after the neon wall. Nobody's coming and nobody out of FPX is moving because the information is there.
Yeah, they're just like, guys, you rang the doorbell, but nobody's here. You know? A little bit like my postman trying to deliver a package and just leaving after 2 seconds. Coconut going into that cage, gets another frag. Kovac still on the side. That late A-side hit turns into a disaster for JDG once more. G gets a kill, but it's too late to plant the spike. They cannot get it down on the floor before FPX secures round number 6. Wyu does not chime in there with any frag. 6-0 FPX. There's no stopping them right now.
Oh, but what exactly was the idea? Hitting A through Link with 15 seconds on the clock without having any information what's going on the side, without really investing too much utility, except for Jakuro just satcheling out there like a madman. I feel like JDG is getting caught
Good question,
Kovac. Oh, I feel like, I mean, JDG definitely has some sort of structure, but the timings are just completely off.
Yeah, but I mean, Kovac has asked the most important question of the round. What are you doing? Like, you're executing into a situation like this without any timing. 7-0 on the horizons already. which would make things incredibly uncomfortable for JD Gaming. Berlin's trying to gather some info in mid. Sends out the Crawler, Coconut, and Kovac are already there to greet him, and Coconut does that with a headshot. Why backing him up as well? Jakuro on the side. Why at least gets a frag. Xiaolulu, Showstopper, pulls into the other direction as well, but no frags off to Race Ultimate just yet. JDG has position on the side, that's the big and important one.
Yeah, but now FPX is gonna do what they do best, playing a good retake with a lot of good utility. The Showstopper already out of the round, that is a plus for JDG, but now the Cosmic Divide is coming in.
And for the ultimate. And off that timing, they immediately get YU. 2 quick kills. Cetroid makes that a double. Kovac closes the round. That's another one for FPX. 7-0. I don't know, JDG, they do not look competitive on that summit up until now.
Oh, and that Cosmic Divide has been so nicely placed that really teared up the site completely and made it pretty uncomfortable for JDG to play on the site, because they really have just this tiny corner left to play in, so they want to try and fight forward, but those positions are already being held by FPX. That's such smart utility investment to secure one of the impact rounds. I feel like that has been the round where JDG has to get themselves on the board, and FPX is yet again finding the perfect answer.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a second timeout at 7-0, which, you know, is reasonable. You at least need like 3 rounds on your attack side. Even though it's a defensive-sided map, those rounds are important, and right now FPX is just destroying JDG at every angle.
And I mean, I certainly didn't expect that much of a dominant start. Yes, we were pretty clear about thinking that FPX is going into the series as the favorite, but being 7-0 after 7 rounds played is looking a lot more devastating for JDG than I thought it would, especially with Summit coming into this rotation. I felt like JDG should have something prepared, something to surprise us, something to surprise their enemy, and at the moment it feels like they don't really understand how to combine their utility best to really get an impactful advantage.
No advantages for JDG just yet. They're looking to even secure their first round. But right on Nob. To support Aya in a situation where this is gonna be a rough one. Aya does not get the Neon. Already tucked behind the box. Waylay ultimate thrown in there as well. Cetroid is slowing down. What's gonna happen? The Coconut! That's a 4-person Armageddon on the side! Wreaks havoc among the lines of JDG. Spike on the floor. Dreams shut down. Nobody gets on the board here other than FPX.
Oh, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. For JDG, it feels like they are lacking experience in combining their utility, and then FPX is coming up with a round where they combine the Waylay ultimate and the Teho ultimate. So the conversion path on the side after the information that Cetroid and Aya have been gathering, and then the Armageddon as a follow-up. Everybody is stuck in there. Nobody can move, and then it is a flawless round for FPX. Kovac being 12-2 at the moment feels illegal.
Yeah, 6 KDA. And a bit early to welcome JDG to the 13-0 club. This one seems dominant and a win imminent for FPX. Another gravity well to slow down what JDG is doing. Nobody can get on that A side. Look at the positions that FPX are holding. Very, very defensive and very, very mid-centric. They're expecting an execute there. And once that wire will be destroyed, so many options for the FPX players. Aya gets one more. That's a great stun by Kovac. Slows them down even more. J Kuro can't get through that nade. Just waiting for the Roomba. Why you on the side at least? There's gonna be a plan, so a little bit more money for JD Gaming, but FPX already in retake positions.
Yeah, they are pretty nearby to make this round uncomfortable for JDG pretty soon, and all of the utilities still in hand. There are 2 satchels available for Chaolulu to get onto the side, but not even needed to get the first frag.
Yeah, Why you get 2 on a pistol in the end, but that's all they're gonna get. 9-0. It seems like FPX is in the business of giving misery over to JD Gaming. Double digits might be reached at halftime already.
Oh, the misery business on the server, and I feel like one of the most important frags hasn't really been happening towards the B side. The most important frag of the round was Coconut being aware and ready for the fight towards A Link. Because if you are not ready to fight Jay in that position, the round could be over pretty soon, because he's cutting off all of the rotations. But FPX, they are so aware of the spaces they are leaving open for JDG to fight into, that JDG gets the space and they feel like, oh, we gathered so much space, we can comfortably fight from there on. But they are not aware how aware FPX is.
Yeah, they get the space and all of a sudden all of them are dead.
Yes!
That's what that was happening throughout that entire map, and Kovac, that utility usage on the Astra is just immaculate from him.
This whole map feels like a mice trap.
Yeah, for sure. And in the smaller range angles, there is Kovac once more, shooting 2 players down. Zetron on and off. Gets even more. J Kuro, the last one standing. One person to end those dreams of FPX, but it's a 10-0 lead.
Oh, give him a handicap already. Can we have Kovac playing with like a joystick instead of a mouse? So this is getting a bit more easy for JDG. They don't stand a chance, and yet again it's this damn corner not being cleared.
Yeah, I mean, corners are the big enemies of VCT China teams. We already figured that out a few casts ago, but I mean, 10-0 is just a beating by FPX right now. That right on an AWP. Makes this one even more dire. And yes, we talk about a map that across the entire world, CT side, and every region besides the MEA. Yeah, everyone's trying to figure that out. Well, that's not a showing that you want to give. Start off that playing tournament. Your last chance to book a ticket to playoffs. If you're JD Gaming, and Zetroid once more brings up the heat, brings up a kill. At the start of all of this, Aya. Impact frag. The wire does get unnoticed. Aya gets 2 from the backside. Why you on a light trade? Zetroid spotted. Verlin needs that kill. The big one in that round. But Coconut already behind him. Leaves YU in a 1v3. Has the spike on hand at least. Gets it down. There are options for him. A Vandal picked up. Slight weapon equipment. Slight weapon upgrade for him, but no shots to be found just yet. 2 players in his back already. Zetroid waiting. 11 rounds in a row for FPX. The fire won't stop burning.
Oh, and I have to say, for FPX, this hasn't really been especially creative. They have like 2 or 3 defensive setups that they are switching up, and yet JDG always manage to have the wrong idea for how to approach the next round, and they always run into one of those setups. Let that be the stack towards A, the operator in mid, the Cypher setup on A. They are always in the wrong spot, or maybe FPX is just always right. They are reading this so well.
It's 11-0. Funny business from FPX in those first few rounds. There's a showstopper. J Kuro on the pacing, but gets stunned in the end. YU finds Kovac, shuts down the raid boss. Is there anything else that JDG can do? Xiaolulu crashing the site! There is another hero in town! Once Kovac falls, Xiaolulu gets those frags instead of him! IO with the last one, 12-0! We're going to halftime uncontested!
Oh, and Xiaolulu is even getting the 4th frag after his death with the showstopper. And we've seen those Raze ultimates really not finding any targets in this half. But this last one definitely hurt a lot. I mean, not a single player of JDG looking towards A-Link feels criminal at this point.
Yeah, and good morning if you've just tuned into our lovely broadcast. This is FPX vs JD Gaming. We are already nearing the end of that first map. You know, sometimes it's just gotta be like that. 1 minute at halftime, too brief for JD Gaming, and they can maybe get around on the pistol because money is reset, old points are reset.
Everything is reset. Hopefully the mentality is reset as well, because being 12-0 down must hurt, especially when we talk about this map rotation, not having the safety net being Lotus as the next map coming up, but Sunset, which is a good map for FPX. And you talked a whole bunch about Summit being defender-sided, but not getting a single attack round and now being reliant on the fact that you can convert the pistol is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of those JDG players.
Yeah, I mean, if JDG turns this one around, then Magnum is gonna go bold.
Are you really just deciding that?
Yeah, I'm just deciding that.
Without
if JDG turns
him.
this one around, Magnum is gonna go bold. No, I'm not asking because it's not gonna happen, but you know.
I mean, for JDG, I still think the biggest issue is a lack of experience on the map. We've seen some ideas, but I feel like they were not really prepared for the fact that the enemies can react in different ways. So every time they are hitting a wall, it feels like they are getting stuck and lost on the server.
You know, at least they're making they're having fun at making music. At least there is something in this map. And Jay has a little bit of space towards mid. A much slower approach to that map from the side of FPX, while JDG were just running at them. It's an FPX team that slows this a little bit more down, plays a little bit more default in their spawn, waiting for JDG to overpeak in a certain situation.
Yeah, but both teams are remaining pretty patient. We see a bit of movement out of Jay, not holding A-Link that active anymore, but falling back a bit more to be able to rotate a tiny bit quicker. Still a stack going on towards the A side, not on the side, but towards it. And that is the spot that FPX is hitting. So maybe a bit of hope for JDG in this pistol.
Yeah, now we are seeing an execute gonna happen. Centroid! What was that entry? Early kill into Jakuru, at least able to trade. Maybe there's a chance that JDG at least gets around on the board before that map ends. It's because it's 30 seconds for FPX to execute into a side, and it's gonna be the A side once more. They just wrapped around over mid. The rotation coming in here, Coconut destroys the door. And now it's just two players on the side. They have to deal with Coconut. Gets that fragment to Jakuro. They know that Crownfisher must be there somewhere. Gets shut down. Berlin and YU, the saviors. JDG needs to escape the 13-0 humiliation that FPX is gonna ensure over them. Kovac waiting in the corner as he normally does. Berlin gets another haunt. Gets destroyed. Cetroid plays as the spear tip for them. YU on a frag, but Kovac and Coconut cementing the 13-0. No rounds to be found for JD Gaming as FPX takes home their own map pick.
And FPX is ending this in the most, you said it, humiliating fashion possible, because they play around that JDG tried to play. The hit towards A main, realizing this is not working, shifting towards A link with 15 seconds on the clock. But FPX made one change to that JDG strat gone wrong, and that is leaving Kovac in A main as a safety net. And this is the factor that is giving them so much secure feeling in hitting that spot so late on 13 and 0. This is brutal.
A catastrophe for that JDG match lineup in the end, because I don't know, they had no business in this map. They had one or two moments, especially in the first pistol, but then they got shut down by Kovac, and this map was basically over. There were like no fight coming off of that JDG lineup in the late situations of the rounds, and it seems like FPX were just rolling over them, and JDG in acceptance of that 13-0 loss.
Oh, and the highlights are gonna be quick on this one, because this map has been played out pretty fast. It is a 13-0 with a lot of rounds where JDG didn't even stand a chance. FPX certainly in a good mood. Everything is working out for them. Every approach is the right one. Every answer is correct. And we can have a quick listen to how that sounds on the server for FPX right now.
随时要嗨起来，
对，我就得嗨起来，我嗨起来才厉害。
对啊，你就一直嗨起来。来 ，Let's go！
Whoa.
King is back, bro. Chengdu King is back. Maybe fade Asia and go B.
One fader only. I saw. 4. That's smoke.
来了吗 ？Coming.
走 CT， 跑 CT。这个快赛。
nice 啊！
我帮你做不来，有。不来。来过来。
来吧，我开 TP 来，跟我
不是个。drop 一个 drop 配的我这。哎，去 ，no drop。走，我被狗咬了，弯，我被狗咬了。
没有。
我要开刀，
开他！我会大到你的兄弟。
没事。
右边。
Oh my god！
没事，我们3个起。
我要去 pick， 跟我。
冷静，我炮一个。开车。
nice one more。绿伤。
Yeah, and as Kovac takes home that MVP trophy, it seems like that entire team stepped up. I always love to hear those mixed English and Chinese comms, because both teams are just, you know, pivoting in and off of each other, trying to find common ground in those situations, and bringing Kovac into this lineup as an IGL makes this one a lot more difficult than some people might just imagine.
Yeah, definitely a brave choice they made, but it's working out quite well, especially when he's fragging like that while IGLing. A 5.3 KDA for Kovac on the Astra, and I feel like his utility was so impactful, his positioning was great, and the way he read JDG was so on point. He ticked every single box on that map.
15 and 4. Like, that's a crazy stat line from him and I. 15 and 5, 17 and 4. Nobody is positive on the side of JD Gaming. Berlin has 2 frags against this old team. Looking really cleaned up out there, not gonna lie. Like, I don't know, Berlin has been in this region for so long. The team switched to JDG. It seems like this might just be it for the career, if we're gonna be honest. 1-of-1 post plans, 0 of 6 for JD Gaming. Like, those stats speak volume of what happened in this map. That we are here 40 minutes after starting this broadcast, finishing map number 1. That's a statement, and I don't know, JD Gaming needs a hard reset before that second map, because Sunset did not look like their map as well. It was not the big great map we could imagine for them, which would be a Lotus, which is normally their map pick. I don't know.
Maybe they tried to read what FPX would do, and they thought, oh, FPX is going to be very prepared for the Lotus, so we try something new. We talked about them maybe switching up their Sunset comp from the double duelist plus chamber to something that is a bit more bunker down heavy, but we'll see how this is going to go. I am a bit scared when we are heading to Sunsets.
Yeah, and we're going to see that after the break in a few minutes. Stay tuned, get something to drink, and see you in a minute.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
Welcome to the 13-0 club, JD Gaming, as they got destroyed by FunPlus Phoenix on that first map. We are heading to Sunset, yet another FunPlus Phoenix map that's gonna come up, and I'm a little scared, if I'm gonna be honest, because JDG did not look like a team out there. All of the players leaving the stage immediately, and it seemed like Tilt that's coming up, but that's a very different team comp from them, and we are used than the ones we are used to. They swapped out the chamber.
Yeah, the chamber is gone, and they swapped the recon, so not the Sova in here anymore, but the Fade, and having YU on the Cypher. I'm not sure if this is the change I expected, but I feel like this could definitely get them somewhere. On the other end, FPX is playing something that is pretty comfortable for them, having the double Sentinel, but one of those Sentinels being Chamber. This is a comp that I kind of expected for JDG, but I mean, they certainly have an idea why they're swapping these two agents and not the other ones.
I mean, let's see if this team comp does get a JDG towards the third map, or if it does get them home. Like that, those are like the two big questions for me, because JDG, they did not look like a competitive team on that first map. They did not have any chance at least winning rounds, and that's something to look out for. That's something that certainly hurts if we're going into a second map. And Sunset normally also a map that's very good for FunPlus Phoenix, right? They won there 2 times. They won 2 out of their 3 times they played on this map against Trace Esports and against Wolves. And, you know, that's gonna be some big questions coming up as we're heading into the sunset. And it might just be the closer of the upper bracket run for JD Gaming here already in the first round.
Yeah, and FPX, they had a solid win against Wolves, a dominant win against TE on this map. On the other end, JDG, they have been struggling. So switching up the comp could definitely be a solution. We are gonna see how well this is working out for them. Starting in attack and still looking for their first round on the scoreboard. JDG hitting this off with an approach towards the B side, but it is yet again Kovac they're facing there.
And Kovac once again in a corner.
Kovac in a corner.
Please don't all die to Kovac in that one corner. But does Kovac check corners? That's the big question for me.
Kovac is checking corners,
and he gets
yes.
the kill. And it's why you on the ground early on. Setroid is just waiting for the main scale up. Does not get a kill, but can pour it out at least. Still 4 bullets in the Headhunter. And that's a double stacked Sentinel site that they're executing into. Jakuro, important entry frag, important kill for them. But Aya does get 2 more. Coconut chimes in there as well. Lulu a little problematic with that last one onto Crownfisher. But it's 14 rounds in a row for FPX, and we are still counting.
Oh, the anchor is anchoring for FPX. Aya has a great performance on Summit and then starting off strong with a nice side hold on Sunset. So he's definitely a player to look out for today if it's not Kovac, who is clearing corners. And JDG still looking to find their first round. It's probably not going to be this one because their economy is a lot weaker compared to FPX, and they are bringing in a judge and a marshal. This feels like they have a lot of fun.
Surely fun. That's the way I would put it.
They're bringing
too.
the fun to the FunPlus Phoenix. The fun in FunPlus Phoenix is standing for fun.
Can you not? Can you stop?
No.
Can you stop? And that's like the same thing that JDG would ask FPX if they could. Setroid, no scope headshot. Why not? A triple kill for him. And that's 15 rounds in a row. Big problems for JD Gaming. Has there ever been a 26-0 in VCT history?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like I would know, but I'm not sure. Maybe. This region is full of surprises, and one of them definitely happened today. I didn't expect FPX to be this dominant, and they are off to a great start again. I mean, look at that bonus round economy. The judge is still in play, 2 Bulldogs, and Kovac is on a Bandit. How dangerous is that maybe gonna be?
I mean, they are saving economy because Kovac had a pistol in that last round as well. And Setroid is also nearing his ultimate. Kovac in mid is a little bit more of a passive hold. Can just play off of trademark. Getting shot by Jakuro. Now there's the Paranoia in hand, waiting for the flash. Paranoia to push them off. And Aya is moving in there. Why are you with the first frag? That's a lead for FPX in that case, at least. But Wayu is playing with fire there. Coconut on a late trade. And that's the impact frag they were looking for.
Yeah, 100%. And in the meantime, JDG trying to find a bit of space on B, but the backside still not secured. This is so uncomfortable.
Ah, Spike's on the floor and very low Berlin. Has to move off of this. Very close range angle. Kovac has a big gun in hand. Aya gets that frag. It's a trade onto Coconut. Crownfisher positions have been known. Should be aware of the market standing that they're having. Kovac on the spike already. That's a very, very low Berlin trying to walk in there. J. Kuro gets low as well. Crownfisher spotted. Everyone is low. Kovac can just clear house. But the spike is ticking so fast. In the end, J. Kuro finds the frag to Aya. 9 HP on Kovac. And that spike should explode. JDG, welcome to the scoreboard. It only took 15 rounds. But we finally got a round for JD Gaming.
Oh, we got around, but this is not really a sign of life, a big relief for them, because the amount of guns they are taking into the next round isn't really a lot. It is 2, and on the other end we have Kovac saving up for decades. So I feel like FPX is going to be able to force at least like 2 or maybe 3 rounds until they have to play it safe. The operator is online for Sage Shot. This is not like JDG has found a big solution.
That's generational wealth for Kovac in that situation. Jay sliding in there, at least gets set up for Kuro. Coconut does 3 on the side. The Berlin on his own. 1v3 against his old teammates. His old friends. He has to shut down to even secure a second round for JDG. They weren't in the lead even once during this matchup.
Oh,
FPX having a chokehold on that elbow position. Kovac spotted him. Aya and CT can just move in closer. One more headshot. Berlin on the ground. 3 and 1 JDG. No follow-up rounds for you.
Yeah, no follow-up, no frag to be found for Berlin. And again, after this 1 round they put on the scoreboard, this feels so disconnected. They're just running down this A-split from main, from elbow. The utility is a bit too early to really gather a lot of impact. And then they're just running in 1 by 1. Those are easy frags for the FPX players guarding that A-spot. And they're just trying to run in again.
Yeah, they're just trying to outpace their opponents, but that's some quick rotations. Oh my god, Zetroid! What was that shot? Kovac supports on the double. Zetroid whips every shot after that amazing headshot. Coconut gets both frags. The support from Kovac is immaculate. Round number 4, FPX gets even more damage. And those rounds aren't yet. There's gonna be another save coming up for JDG.
Spike down A. One enemy
On the
remaining.
sign that they are not even relying on Setshot to hit his shots is pretty devastating for JDG. I mean, I talked about the fact how important he and his frags were in the group stage series they played each other, and now in the play-ins, it feels like everyone on FPX is ready to have their moment, while for JDG, everything has to be right. There can't be a single mistake made in their rounds because FPX is always there to punish it, and we see that in the faces of the coaching staff. I mean, they feel like they are lacking an answer somehow, and they look very, very devastating about what is going on this map, and it's just 5 rounds played. Same thing happened on the first map after 5 rounds played. An early timeout is coming in. This time JDG at least has 1 round on the board, but this is not much to hold on to when in the follow-up rounds after that you are getting destroyed.
I mean, what's the definition of insanity, Alena? It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different outcomes, and JDG is doing exactly that. That's a great ultimate coming off from Coconut. They're trying to force JDG away. pushing them over into the A side where the double sentinel setup still lays down. So I'll go by JDG on their end.
Yeah, this is the first time in a while where the strat is not, okay, let's try to run down A, but after 30 seconds played, they are pretty much pivoting into that again because B didn't work and now we have 4 players heading towards A again.
And elbow. Might just be to go for them. Kovac already ported over. Supports his teammates. And now you have an Omen on both sentinels on that side. That's an off angle for Zetroid. Let's smoke it off. Aya on the side. Already chunked out. Kuro. Impact frag. Kovac on the trade. But Berlin and Kuro making this one competitive. Xiao Lulu in a 1v4. And JD Gaming might just have done it a second round for them in that matchup. Because J. Kuro and Berlin were crashing the side and they did not even have to use the Nightfall.
I feel like J. Kuro hitting that side with the Phoenix run it back gave him a lot more confidence, and that is really something that is lacking in a lot of JDG's approaches, I feel like. So collecting a double kill there might push the momentum for them just a little bit, and with Berlin coming online with a double kill as well, this might be a bit of an impact round, and that is definitely another rifle on the ground. Xiaolulu is not going to survive that round. JDG with a second on the board. Still not the best position to be in, especially when we consider that this is their map pick. And so far, the comp change, I mean, I see the vision. I see how the Fate's utility is impacting their side takes, but it is not as big that I would say, oh, I definitely see how this is going to work out for them to get multiple more rounds on the board.
Oh, I mean, they still have a Fate ultimate to go and to execute into that B side, but Aya is there. They hold the push off, and once they destroy the Savage Wire, they are already moving off of that area. Zetroid used his ultimate as well. Deep down in mid, that's such a big sideline for him. We'll spot the players on the rotation, but Jay faster on the trigger for once this game. He wins against Zetroid. Berlin is trying to fake that A pressure. Or use the Brawler to push off Kovac from that angle. Now they know where everyone is. Xiaolulu already rotated over to the A side. No execute to be spotted there. Coconut knife in hand. Nearly goes down to Wyu, swings out of that smoke blindly. Without utility in hand, Berlin on the look. Gets one more. All of a sudden, it seems like JDG woke up.
Yeah, definitely a sign of life. Definitely also a bold decision from Coconut to just move out of that smoke, drop towards Boba. And now all of his teammates are being dropped by the shots of the JDG players. Just Kovac left, and he's waiting in A main, looking for maybe a frag or two, because the economy in the hands of JDG is maybe not as comfortable as it seems after they are just setting up their third round. But Kovac is being spotted. I don't think this rifle is going to survive the round.
That's not a flawless one for JD Gaming in the end. All of a sudden, they are awake. They're back in that matchup.
What is B?
I mean, for JDG, I think what we see for a lot of teams is this, okay, we figured out a spot where we can go pretty easily, and then we don't stop going there until the enemies prove that they can stop us. And for JDG, they were like, okay, A isn't working, we are trying as long as it takes to make the A go work, and then we go from there. Suddenly they are in this map, suddenly they are close to making this even again. The Nightfall invested for the B take. FPX is playing this pretty passive though.
And Grofisher has Kovac already flex smoked out of the game for FPX. This makes things much more difficult for them. Coconut just the sheriff in hand and the back sides. weapons not that evenly spread. 2 Vandals in the hands of Cetroid. And yeah, but the crossfire is so deadly. For JDG in a situation like this, you realistically can only save Kovacs down. Which makes this even more difficult. No smokes to talk about. But it's an executor of the FPX! Nonetheless, the crossfires are not working! A great neon wall coming in there! And Zaya closes things out! Round number 5 secured by FPX!
Oh, I saw those 2 lining up in the backside. I saw that JDG clutch happening already, but they take the round in quite an impressive meta. I mean, that retake should not happen this easily. Even collecting a shot with a bandit for Chaolulu from that backside push is just showing me how confident FPX is in their ideas and their approaches. Overdrive even online for Chaolulu now. I mean, he hasn't been the most outstanding player in this map this far, but still, in the moments where he needs to shine, he always does.
And it's an overall pop from Kovac. A little bit more aggressive. And gets that initial frag 2 for him! Why you and Crowfish are on the ground, FPX? It seems like they have the confidence back! Change team after the 3 rounds from JDG. They still with some problems finding rhythm in that map. It's about consistency that JDG has to alter in a situation like that.
Look at all the space that FPX has. A player in spawn, a player deep in tiles, and JDG really has nowhere to go. They keep J.Kuro in B main to make a bit of pressure, but those steps in mid are being heard.
Coconut has everything in tiles. Can just swing around on a timing once the Cypher spots something in mid. Cetroid also gets J.Kuro. And now Coconut is just moving around. Gets that first kill. Spike on the floor. J at least got something back, but that's way too late for them to get anything going in it. They reopen the door for Cetroid to have a clean line of sight. And it's just FPX showing up once more in every single round.
Oh, and that paranoia from Kovac has been lovely to support Coconut on that mid-fight. I mean, he's opening up the round with the double kill and then securing the kill in mid for his teammate, who has been struggling finding the frag against the enemy that isn't looking at him. But we know hitting your enemies in the back always is a bigger issue than getting the clean headshot when they're looking at you.
That's correct. That's where the funniest clips are coming from. And just like that, it's FPX on an even halftime once more. Chaolulu gets that first frag onto J.Kuro. Mid pressure, works out for them perfectly. Kovac, yet another double kill for them. All of a sudden, JDG falling apart in a situation where they should normally thrive. Why you gets one more? Kovac on 11 HP. Obviously, he will swing into that one. I have zero doubts about that. Spike deep in tiles. And why you, realistically, you can only save your Vandal. Nothing else really you can do. Cetroid's just waiting for a peek.
Yeah, but can you really save a Vandal in this situation? There's still 40 seconds on the clock, and as soon as FPX is realizing that there is no attempt to take the spike, they are going to go on a hunt, and this is a higher lower from Kovac. And I mean, why you might survive this if he's just falling back.
There's a big gap right now. I don't think that YU can get there in time without running. But Cetroid just left open everything when it comes to the spawn side line. But still, it's gonna be a Vandal save for YU, obviously, in the end. 40 HP left, and this round goes over to the side of FPX once more. 7-3 halftime lead established.
With the halftime lead secured, I mean, we talked about JDG gaining a bit of confidence in these couple of rounds where they showed us some more control in the A-take, in the defaulting towards mid, but now knowing that you are gonna be down to half time, maybe a bit of this confidence is lacking again. I think their approaches at the moment have a similarity to what we've seen on Summit. They go some places and then they don't expect FPX to have an answer ready.
Yeah, they just expect to be given over the side quickly as possible. That's right, it's just waiting. Has scored out after Crawler spotted him, and now Jakuro. I mean, you have ultimate, you have to run it back. You have options to get into the side, but please don't peek into Setroid dry. I guess the worst thing that you can do right now is give Setroid the chance to dry face you with the AWP. Oh my god, he spotted the gun barrel.
Oh, he
That's
knows
so tense.
exactly what's going on.
Oh my god, there's a flash coming in there, but Jakuro immediately shut down out of the ultimate. They're using the overdrive, but Xiao Lulu on the aim. Too steady, slides in there, gets the second one. His own ultimate in the running as well. Jakuro on the late trade brings this one back. 3v3 situation. JDG has still 40 seconds to work with. They might rotate over to the B side, but Kovac is just waiting there for them with open arms. Crownfisher on a headshot. And Aya in mid, the only player that can stop Jakuro from over-rotating. A bit of a tempo reset. Crownfisher exploring backside. Some more info ports out. Spikes down, that has to be around for JDG.
I mean, but FPX is still gonna give this a try. Still some time to work with no smokes in their hands, which is making this a lot harder. They really have to push towards main to make this round possible.
Yeah, that's great by Coconut. Aya, 1v1 against Crownfisher. All of a sudden, it's Storm and Aya!
What?
But he does not have the time. In the end, JDG takes out round number 4 because Aya is just under a second too late.
Oh, but 0.8, this is way too close for comfort. I mean, they could just play a bit more time, trying to survive just a tiny bit longer, make this round really impossible for their enemies, but still FPX is finding those gaps to get a chance in a impossible retake scenario with Aya just hitting all of the shots. I mean, the shot onto Crownfisher is crazy clean.
And yeah, that's the big one. Kovac pots down to tiles once more and gets
Again?
two immediately. Again and again, it's Kovac. Aim diffing those players on JDG. Jay gets a late trade.
I mean, TPing tiles and getting a double kill once is fine, but doing that twice is insanity.
Yeah, for sure. And now Berlin is just walking into the crosshair of Setroid. And here's Spike. Oh my god.
This could literally end the round. Citrot is so good with finding new positions, but now the information is there, and that is the spike on the ground temporarily. Jay picking that up, and they still try to hit A, knowing the operator is here.
Knowing that everyone is here. Xiao Delu, Jay on the win. That's a big kill. Big frag. Over by the side of Jay. 8 and 4 halftime on the horizons, and they have to deny this one. Setroid has 2 ops in hand, an ultimate from his teammates to work with, and an 8 and 4 halftime. FPX once more underlines that they want to win this one, that they want to send JDG home.
Oh, and Setrot is so good with his positionings on that A side, playing towards main once, playing towards Link, then being somewhere in elbow, and in this round where JDG are thinking they get main space for free, they pull out the Cypher ult, spot him holding the deep main angle and still think they could just push him. Big mistake by JDG.
This is so much pressure coming in there. And now, I mean, at this point, you kinda have to hope, if you're a JDG fan, that they can even win a pistol round, because I don't know, if you lose out on that pistol, it might just be all over for them in under 90 minutes of playtime.
Yeah, this could be over pretty soon. Definitely an important pistol round on the line for JDG, and we saw them handling pressure not really well on Summit. Now, on their own map pick, this hopefully looks a bit different, because the last time they faced each other, one map was 13-8, one map was 13-9, so a lot more competitive than what we've been seeing today, and I really hope that JDG manages to find their footing again, show us what this comp change is really made of, and make this second map even just a tiny bit more competitive would be nice.
Yeah, surely. A little bit more of comfort zone for JDG would be good to see.
Kovac is playing the blue Prism Phantom. I feel like that is such a Dach thing to do, the region where he originally comes from. I feel like so many Impact players played that skin for quite some time.
I mean, it's the Nets Phantom, right?
Is it?
It's the Nets Phantom, yeah. That's the person they're copying. I'm sorry if I broke your mind
maybe
there.
Nats is just copying Dach, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, obviously he is copying middling EMEA region. What else should he do?
And the pistol round already taking place. JDG in defense now. Crownfisher has a paranoia ready in case this is going to be an A hit, but the paranoia is really just missing the targets. Not so the bullets from Berlin in mid.
Yeah, and Charlelu on late trade at least get something to work with G. And Zetroid isolate Zetka as well. And all of a sudden FPX, undermanned situation. 12 kills for Kovac still in the play. Two most important players still up and running. Kovac is trying to create some space. That A side only held by one player. A big weak spot in the defense of JDG right now. FPX scaling up closer. They're still having the spike, and they might just bring it down on the A side, which enables a very big postman for them.
And a very nice smoke towards that A-link choke point is gonna give FPX a lot of possibilities to play in it and flash themselves out of there. The paranoia not in play anymore, so they're just gonna peek dry, definitely.
Yeah, dry swing, obviously. What else should you do? Aya gets one, trade onto Kovac, and it's just Aya securing the frag onto Jakuro, but everybody else around him falls on the ground. JDG survives for yet another day. 8 and 5, important pistol.
Oh, and the idea with that smoke was so nice, but FPX really didn't have any important utility to fight out of that, but they still had this idea set in mind. We put that smoke down, we want to fight towards A-Link, and then they just dry swing into YU, who's collecting kill after kill after kill.
YU is having fun for sure. At least on this map. I would expect everybody on JDG to have a pretty miserable time on the first map.
I mean, but still, JDG has not a single player in their lineup at the moment who is positive in KD. Even if the map is a lot closer than what we've seen on Summits.
Oh, that's correct. Jakuro. Get another flash into this one. But does not find any big contact. Can't flash himself, and there are 5 players of FPX just waiting for that to happen. And Crownfisher is the one on the first frag. The flash of Jakuro does not find anyone. Ciao Lulu. Big trade. Berlin slides in there. There as well, Crownfish on a 3K. That's the big one. That's the big elbow hold that FPX is just trying to run in there. Coconut! Where does that come from? The arrow will check for Berlin. They might just bring him down. More spam, more damage, but Berlin. That's the bigger weapon in hand. Kovac. That's just a bandit, my friend. He rotates all across them. Nobody's checking for him, and Kovac has 20 seconds to go over to that B side. I mean, if the door's not closed, he might have the time.
And the door most certainly open. 8 seconds. This is gonna be all close, and the trapwire might just ruin his plan. This round is gone, and I feel like if only he would have known that there was just a single bullet left in the Bulldog from Berlin, going for that trade out of elbow would have been the way better solution than just running off with the spike, hoping that the door is open, hoping that there's no Cypher setup in play. I mean, this has been an eco round for FPX. They still made that pretty competitive, but still, I think there was a possibility of winning this if they stayed in the fight towards A. Oh, but now look at the economy for JDG. This is a sad bonus round.
Yeah, they went for chopping. Mecklemore wouldn't be happy with that.
Spike still in base for FPX. They are really trying to play the defaultiest default I've seen in a while. Now Coconut running back to collect that spike. Still not really sure where to go. Grouping a bit towards tiles, maybe hitting that mid-top area, and that could really catch Berlin off guard. He's just guiding that all alone.
And I'm not happy with that solo anchor hold that they're playing on an Omen. Like, yeah, Crownfish can aim. But still, smokes as a solo anchor, always very iffy. And look at the position that FPX has taken already. Kovac on top mid. And J.Crew, you can't tell me that you're running in there with a knife in hand. Please take a gun in your hand. The frag goes over to Kovac. And both players on the B side are in there for such a big surprise. Aya sprays them both down. Round number 9 inevitable for FPX as Kovac and Aya once more destroy the team of JDG. Kovac looking for his third frag, but Xiao Lulu delivers in that regard.
Oh, this has been great calling from Kovac. Calling that mid-top push, but in a contact style. I mean, really, JDG had no idea what they were running into. We see that with J.Crew not being ready to fight at all. Then there is awareness from Berlin and Crownfisher, but they just peek at the same angle. It is an easy spray down to be found, and the round secured for FPX, bringing them closer to double digits and bringing them closer to winning this out in a 2-0 fashion. Bit of early utility towards a main, but no one really to be targeted by that. JDG trying to re-clear that space, but it is the TP out from Sageshot, and now you really don't know what's going on. Is that just the chamber lurking? Are they trying to take space? What is happening?
A little bit of contact, it's great paranoia, moving backwards. Stopping FPX in their tracks, and all of a sudden the A side turns into a stronghold. But Satroid and Xiao Lulu on a double swing, destroying both elbow players. FPX has just taken control over the A side. Just Berlin left on the side. Jay is moving back there late. But this has to be just a forced pivot. Over in that area, Berlin gets a great headshot onto Xiao Lulu. And that just might stop FPX from executing here. Quick rotation. Just Aya on the side, waiting if he can get any more information on the teams that's facing them.
There's still a lot of Cypher setups to deal with. Camera still in place, the tripwire still there, and even a one-way cage to work with. Berlin maybe getting a timing here.
And she shuts down the spike plant of Centroid on a trade, but not able to bring down the spike as fast as possible. Jay is rushing in there. Why you get 2? A 1v1. Aya is right behind him, but he needs to be fast. 2 seconds on the clock, does not get the frag. And JDG with a round from hell. Why are you securing this one? And I don't even know how it's possible for FPX to lose a round like that.
The shots from Berlin have been essential to clear this round. The opening on the Neon and then the wall bang on the Spike plan really making this round uncomfortable for FPX. But I feel like the fact that this 1v1 in the end has gotten close is showing a lot about the understanding that FPX still has on this map. Still, JDG is able to close it out a bit. Nightfall ready for Berlin, and the Duelist ultimate's coming out pretty soon as well.
Yeah, and Corvex moving back there after that initial fight. Show some respect to the mid positions that they are choosing. Jay Kuro now, the solo A anchor. Quick support from Kron Fisher and Berlin available if needed. And with Jack Kuro spotting multiple FPX players, they're already rotating in that, not trying to give Jack Kuro a fight on the ultimate. A run it back, wasted, just pushing FPX backwards into tiles, giving them a lot of mid pressure. But look at the Neon. Look at Xiaolulu already taking over market, but gets shut down by Jay as he's all on his own. The mid pressure is still overwhelming by FPX. Kovac and Coconut, a back and forth. All of them just ranked aiming all of a sudden. Why are you alone in backside, alone in Boba? Solo swing by Aya.
剩余30秒。
Just Crown Fisher left by himself. Spike will be planted and FPX round number 10 seems inevitable.
Kovac is using his From the Shadows to just put himself in a position in defenders spawn and collect a kill. You mentioned that this is feeling like ranked aim, and I feel like they are playing this a bit like a ranked game at the moment. Just taking space, pretty cheeky, having these textbook rounds where they are pretty calculated and risk aware, but then there are rounds coming out of those FPX players where it just genuinely feels like they are having fun playing this game. And this is really the time where they're overwhelming JDG because they're simply not expecting to be run down in that way, to have players in those positions. I mean, Xiaolulu taking market space on his own, Kovac TPing into defender spawn. Who does that?
Team called Fun Plus Phoenix.
But aren't they Fun minus Phoenix because they don't have the Phoenix in their comp?
Clean.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
You did, and that's the worst part. That's another timeout, and both of the JDG coaches does not look too happy. I get that from what we have been seeing. But I don't know. Fun Plus Phoenix, they just seem much more structured, much more playing as a team compared to a JDG side that's a catastrophe at some points.
I mean, to be fair, the Sunset, the map pick from JDG, is looking so much more competitive. 10-7 isn't the end of the world, but still, I haven't seen a single JDG player looking happy. I haven't seen either of the coaching staff looking happy, and I don't see the fans looking pretty happy about what they're showing at the moment, even though they are definitely showing up. I don't mean compared to Summit, because compared to Summit, everything would probably be better, but in general, this feels a lot more like the rounds they played in the group stage match against FPX, which has been a lot more closer than what we've seen in the first map today.
That was a much closer matchup, you're right, but still, I'm very worried for that JDG team.
Nightfall is an option, but the economy not really in a situation where you want to invest that.
Yeah, not really, and that's a great shot by Satroid. That's another entry for FPX. And look at the space they're taking in mid. Once more, they are trying to disrupt the rotations of JDG. That seems to be the call for that entire round. Always having someone down mid. Not giving JDG too many options to rotate over to the other sides, and FPX will execute on that B side. They will find it open as the Cypher already moved all across towards top mid.
Oh, and now FPX is having all of the space on this B side to play with, to fight into. They could really be anywhere, in market, in Boba, and JDG just has no idea.
And the freestyle going into market. But there's a Cypher Try as well. Like, that post-plant hold is just gonna be a catastrophe for JDG if they try to execute on those close range angles. A lot of crossfires. Nobody is trying to face up front, and Charlulu gets an entry frag to crossfire in the backside. Just too potent, just too strong for the side of JD Gaming. 11 and 7. This one has been an FPX show all the way through, all day. Just FPX.
Oh, and now with just 2 rounds missing for FPX to close this out, the round is coming up where the timeout from JDG should show its wonders, and that is pretty much with the backs against the wall, because having only those 2 rounds in between your enemies and their victory is putting a lot of pressure onto JDG's shoulders. We see a big pace change from them, and it's not working out at all.
No, big shot by Crownfisher, who had a steady map all the way through right now. 11 and 14, at least, you know, some frags compared to the rest of his team. And once that smoke fades, that will be a little bit of a rough situation coming up for JD Gaming. Crownfisher on plateau is ready for this one. Berlin shuts Kovac down. Slight overpeak by the Swiss Omen player. A bit of a closer call. Once more, FPX, they find themselves in mid with big pressure, but that's slightly of an overpeak. Crownfisher gets shut down once more. Setroid, are you really gonna contest that wall? Is that the call right now? Berlin does not look towards mid, and all of a sudden, a 3v2 seems doable. If Coconut gets the spike planted down.
But still so much to work with and work against. Jay with the operator finding Coconut. Now the spike on the ground. Aya in a very, very terrible position to be in. I mean, yes, he has a trip towards Boba, but that is not stopping anyone from peeking that angle. And now he's maybe just saving that rifle with 30 seconds on the block. Aya, what are you doing?
7 seconds. Why you forced to peek? Why you is forced to peek him? And he does not. Nobody is moving.
What is going on? I mean, this whole round felt like a gift to JDG. FPX changing up the pace, running into the setup, and for JDG, this whole round came together so nicely in the beginning. Then this whole fight towards mid-top was a bit awkward because Berlin wasn't even considering someone pushing through that Phoenix wall, and in the end, it's all coming down to Aya taking an opportunity to fight not only the operator, but really a double hold towards Boba in such a clean fashion. Nearly clears out the 1v3 if not timing was against him.
VCT China, anything is possible, and that's very early. Nightfall invested. Crownfisher gets Kovac in mid. Jay very, very deep into enemy territory. Xiaolulu on the late trade. Jay gets 2 on his own ultimate. Satroid all on his own. And a 1v4. Heroics needed. Heroics required. Spike still stuck there in his own spawn. At least gets a kill into Jay Kuro and has a lot of time to work with, but Jay gets that last frag. 11 and 9.
I haven't seen so much fighting into enemy spawns in quite some time now. I mean, not only FPX is pretty eager in taking that much space, now we see JDG doing the same, and this really makes this game feel a lot more like it's just about the shooting performance. They are running at each other and trying to collect kills. There's not much utility in those fast space takes anymore.
Yeah, and Jay is trying to look for that first shot. Setrod also has ultimate up and running. Lulu early shutdown in those situations. Yet another up shot. Can Setrod do anything in those sort of situations? He's just waiting for a peak to happen. Waiting for a peak that never comes. And FPX can take a lot of space right now. Elbow fully belongs to them. Crawler has to be reinvested in a situation where you normally should own that space. There's one bullet. If he loses out that gunfight, it's gonna be a problem for JDG. All across the board, Satroid is setting a big frag onto Jakuru. Ultimate's running over the side, 46 seconds, and they are all moving just on the A side. Back and forth. Kovac yet with another headshot.
Oh, Kovac finding the headshot, yes, but so many sniper shots missing the target. Not so much this one from Jay, finding so many important kills in this round. Plan still trying to go down on the A side. This is devastating for FPX.
And it might just be an ace for Jay if he hits that shot into Kovac. He does not. Kovac in a 1v2. That clutch would be needed for FPX, but he can't convert. 3 kills are all you can get. And it's a 1-round game in the end.
Oh, so close. After the timeout, JDG is slowly finding form again. Maybe just too little too late, but let's see how close they can get. I mean, with Jay putting up shots like that, this is a lot easier, yes, but can he replicate that? Is this a round that JDG can repeat and repeat until they get this map over the finish line?
I think they cannot, but maybe I'll be proven wrong here. Kovac on 20 frags, Satrod on 19. Those two putting up big numbers throughout this entire map, and it feels like if FPX is winning rounds, they are winning dominantly. There are no close calls if you are Fun plus Phoenix. Setrod has been chunked a little bit at least. Very slow default. Just waiting for a little bit of over-aggression from the side of JDG, but they're not giving that up anymore.
Yeah, but for FPX, the slow rounds definitely worked out a lot better than just trying to execute with a faster pace, because JDG tends to play those setups on the side where FPX is struggling to clear them properly, so going for this mid-top contact again makes a lot of sense.
Now the AWP is, once again, splitting the entire map. Kovac's trying to get onto the side, and rotations will be impossible for JD Gaming if they have to remove themselves from the side. Why you in backside? It's an important player. Jakuru used his own ultimate. In this one, gets Kovac, but gets shut down by Coconut. Still a numbers advantage. Over to the side of JD Gaming. Aya wants to make this one an even game, but gets traded out by YU in the end. Xiao Lulu on an overpeak. You have to take some risks, because it's a 3v5. Satroid gets shot down by Cronfisher as well, but Xiao Lulu, big trade. Still a 2 vs 3 situation. Still not the best one for FPX, as they are surrounded by all sides. Considering their opponents are already pushing into them. Berlin, great peak. JS sets that last frag. That's an equalizer, and JDG for the first time, all best of 3 are equal in rounds.
Oh, that was a lovely timing from Berlin, peeking with his own haunt. It is always pretty tricky to find that millisecond where your enemy is shooting your utility so you can get the peek in, but that was perfectly timed by JDG's recon player. Is this the first FPX timeout we're seeing today? I feel like yes.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, there wasn't so many things to talk about earlier on, but now that we have an 11-11 on the board, I feel like this is maybe a bit late. Still 2 rounds that are separating FPX from finishing this out in 2-0, but now that JDG creeped a lot closer, might shift the pressure situation. I mean, I talked about JDG feeling the pressure quite a lot today, but now, yes, there still is a decider map on the horizon, but I feel like for FPX, this timeout is showing pretty well. You want to close this out on Sunset, and they have to win those 2 rounds in a row now to make it in regular playtime and avoid overtime.
It kind of would be important for them to close it out on Sunset, in my opinion, because after that big of a lead, dropping a map like this would be a disaster, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like
100%.
you're 13-0 and you're overconfident dropping a map like this. I don't know, that's not something you would expect from one of the top teams here coming up.
And when they're dropping this, split really is anyone's map. Even though FPX has been looking good, JDG has been experimenting with comms on that map, hasn't really found their style yet, but maybe this could happen today if FPX don't manage to close this out now.
And look at the pressure that they're already asserting down mid. There has a full line of sight over at the 3-man entry. Now back in tiles? Like, so much space they're just giving up for free onto Jay. He hears all of the steps, all of the rotations.
The
Now he might just channel a moment.
The trademark is not giving FPX any safety at all when they leave mid that open, but Jay is certainly deciding not to take any more space. Still, the rotation being called over towards B is making that execute for FPX pretty hard.
Yeah, shock dart already flying in. Crumpfisher and Jakuro, double kill for them. It seems like JDG is on map point already. If Kovac and Coconut can't shut those streams down. Bike's not on the floor. Coconut is trying to bring it down. 6 bullets in the weapon, but has to plant. Not Kovac planting, so Coconut is stuck in that area. Spots the Phoenix in the backside. Waits for somebody to peek out of market. Can't take on the one-on-ones. Jay brings him down in the end. Coconut, no more impact in that round. Jay with that last frag. We're heading closer and closer towards map 3.
And mind you, this was the round post FPX timeout where they are not taking any space towards mid, where they don't have this security in having a lurking player, and they're just deciding to execute onto a B side where they have no information and no safety net going on.
Yeah, catastrophe. Like, I don't know how to put this out in any other way. Like, that's just overconfidence and way too cocky gameplay from FPX. It seems like they are feeling themselves a little bit too much after that first halftime. Oh no, Kovac. That's such a 50-50 play. That's such a big 50-50 play. Kovac is getting caught out. Why you? Gets that frag. Why are you porting into that backside? Uncontested. No info. Kovac solo throws away. Dead round if they lose it. Crumpfisher on the double kill. Map 3 is on the horizons once more because Kovac, the savior on map 1, just gives it for free to JDG. You want to play more? Kovac answers yes.
Oh, such a risky play, especially that early in the round with the Omen. Losing your flex smokes is making an execute so incredibly harder. I feel like we talked about Kovac making great decisions all day, and then he is messing this up so badly. Such a gamble play, and then he's not even aware that he could be pushed from the backside of A.
You know, you're just giving up your flex smokes for free in a situation like that? I don't know. It seems for me that FPX were just too overconfident in so many of those situations.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen them giving up rounds in matters that don't usually happen to them, in decision making that feels like it's lacking base. I mean, JDG definitely earned most of these rounds by having the better ideas, by playing better together, but at the end of the day it feels like FPX is really gifting a bunch of them over with making those shaky decisions, maybe based on the fact that they think they were aiming so much better on Summit that they can just repeat that on Sunset.
There was an 11-7 comeback, by the way.
Yeah, so many rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And so many great retakes out of JDG as well.
I know that's a map you can't lose. That for FPX must hurt, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Going into that last map, JDG, with the confidence they could farm in a situation like that. We will listen into the team comms real quick.
打80抽吧，包后两个，包后两个，
再第一个，
怎么样？我有眼哦，
我看马铁，我看马铁。
前方 TP 走，前方 TP 要包后了。
我要黑啊！我要丢闪，我要丢闪，我
抢光，
一闪，马给一个。
滴滴，好，三个包后，三个包后，马可以包，马可以包。有黑，可以混哦，要混哦。
先推他一烟，给个这个烟，我先推他一排，先推他一排。低爆，
没有，
准备起来，我跳上去了，来，
壁咚，左边。你先退，别不串。保枪，他保啊 ，nice，
我们可以，来，兄弟们，没事，我们打马铁位，全球手上，不是吗 ？Let's go！ 我指甲在 elbow 了，我有点timing，
没事，
绝，elbow 绝，
没 timing，我被烟了，
有烟吗 elbow？ 啊，没烟，我的架，出不来，我可以推他黑啊，
出不来。
推他黑一排，
谁有，哎，我推摸点，
没黑到欧盟打65，两个，
别 pick，
两个 elbow，
来去，
我看小刀。还有一个 L 嘛，打65我的，摔摆掉了，开大的
，2不脸，我看远，可以来，换小道吗？
包点 L， 我看位置别急，包点跟 L 刚
，2个包点，这里在包点上，
这个不懂，哎 L， 打65，打65这个，2、2、1
，L 左边，
打65，
2、2、1。
And in the end, J MVPing that map, nearly acing towards the end. Once he had an AWP in his hand, was just looking like a different player. And I don't know, it seems like JDG were just getting some momentum once he had the big gun in his hands. Huge problems for FPX on the other side to control that with the style of play they were running.
Yeah, I feel like FPX had those rounds where they hardly used any utility and then lost because of that. And then there were rounds where they were just dumping utility and lost because they didn't have any left when they really wanted to execute onto the side. And especially when you have this contact or dump play style, the operator is such a good answer for JDG, because there are so many moments where you can find space, where you can find a frag without your enemies being really ready for the angle you are peeking. And with that, JDG, you already mentioned, quite a lot of rounds in a row are closing out their own map pick 13 and 11.
Yeah, and in the end, FPX throughout the entire map went plus 12 on kills and still lost the map. It seems like, again, they were throwing away too many rounds in situations where they should realistically win in the end. I don't know. I'm not sure what to make out of this. I think FPX, they need a reality check by their coach, because they were overconfident. They had this map for sure. Like, it was an 11-8 lead that they were just throwing out of the window. And yeah, coach needs to give them a reality check, if I'm gonna be honest, because right now, that seems like way too much chaos, way too much overpeaking, and JDG took advantage of that in a perfect manner. And yeah, once you start to struggle on the third map as well, I don't know, JDG will capitalize on this, will take advantage of that, but we will be back after a very short break with the third map of that wonderful matchup.
fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side.
In your cam.
Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back to the English coverage of VCT China here on Project Horizon, as JDG just won a map off of FPX after losing that first one 13-0, which is crazy to me, but it seems like FPX overplayed their welcome a little bit. And, you know, in the end, got a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident for their liking. And by that, you have to go to a split, which for me at this point is anyone's game.
Yeah, both of these teams have been experimenting with their comp a bit in the meantime of stage 2. For FPX, they really disimproved when they introduced the Clove into their comp. That hasn't been really working out, playing double dome smokes with Clove and Omen instead of double controller with Omen and Viper, I think it was. And on the other end, JDG is also still looking for their identity. They started off split in this stage with the double Sentinel comp and then introduced us to a pretty January-February classic with the Neon Waylay comp.
Yeah, and you know, to give you guys out there a little bit of perspective, both teams have yet to win a game of split throughout that entire VCT China stage. So there will be a debut for one of the two, but it's nearly a mirror matchup coming in there. But double smokes and Fate for the one team, double smokes and Sky for the other. I would much rather play the Sky here, if I'm going to be honest, because it gives you a little bit of info, but also the flashes in that team composition. There's a lot of pressure on Kovac with his paranoias in that situation right now.
Yeah, I do like the Sky as well. For consideration, FPX is back on the comp they played against Tai Lu, dropping the Clove again and being back on the Omen and Viper. And JDG is sticking with the comp that brought them at least to an overtime against DRG. Even if that didn't lead to a win, I feel like especially their attacking side looked pretty sharp with that composition.
Yeah, and FPX, they have to get together now, if we're gonna be honest, because they had a 7-11 lead on that second map and they threw it away out of the window. And it's just a mental game in the end. Losing that map has to hurt, and there's a lot of pressure on FPX, especially Kovac, their top fragger on both maps, to repeat that first map one and for all.
Yeah, we are gonna see how this is working out. FPX swapping their comp back is the right choice in my opinion, but we will see how much impact this is gonna have on their attack with, well, Clove being a bit of a surprise factor they brought in, but it didn't really work out, so they are back on a comp that feels a lot safer, and A feels pretty safe as well. JDG is just guiding that from heaven.
And YU is the first point of contact. Gets pushed off of the angle already back there in mid, and that's a full A control for FPX. YU is trying to challenge the vent players, and Kovac is just waiting for him there, spots his legs, does not get the kill, 87 HP onto him. A little bit of early damage, and FPX has the spike down still. Even situation, YU can be healed up by the Sky. Berlin has full utility in his entire kit. No more flashes to speak of, both used. Already there's a paranoia coming in there from Crownfisher. Now the flash recharge. Setroid on the trade. Xiaolulu in the corner. Frenzy. Best gun in the game, it seems like. Coconut has the full wrap around as they go. All go up heaven. YU gets one more. Coconut needs to connect the spam. Does not in the end. Him and Kovac are standing there with heavy hats and empty hands as JDG take home the first pistol.
Yeah, of course we have a 3v3 post planned where JDG is just diffusing that right under their noses. I mean, yes, of course, there was a smoke covering the spike, but still the spam shots happening way too late. I mean, the diffuse was already more than halfway through when they started shooting into that smoke and not really connecting any shots. Now JDG with the better economy. Judge in the hands of Jay, it's always danger when you see a gun like that in the hands of a Neon player. A lot of Guardians, 3 in the hands of YU, Crownfisher and Jay Kuro, and it's just Berlin left on a pistol. This is an interesting buy for JDG.
And Kovac spotted the first player. To be fair, he has yet to die in this matchup. Still lost the first round, and they are running into Jay, who has been spotted by the crawler, but gets one kill. A trade by YU, Coconut and Xiaolulu, crashing on the side. A lot of damage on the FPX players. Coconut already dropped, used his crawler, knows where the player is. Crownfisher from the backside still gets one. Kovac on the side, does not convert. Second round for JDG, not even a spike plant. In the hands of FPX at the end of this one.
Oh, the triple Guardian buy was definitely risky, but it worked out in the end. This is a gun that is pretty much made for longer distance fights, because when you get into a close combat, you're just not as flexible as you would be with a rifle or, let's say, a bulldog, but it is working out for them in the end, and they get to keep majority of their guns. Now, having a Phantom in the hands of Berlin, because he didn't buy in the second round, this bonus round is pretty well equipped for JDG, and FPX definitely have to be aware of the fact that the arsenal of the enemies is stacked.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's not a stack on the B side. Big flash spots multiple players. And that situation, Coconut also scaling up mid. Are you in the close corner? They're waiting for a hit to happen somewhere, but FPX is still busy taking mid space. Look at where Jay is going. Needs a trade at least. Berlin gets a big kill into Kovac. Flex smokes out of the gates. Jay in a close range angle. One with the Bucky. A second denied. But still, that's all you need from your Neon in that situation. Coconut gets the over-peaking Wyu. But all the big guns still in play. Crownfisher and Berlin. Both are having rifles. Coconut on 60 HP. Detroit also not the healthiest of all players.
I mean, healthy, definitely not, but still a possibility to stay in this round. I don't like that FPX is playing this so cramped towards the backside. No space taking. The Paranoia should be hitting 2 of these 3 players, but no shot yet.
And it needs to be a little bit faster. Right now, you notice Waylay is on side. Somewhere Berlin swings in there, but no trade kills. Coconut, there's a great crossfire coming up there. Crownfisher in a 1v3. Needs to deliver, needs to be perfect, but Centroid denies. One person surviving for FPX in the end.
Oh, this is all way too close yet again. 3 of those FPX players in that backside, and JDG, they are being so thorough, cleaning everything out. CT, looking towards heaven, looking towards this cubby, towards main, looking everywhere, not finding a single player. And this is all taking so much time that even if Crownfisher was to collect the 3rd kill on site, time would have been an issue.
And still, you shut down so many guns for FPX that they have to rely on the Bulldog and some small shields in the end. That's for Berlin. Then out the Trailblazer as well. Good information early on in the round. But still, FPX has to look for an angle to execute on that side. Big mid pressure, but nothing else to talk about right now. Berlin has a flash in hand. Can realistically pop that into the mid area. Lulu, that's the one you're looking for, is fully blind, but does still get a frag and a headshot. Wyu on a late trade. A side completely left open, completely abandoned.
Oh, the plan definitely in play for FPX, and Wyu being shot so desperately low. I mean, the region shield up back at least, so it's not just the 10 HP, but a bit more to work with. Still, JDG need to find a way back, especially with the flashes missing. This could be a tough task to ask.
Zedroid playing the closer range angle for a fight to happen. For anything to approach them. J. Kuro gets a double kill onto the side. Kovac and Coconut shooting back at least. Has a flash in hand. Wyu on the side as well. Crownfisher, one of the best players that JDG has to offer, but Coconut from the screens gets 2 and brings down FPX in the end.
Oh, Crownfisher has been a great addition to this JDG lineup, 100%. Still, in this series, his performance alone is not enough to get JDG over the line yet, even though he definitely had big impact on the second map on Sunset. Still, for this split, for the first couple of rounds, I feel like JDG is using a lot of utility early on in the rounds that they are then missing when they're going towards the retake. Now the economy is low as well, so they need to think of something else to make this round happen for themselves.
And that first frag goes over to Lulu once more. Crownfisher down early on, no flag smokes. Difficult round ahead. Important one for FPX on the other side, as they could take the lead here once more.
They're playing this so passively. The only factor would be the position of Wyu. If he's not being cleared, and this is a corner in VCT China, and this is Coconut with a Prowler in hand.
Obviously, it's a corner in VCT China. Why would you clear that? Coconut has been downed. And just like that, your lead evaporated. Kovac on the side. Waiting for the JDG players to come in there, but Jay killed by Lulu from the main area already. Still has an outlaw in hand. And it seems like JDG is a little bit lost trying to crash onto the side. Jankuro gets Xiaolulu, but this one also takes way too long, takes way too much time. Aya gets 2. FPX, they are still not thriving, but they are surviving in those rounds.
Yeah, it feels like no one is really thriving on Split yet. For JDG, one of the biggest issue was the time they waited for this guiding light to come back online. And that's pretty much what I was saying earlier. The Sky utility is very often used early on in the rounds, especially on an economy round where you maybe just have that one flash, and then they're stuck in Heaven and in CT waiting for that flash to come back online, and it's just taking so much time that FPX is pretty much safe just because of time being an issue. FPX now switching up the pace a little bit, having Xiaolulu at Rams making a bit of noise so his team can take space in mid quietly.
That was such a false play, but once again, it's just a mid play they were looking for. And Crownfisher on a double kill, Cetroid and Kovac. 2 quick headshots. The FPX players and Aya just looking for a peek. Crownfisher waiting for him. Up there in the heavens in the end. It all went the way of Aya. That's heaven space established for FPX right now. 1 minute to go. They can't plant on an open B side.
Yeah, but I pretty much enjoy that FPX tends to freeze after getting a kill and really try to plan the next move instead of being a bit too fast in their decision making. Still B would be a tough spot because they have Jay with the operator ready in LA and he's getting coconuts.
Yeah, and there it is. There is the kill that we were looking for. Numbers advantage over for the side of JDG and FPX. It does not seem like they can come back into this series, into this round of play. Xiaolulu and Aya on the side. 17 seconds to plant, and JDG is just waiting for them to bring down the spike. Get something more going in that round. Berlin on a trade. Same goes for YU. They just have to defuse the spike. Another equalizer for JDG is coming in here.
Yeah, we are equal again. Similar rounds found for both of the teams, and still, in my opinion, not really one round where I feel like this has been too comfortable for any of those teams. I mean, in this one with JDG having the operator and CT, there's a bit more comfort to be found in the retake, but in general, JDG on the retakes, they have been a bit indecisive, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like indecisiveness is costing them a lot right now. They need to be a little bit faster in taking the sides, a little bit faster in their general decision making. And FPX budging, they are already trying to give us a little bit of a faster round. But I mean, that's just stingers and pistols in your hands right now. So you have to be a little bit up closer if you're trying to fight. Berlin has been hindered. Aya gets a big kill onto the sky. No more recharging flashes. Jankuro in the corner. That's an FPX angle if you're talking about one. Jay pulling the ultimate. Gets traded by Xiaolulu. Crownfisher gets one more in there. Kovac all on his own. Stuck in main. All of his friends are dead. That's a big headshot. Giving him a little bit access to the side.
His ultimate is ready.
Oh my god, that's such a big read by Crownfisher.
That was so well played by him. I feel like, I mean, when you see the enemy Omen with his ultimate online and the spike dropped in the middle of nowhere, there is this consideration of, is he going for that ult? Is he going to pick up the spike? Is there something in mind? And reading so perfectly well what Kovac is trying to do. Definitely a big round for Crownfisher yet again, even though up close and personal wasn't the biggest issue for FPX. I mean, they made this round so damn close for the guns they had in hand. But one thing to consider definitely is that FPX had their better half with this comp in the attack, while JDG has been struggling with the defense.
Oh, that's something to look out for. Cetroid wants to make this one fast. East side already taken over. FPX, so much pressure established on that one side. Fight will go down, and then there's gonna be a 5v5 retake situation. Coconut's ultimate can use it towards spawn. But same goes for the divergent paths of Jakuro. Everybody is gonna be hit. Hey, that Fade ultimate. So it's gonna take a little bit of time off the clock. And honestly, I'm just waiting for Jakuro's ultimate here right now. This one's gonna hit, but it's still Xiaolulu who makes that first frag. Saintroid gets distracted in the end, but one more for him. Kovac and Crownfisher trading off of each other, and then there's Coconut in the backside. 4-4 equalizer by FPX.
Oh, there was just the second layer missing, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yes, they have the Waylay ultimate, but every single player out of JDG is running just out of LA, out of this teeny tiny choke point. There was no support coming from main, no space in mid, no safety net really for this retake going on. And then for FPX, those are easy frags collected, a timeout coming out of JDG. They want to keep this one not only competitive,
coaching staff is not
but
happy.
They want to end this half on a lead 100%.
Yeah.
And we see coaches being pretty unhappy again.
Understandable after that entire best of 3 performance, besides those few rounds on Sunset, if we're gonna be honest, which were the best part of the JDG saga today.
Yeah, the second half of Sunset, especially those last rounds where they just collected round after round and read what FPX was doing pretty well. Everything else besides that has this slight hint of indecisiveness and maybe even disorganization to it. I think this whole part of being disorganized is something that I might be projecting from the summit. But to be honest, in a lot of those Sunset rounds where they lost, and even in those early rounds on Split, sometimes the timing within the team are just a bit off, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. Like in general, it seems like JDG at some points not the most well-organized team. Saintroid just running through a Viper moldy, trying to take as much space as possible, but Jay is the one getting the first frag. Aya also big damage on the Viper. There's a right click and play maybe, but Xiaolulu, important trade, 8 HP on Xiaolulu, 26 on Aya. There is a lot to do here for JDG if they are taking this one seriously. Go into the side, Berlin gets a great Satroid on the ultimate, but Wyu, big trade, gets a weapon now. 1v1 against Coconut. This one goes to the fate of FPX once more.
Oh, and this was a pretty tricky round for FPX with those low HP players. Not really an opportunity to play the Viper's Pit when your Viper is down so low in health. The decision-making to pop the overdrive is really what gets them started in fighting a bit more aggressive back into this round. I feel like it wasn't that necessary, but still it pushed back those JDG players quite a lot.
Yeah, and also brought chaos towards what JDG were building again up against them, right? That chaos abused by those on FPX who were behind them. A bit more of a go by Satroid, trying to find any contact, but as always, that A side left open there, trying to play a retake over on the side of FPX.
But the ultimate is interesting. Elbow shouldn't really be an option, and Kovac finding Wyu's huge impact frag. His position now known towards main. JDG has to get a move on.
Yeah, and Jakuro does so. Xiaolulu, big frag. No, Crownfisher all of a sudden turning up right in front of him. Jakuro on a triple kill. Aya shut down, gets a kill through the smoke, through the ultimate. Aya can't secure this one, and Jakuro gets all 5. An ace to equalize once more.
Oh, this was the perfect setup from FPX, having Kovac so deep down in main, having the Viper's Pit towards elbow, having so much utility to work with, and it only takes one single player to ruin this whole post plan for FPX. The ace for JKuro, and he's just so confident in taking the duels in that situation. He's just swinging every single angle, spamming towards that Viper's Pit and collecting all the important kills.
That's the impact needed. And once more an equalizer. Once more, JDG does not go down without a fight. FPX, fast execute as always. The last few rounds, it seems like there is a lot less structure, a lot less ideas for FPX going up against that JDG defense, just trying to run in there.
This is lacking depth everywhere. The executes from FPX feel like there's a lack of layering to give them security in taking a bit more space than just the side. I mean, I talked about them playing pretty cramped towards the backsides in their post plans quite a lot now. They're trying to take mid, but the operator's still in play. Wide enough swing, but what is that from Jay?
Big shot into Zetroid, shuts down the enemy Neon as well. Which brings JDG up ahead! Why are you on the side? A triple for him! Crownfisher support as well! Round number 6, JDG is destroying the strong side! For FPX once more!
I have so many questions considering those FPX executes at the moment, because they feel so lightheaded, but nothing that is happening on the server is giving them the right to be lightheaded in their executes, because JDG has every single angle. The utility is so on point at the moment, and FPX is just running it down as if this was Summit again.
Yeah, for me, all of this looks like, oh, we won the first map 13-0, we can do that.
Yeah.
And ever since the end of Sunset, it's just those overconfident swings, those moments where FPX is just trying to run in there without any regards.
And we talked about the first 2 maps being pretty well called by Kovac, and that really changed within the last couple of rounds on Sunset, and right now it's definitely JDG who are in their heads. I mean, their mind games and their reads at the moment are just superior compared to FPX's.
Yeah, it's, you know, JDG's game to lose in my opinion. They have the momentum, they have everything they need to win this map in my opinion.
And the comp they're playing, I already mentioned that, hasn't been leaning towards winning a lot of defense rounds in the past. They won 8 attacking rounds against DRG. I mean, their better side is yet to come up.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like those are the big problems for a JDG side that only a little bit weaker than FPX. JKuro gets an entry. Fairly low on the trade, but Crownfisher that has big implications. Zetroid on the side as well. How in all hell does Yuko get that kill into Zetroid? Aya once more chimes in there with a frag in heaven. His position now known. Aya behind everyone, just waiting for a peek. JS spots him. Kovac on the side. Spike should just go down. Coconut! Nobody is looking at YU. Coconut has been spotted. He has 50 seconds to plant. Jay gets the player up in heaven. 1v1 now against Coconut. And Coconut clutches up. Halftime equalized. FPX is still alive.
At this point, they're just smashing their heads against each other. What on earth are those duels? We have players just dropping from rafters into a fight that is pretty unsecure to even be in at the moment, because the whole team is still behind. And we have YU collecting a shorty kill on a side that shouldn't be his in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, to talk in 2013 lingo, like, it seems like FPX is just YOLOing on site, right? I don't know. They are just like, okay, we ball and go on site. It does not make any sense what they are doing right now. I'm sorry. Normally I want to soften the blow in situations like that. But it's so little structure for FPX in those moments. They had the 13-0, right?
Yeah.
That was great. That was amazing gameplay. But ever since that 11 and 7-11 lead on Sunset, FPX looked so devastated.
Yeah,
Such a different team.
They're falling apart right in front of our eyes. I mean, so many good ideas happening in like the first half of this series, and now we are in the second half, and it's like FPX has completely run out of them. There aren't any second layers. There are no nice, well outthought executes. It's just running down, finding one choke point that they like, and then they have 4 to 5 players running down there, and it's just not working.
Important question. Was there ever a team in VCT history that won the first map 13-0 and lost afterwards?
I doubt it. I heavily doubt that.
Maybe the people in the background can have a quick check for us, because I don't know. I don't think so.
JDG has been 13-0'd in stage 1, and I know they lost that quite heavily to XLG in 2-0 fashion. So for them, this should definitely be a first time. I feel like being down 13-0 and then crawling your way back in this fashion is already quite the status for JDG.
Yeah, and if it's gonna be a region where this happens, then it's gonna be China, right?
And look how patient they are. I mean, we've seen those patient rounds out of FPX a lot in the first half of the series, and now it is JDG who are taking their time to really think through what they're gonna do. The Prowler is not gonna hit anyone, so Coconut is getting a lot of false information, not having any utility in hand right now, just on a ghost to anchor the site.
Yeah, and Coconut challenged by the JDG players. Crownfisher on the trade. Gets shut down by Chalolo as well. Big early damage over from the side of FPX. Raid Paranoia coming in here. Setroid, it's stopped in its tracks. Jay gets that frag, and that's such an important pistol. Kovac from elbow has to deliver, but does not thus far. Player in the corner, Berlin, does not check that. Aya gets shut down by YU as well. Jinkuro gets a last frag, 7-6. In the end, it's just JDG all day.
Oh, and I feel like this initiator anchor on A-side split is something that a lot of teams are trying, and it's only working out as long as your initiator has some utility to work with. The minute Coconut doesn't have a single piece of Fade util on his belt anymore, he needs help immediately, and the help from Cholulu was just a second too late to really stop that execute from JDG.
And by that, JDG should be up 2 rounds on attack. On the second half of things, FPX, they have to claw their way back into this map. They are not in the lead anymore. They are not the players calling the shots. JDG at that point, and it seems like Berlin wants to get his revenge on his former team. Everyone is in it. It's gonna be a big welcome. Greetings, everyone! FPX is here, and JDG is gonna be pushed back, but an instant execute into the B side because they spotted all 5 players there. Might just bring some sort of success. Down to the wire, but they're moving off this one once more. No kills have been exchanged. Everyone is just running left and right. YU, for some reason, is in the enemy spawn already.
With a Marshall.
With a Marshall?
Oh, this game might be breaking me.
Does he die? If he dies here, they can't plant. They have 30 seconds to go. Guys, you have to go on site at some point. And that's a kill by Aya. Berlin up in heaven all alone. Left to die. Everyone on FPX is so low. A single slave fight, it seems, would be enough to kill them all. 40 HP onto Wayu. Make it 25. Coconut on another trade. Now they have a Spectre in hand. Aya from the heavens spots Jay, but he gets traded as well. He has a Phantom now. Coconut. Where does that weapon come from? Kovac, 32 HP. 1v2 situation, 25 HP. Onto Wayu. Obviously he gets that frag. Kovac slow as well. Jay Kuro clutching up in the moment of need. JDG, they at least win another attack round. I don't know how, but it happened.
So FPX has a stack in mid, which is pretty close to B heaven. And the minute JDG is finding that stack, they decide, well, a B execute might be the perfect answer. Then they seem very surprised that there is a stack in B heaven. YU has all the space in CT, but just a Marshall to work with. JDG nearly fumbled this very, very important round. And Kovac in the end nearly clutches that out. I mean, he got the Phantom, he has a smoke, he has a spike in front of his feet. So many possibilities for the IGL of FPX.
Yeah, for sure. But look, in the end, sometimes possibilities might be a little bit overwhelming. And so it seems we are destined for another mid-go, and if you look at the weapons on the side, JDG, it's one Vandal, a Phantom, a Guardian. So a little bit of a buy-up that has happened here. Also, Kovac had smokes up in that last round and did not smoke the spike.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he had all the chances to make this uncomfortable for JDG, and oh, JDG has to try to do the same. The execute towards A stopped immediately. A Prowler to reconfirm there are still players towards main, and now Heaven is their territory.
Yeah, everything has been given over to JD Gaming, but Coconut and Chalolo on the side. YU gets his kills, but it's a big matchup! A big fight taking place on the sides. Kovac and Aya, they have to move back into the site. Hail smoke already thrown out by Kovac. That's a big molly. Does not hit anyone. Jay Kuro gets a frag. Kovac in a 1v2 once more. Has to isolate 17 seconds on his smokes, but Jay Kuro converts. That's a bonus round win for JDG, and a big one at that.
Oh, and I am struggling to understand what FPX is trying to do in some of those rounds, because they are not really going for the retake. They are pretty committed towards fighting for the side, but then they lose the players and have to play a retake in numbers disadvantage, and it's just not working out. So maybe having clearer decision making in dropping a side and fighting for a side could help them out a lot.
Yeah, and I don't know, for all that we're talking about, it seems like JDG is working their way into this matchup, point by point. Jay gets a kill, but that's just a trade. Cetroid, big kill onto the enemy Neon. Does not recover the weapon just yet. Jay Kuro wants to get in there, wants to fight for that area, just so FPX can't recover a weapon. There's a lot of space over to Crownfisher. Coconut, in the meantime, gets Berlin, who was on the lurk as the solo initiator. Crownfisher, at least a trade for him. 2 players still left on that side. Kovac on 1 HP. Big damage onto Jay Kuro. Also dropped though. Picks up that outdoor once more. Tries to peek mid. And counter the rotation of Coconut. FPX still be able to win that round in the end. He wants to still commit over to that B side. There's a crossfire in place. Kovac on 5 HP. That's a big info they need. Crownfisher, big kill. Aya gets shut down as well. 1v2 for Coconut, but he has a gun in hand.
He has a gun in hand, and Crownfisher is pretty much low HP, so is Jay Kuro, but the gun in his hand. Still dangerous for Coconut, who is without a shield in this round.
And it's 70 HP combined on both of the JDG players. Coconut can just spray them down. If he spots the higher lower, that's a spray down. And he just saw Coconut! What? Everybody whiffs on JDG and Coconut capitalizes! In the most important round of that halftime, it's Coconut saving FPX!
Well, that's a beautiful prediction on the higher lower. The way he swings into that with the information that both of his enemies are probably rather low HP, and Coconut clutching it out yet again. He has been such a big impact player in the group stage game against JDG, and here he is making it happen again and again. And we see a sign of life on these FPX player faces. We see them being a bit happier, but not really the biggest reason to be, especially when we have a little tech pause coming up.
If you're happy and you know, clutch around. I mean, nobody's sitting on the higher lower setup, which in the end gets it over the line for JDG, for FPX. Legia can't be happy about that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Legia can't be happy about those rounds, because they won because of a whiff in the end, if we're gonna be honest. And yeah, Coconut clutching up, great aim switch here.
And the swing was lovely. I mean, jiggling into the first peak and collecting the kill immediately is pretty skilled. Yes, his enemies are both whiffing in that situation, but I feel like Coconut is playing that the best way possible.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Coconut is giving us a great showing here, but still, I think losing that against that double, losing with that double peak can't really happen. That higher lower setup, you have to clutch up in a situation like that.
Yeah, now JDG, we see them saving some money. Jay only playing his overdrive and or the bandit, and it is in play immediately.
Yeah, overdrive in play, but YU? Big frag. Important one at that. Chow Low gets one more. Crawfish and Jay trading each other out, and Jay gets all three up in heaven. Fast round by JDG, and it seems like the timeout came back to haunt FPX.
Oh, he's just a goddamn lawnmower in the yard of FPX, mowing everything down.
What is happening in this matchup? Hello, my name is very confused.
Hi, very confused. Hi. I am mildly irritated, but
moderately irritated.
Moderately irritated, and FPX is probably very irritated because they find themselves on another economy round.
Yeah, and the moderately irritated FPX immediately gets a headshot onto Berlin. Sky down once more, 5 and 12 Berlin. It's having some struggles in this matchup. Just from a shooting perspective, but nobody checks for YU. Look at him and Crownfisher already up in heavens on the B side. That smoke might prevent FPX from crashing into the heaven as well. Shuts down CT spawn completely. J can't get out of that situation. Centroid gets a double. All of a sudden the bandits are singing for this FPX lineup. YU on a double kill. 7 HP for Chow Lolo to save the side. Reikuro 1v2 once more. Korak is a bandit. Shalolo is low. Last time to wait for that smoke to fade.
But he is so unsure which are the angles that are being held. Where are my enemies? They are low HP. They have smaller guns, but Shaolulu still has the frag. It is the thrifty round for FPX to find their way back into this map, because the last couple of rounds have been looking a bit shaky from them, a bit careless, a bit inconsistent in their decision making, but still, when it matters, they are so online and 100% on the backs of the frags that Shaolulu is finding towards that spot.
Maybe it's a moment for another JDG timeout. It's another eco. This would be back-to-back-to-back ecos if JDG would convert here. But Jackal punished by Coconut. Important headshot at that. One of the rifles out of the gates already. Groundfisher is trying to retrieve this one, but in the meantime, Aya already getting his counterpart. No shield onto J. Berlin on a classic. At least get something to work with for his team. I mean, Coconut still has an ultimate if they want to retake the side, and Kovac is on the backstab, so this one's gonna be rough for JDG to enter into.
Yeah, 100%, especially with how close Kovac is already coming. And no one is looking at that. This should be a free piece for Kovac. Two around the corner already, but the paranoia is hitting both of them. They are stuck in cubby now.
Yeah, but they still have a free access to the side. And Berlin and Jay all of a sudden turning this around. How does that happen? FPX! One by one, they're all peeking to die into JD Gaming. Frustration and overconfidence.
It feels like FPX is not ready for the fact that JDG...
No. He did not open up his scoreboard and killed another player.
Weird flex, but okay. Why is FPX not ready for JDG making their own decisions and fighting? Why do they expect them to stay tucked and just wait for them to be executed?
But, hey, it's another eco round.
It's only economy rounds for like 5 rounds straight. Any team is always playing an eco or force buy or something else that looks a bit scuffed and just has a big ultimate in there. Something is severely wrong with the second half of splits.
I don't know what to say. All of this makes me mildly irritated, I have to admit.
Aya's just playing a stinger in his Viper's pit.
Yeah, if Kovac dies there, by the way, this B side belongs to JDG. Kovac has to get 2 kills here before dying.
Or 4, maybe. 4 is optional.
4 is optional, but he has to get 2. 4 would be optional. There's Sky ultimate in play. They know where Kovac is. That's a little bit of damage still in the Viper molly. And for some reason, why you get 2 kills? Jay, one more! Groundfisher might have just ended this game! Ended this round! 12 and 8! That's the match point for JD Gaming! From 0 and 13! They might just reverse sweep that map!
JDG was pretty much buried alive on that first map, and all of the sudden they are back. They left the graveyard and are now haunting down FPX as the ghosts that they certainly are. What on earth is this series? FPX has a Marshal and a Sheriff in this possible last round.
It's an eco, they're gonna win this. Trust me, it's an eco, they're gonna win this.
It's not a full eco. I feel like if they would eco this completely, they would win this. But because they force board, they are losing this.
No, J. Kuro is ulting side, and then Chalolo gets 2 Marshal no-scopes.
Okay. I trust.
While being well ulted. That's a higher lower, by the way. If you don't flash, J. Kuro peeks with the Trailblazer, they're all dead. Oh my god, J gets 2. And by that, JDG should have it through the smoke, that last one. FPX, overconfidence on that second map. And just flat out worse gameplay. Then JDG brought them down in the end. Xiao Low trying to face up a close push J. And it might just end on a neon ace in that last round. J with that headshot and Groundfisher closes. JDG. From 0 and 13, they are coming back and beating FPX 1 and 2. There is no way FPX can be happy with themselves in any way possible.
I am not sure what to say. I'm at a loss of words. I don't know if I'm getting chills from the fact that JDG is coming back from an 0-13 or because FPX really fumbled a bunch of those rounds because they just played this overconfident. Anyway, what a game from JDG. What a showing. What a mental resilience from those 5 players.
From an 0-13 losing the matchup is
That's
a little bit
crazy.
of crazy business. But JDG, like, some fight in them.
Mad respect to those JDG players. I thought after Summit they were done and dusted. No chance they're
same.
finding a way back.
Same. I was like, okay, this one's gone. We sat in green room and we're like, okay, 0-14, low to suspend. No way JDG comes back. But FPX shows us once more that everything is possible in VCT China.
Yeah, VCT China, everything is possible, and today those possibilities brought JDG to a crazy serious win, which means they are staying in this upper bracket of the play-ins, and that's a huge step for a team that looked so shaky in groups.
And with Moon's favorite mascot getting padded by the entirety of the FPX players, I think Beatles is ready for an interview in a few seconds. But yeah, JDG, they have done it. They came back from such a big deficit, and we have to talk about Sunset as well, because like they were down, they were out, they lost that map. It was 11-7 after you lost 0-13, and you're telling me you're coming back on that map to afterwards destroy your opponents on split?
Yeah, crazy stuff happening, but you already mentioned the interview coming up pretty soon, and I'm so excited to hear what the JDG players have to say about this series, because this has been insane.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节。再次恭喜 JDG 拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了哲选手。Hello， 哲。
Hello， 大家好，我是京东的哲。
非常焦灼的一场比赛。其实我们知道，在图一，你们被零封可能是一个比较难面对的情况，但是你们并没有因此气馁，反而在图二、图三进行了非常有力的反击。
You guys made huge comeback. Yeah, how did you guys handle pressure? How did you handle pressure?
经历过一次13-0嘛，我觉得这个。
He says that I've gone 13-0 before.
做到自己就行。
是的，在场上快速调整也是一种非常可贵的能力。那其实来到图二日落之城，你的民居可以说发挥了极其关键的作用，有好几次都。
They're talking about like just off plays on Sunset.
的对局情况下，使用民居心
态会不一样。Like what's the mentality?
因为对面都是打那种精英接触比较多，然后我们的指挥就说你先把。
He was like, it's kind of alright because FPX are playing a lot of contact plays.
那其实同样精彩的还有队友的发挥，在图三 J Crew 顶着魁父拿下了精彩的5杀。当时你们队内的语音有没有什么
was team saying when J Crew got the ace on split?
我们就说马丁来了，因为他最近一直在 copy 马丁，
还是非常精彩的操作。那之前在一次的采访中提到柏林说你们可能是不太被看好的队伍视线，但是
Berlin has always said that maybe like FPX JDG have been a bit underrated. Anything to say to those doubters?
也没有太多想要回应的。
一步一步脚
踏实。We'll just take a step at a time. I don't have anything to.
我有听到现场所有的观众都在为你们呐喊加油，有没有什么想要对观众们说的话
？And anything to say to the audience?
来线下看比赛，成都很好，很热。
And he says thank you for coming to see our matches. This is a very good city and it's very hot here.
感谢哲参加我们的赛后采访。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for selfie and the prize show for the audience.
共同记录。好，看镜头。
Yeah, and they're taking a little bit of a selfie, and then we are back after VCT China. And once again, I am shocked by this entire game. You know, they were talking about FPX being a very contact-heavy team, them using that, and it seemed like it, right? All of a sudden, JDG had such a big shift in what they were doing. No, like, I'm at a loss for words. I'm gonna be honest, I'm at a loss for words of what was happening in that matchup with JDG ending it on such a decisive round in the end as well.
I feel like I have an idea where that loss of words might come from, because I witnessed the same things and I'm experiencing a similar feeling. This has been such an exciting series, and after starting off 13-0 on Summit, it feels like it had no right to be this exciting, especially with the huge comeback on Sunset happening, where JDG had to convert round after round after round to just stay in there, and then it's not even overtime. They closed that out in regulation, which is insane.
That frag by Jakuro into Aya was also like the big one of the entire map. I think something like that broke them in the end, and I don't know, it just seems like such a tough defeat for FPX. I don't know how you recover from something like that, right? Because in the end, you are up 13-0 on that first map. You are bound to win.
Yeah.
And then you drop it like that. That's something you have to talk about internally.
Yeah,
otherwise, it's gonna be a rough thing to happen.
Especially now that FPX has to fight against Keep Best Gaming in the lower bracket, it's really time to get themselves together.
And they were like, Kovac went plus 12 in all of those games. But we can look at team comps for this game.
双局都加费德在。
烟力缓吗？用烟力缓。
不懂，别等。有烟吗？
没烟了，我给一层烟了。我击飞了，我击高点了。
来个。来个。
我推。近点你要左手。被黑了，快个。还有个欧门，干有个欧门。刚飞得飞上来了，我推。好的。不懂，这个不懂。推黑的，刚推黑的。
要楼。
两个起王。闪紧加。谁一？别打，大招，别打他。他没枪，还有我这啊。必须的。他点枪了。他没。要去请去。你干嘛刘？有枪。买，我能发。一口啊！我能发狙。他们起。sorry，他们是半起。我天命。好，来一个。停兵包点。包。枪！尽量！
Yeah, and in the end, it's once more why you get taking home the MVP in that situation. 90% cast on the Viper is something to look out for, something big for you, and it seems like, you know, the vibes in JDG at the end were just a little bit better compared to that FPX team. They were overconfident, they were cocky on that second map, and that's what cost them in the end.
Yeah, I am with you on that take 100%. I think FPX had all the chances, had all the possibilities in hand, and they really lost that to themselves, it felt like, in a bunch of those rounds. While JDG definitely had an impressive showing, and those numbers that YU is pulling up are definitely impressive. I think FPX, they need to fix stuff better soon than later, because they are finding themselves in the lower bracket now. They have to go up against a Challengers team, and this far, yes, a Challengers team could take a map out of off of a VCT team, but not a win. And FPX definitely don't want to be the first one that have that happening to themselves.
Yeah, Keep Best Gaming, they have to win. Like, there is no way around it. They have a big threat on that team, right? They have Ackerman in the ranks, who played in VCT, right? Who was amongst the Dragon Ranger Gaming lineup that went to champs. So, like, that's not an easy opponent to come up against. And that loss on against JDG, where you are winning the first map 13-0, and being ahead 11-7 on the second one. You can't lose. You can't lose that map, and you have to recover from a loss like this. There is like big work ahead for Legia and the entire team during the week before the next matchup is starting, because I don't know how I would approach my players after a loss like that, because you have to win. There is no way around that. Like, that Sunset loss has to be a win after everything that has been shown. you know, there has to be a W on that sunset.
Yeah, and for JDG, they are now in the upper finals, some upper semi-finals of this bracket, and they're still waiting for an enemy that is going to be determined tomorrow, because the next game coming up is going to be Wolves against DRG, and that is determining the upper semi-final in the lower branch of the tree. We are going to have Zach and Nobi covering that, and I am so excited how these games are going to go. Do you have any predictions for that next map coming up?
Wolves is gonna win. Ahoo.
Ahoo.
Wolves is gonna win always when I'm being asked, but maybe I'm jinxing them just into irrelevancy again. Yeah, but once again, you already said it, Nobi and Zobi are gonna be on that broadcast. Have a good one, guys. Stay tuned for the next matchups here in the plains of VCT China.
We can set the world on fire. monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel it. Forced apart in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Hello everybody, and ooh, there we go. Welcome on back. A little bit of a button mishap there. Hello, welcome back to the VCT China English broadcast brought to you by Project Horizon. And well, we are just about to dive into our second game of the day. It is of course our upper quarter finals. I'm Nari Mizuki, or Sam, and I'm going to be one of your casters today. And I'm joined by a face that should be rather familiar to you all by now. Relatively new to the casting desk, but has been putting on a great show for us. How are you doing today, Nobi?
I'm doing great. It's going to be a great match today. Wolves versus DRG, and of course, two teams that we know have so much potential. Of course, they, given their placement within the actual group stage, they managed to get that bye into the play-in. So they're of course going to be looking to kind of come out the gate strong here. Both teams are, and kind of just continue progressing because they want to get to that playoffs. It is going to be for literally every single team within this entire bracket, this play-in bracket. It's going to be a lot for them because they not only have to play through this entire little kind of tournament on its own, but then they have to, once they make it out of this, they got to play the entire playoff bracket. And of course, there is the danger for at least for the lower teams who haven't had too much trouble thus far. Trace managed to beat out a team, which is the tier 2 team for VCT CN. They beat them 2-0, and Titan Esports Club beat Heat Beast 2-1. But you know, of course, they are still a danger because they're in the lowers. So you know, if they manage to win out, they're gonna have to worry about those tier 2 teams, etc., etc. So it is certainly going to be a lot for them. It's going to be entertaining to see over the next few days.
And I think that this is a really exciting game just in and of itself. Obviously, both of these two teams coming through the same group had the same kind of score line coming through it, sitting at 2 and 3. I mean, even the map differential was incredibly close. It was a +5 and a 0. So, I mean, these two teams, very difficult to separate. And then in the seeding matches, you had Wolves going down against FPX, but Dragon Ranger getting a very important win against JDG, who was kind of their equal in the opposite group. But it does mean that these two teams that played each other in the group stages will have to play against each other once again. And the last time around, it was in favor of Wolves, a 2-1 victory for them, honestly going the distance. So what are our expectations for this epic rematch today with so much more on the line?
To be honest, you're right. It does certainly have more on the line, and that's the entertaining thing about seeing both of these teams clash is, in my personal opinion, they're pretty similar in terms of the skill level of the players and all that. So it really just comes down to who is feeling better on the day in large part. And I think that's honestly one of my favorite parts when I see two teams that are similar match up. It's just, it's so awesome. So I expect another clash. To be perfectly honest, as far as things like maps go, that's really also going to be the determining factor. Because ultimately the map pool, the strength of your map pool is going to be probably what will win you the most games. Of course, you know, we've seen on DRG, they've played by far the most. I believe it's going to be Haven and Lotus. Those are like kind of their two maps. But the thing is, not even necessarily their two maps, they just played it the most, but that's the thing, right? Like Haven they have a 40% win rate on, and Lotus they have a 25% win rate on. So you know, if I'm Wolves, I'm going to be looking to put them on Lotus. Wolves doesn't really have an amazing win rate on that map either, but certainly more than DRG. They're 1-3, so this stage at least. So, you know, I think that's definitely one of the maps that, who knows, we might even see a ban come out from them. You never know. And of course, the new map being in the cards as well, it's certainly a factor.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our teams for the day. We've got our lineups popping up here. And again, you know, some names that should look very familiar to all of you. Wolves Esports, of course, been around for quite some time, and some really, really strong power on this roster. Any names that maybe particularly stand out to you that you want to really kind of deep dive a little bit more into?
Yeah, I mean, Yosemite, Spring, Darion, like, I mean, those three players, the core, those are the players that are 100% that I'm going to be keeping an eye on throughout this entire series. And of course, on DRG, you got Life, you got Spirit, and Vukashu too. Again, that's like the core for me. You know, those are the players who make the biggest impact consistently through every series. And I think that that's going to continue to be the case. I think it's kind of just going to be a battle. But it's like, of course, not that the rest of the players don't do anything, but I just think impact wise, they're usually the ones that are most consistent.
Well, it looks like we've got a little graphic here showing us the close game, or the clean games versus the close games. So what we have there with our stat, it's the average rounds that they're getting per map, and 20 versus 22 rounds per map. I mean, you think about if a game goes into overtime, that's 24 rounds. So averaging on 22 rounds per map, that's telling us that a lot of these series really are going the distance. And between these two teams, I think that's going to be very, very exciting to watch. And you were talking a little bit about the veto. You mentioned about reps and about, maps that the teams are playing more often. And sometimes reps can help you a lot more than what the statistics show, particularly when you're going up against a team that you should be, relatively evenly matched on. So we've got a lot of question marks about what that veto inevitably is going to look like. And hopefully it's going to be an exciting one. There it is. Right before our eyes, there's that Lotus and Haven that you were talking about. They immediately come out so quickly, and then a decider map there, that's looking like it's going to be an interesting one too, should we get there.
It's definitely true. And look, as far as I can tell, Wolves have like every single Summit match that they played has been a loss, so it's interesting. But at the same time, I don't even think DRG has played on Summit at all. Literally 0 matches. We've never seen them on it. So that is going to be the most entertaining map out of all these three, should we get there. So I'm hoping for a barn burner here. And like I mentioned before, of course, Wolves picking that Lotus, most likely because of what they've seen from coming out from DRG thus far in the stage. And honestly, I think they're completely right to do that. There's clearly something to exploit there in their play, at least so far, that I think can be taken advantage of.
Yeah, I'm a bit interested because obviously the last time they played on this, it was DRG picking into Sunset, and of course they lost that 13-9. And it was actually Wolves' map pick of Haven that they ended up winning. So of course, for them picking into it now, they're certainly feeling a level of confidence. And that Lotus, that was a Wolves win. That's what inevitably got Wolves over the finish line. But the Summit pick, I think, is the big kind of surprise factor here. I know it has been played a lot more often in the Chinese region than it has been in a lot of other regions, but yeah. I'll be curious to see what kind of happens when they do go toe-to-toe, because remember, this is a rematch. We can talk about theoretical stuff and the what is it, the law of transference or whatever it's called, that rock paper scissors. Well, this one, team A beats team B and team B beats team C, so is team C better than team A? Like transitive properties, that's the one. We can talk about that till the cows come home, but they have actually played each other. We do have a little bit of tape and a couple of expectations for how this might invariably end up going. So very curious to see. Do you think, because our first match or our first maps or at the very least, the Haven is that rematch. Do you think it's going to end up going the same way? Do you think Wolves still have the advantage in this?
Yeah, I mean, look, the last time that these teams matched up and they played Haven, we saw DRG come out 13-9, and it was a fairly close match. You know, we saw players, we saw players like Glacier do good, but not necessarily enough to be convincing, if you want me to be perfectly honest. So if it's me, I'm going to be looking for these players to have done something. Now that they've played each other, they're going to have a much better idea of how the other kind of approaches the map at its core, theory-wise. And so I want to just continue to see that. But let's go ahead and see what we got here in terms of the walkouts, I believe, which is about to pop up. But either way, continuing on about what we were talking about, I think, honestly, the Haven is a little bit more of a toss-up than it may seem initially, because, I mean, yes, these teams have played each other in the last time DRG came on top, but either way, I think anti-stratting is going to be super important here. They're going to have a lot more of an advantage in that department. So, you know, it should at least be closer, of course, unless one team is just better on the day.
Well, that is very often what it comes down to. Who is, in fact, the better of the two teams on the day? And of course, now our teams are getting ready to make their way over to the stage and prepare themselves for what will be a very, very important match. Remember, victory here will propel them forwards in this bracket, but a loss will drop them down to that lower bracket. They'll have to rely on that safety net, and they will lose that net. Because of course that will put them on that knife's edge. So let's get ready to dive into this one. We can start talking a little bit about what our kind of long-term expectations are going to be. As mentioned, we do have that veto available for us. So first and foremost, we kick things off on Lotus. Now let's talk compositions. What are kind of our expectations coming into this for composition? Because I know that I think both of these teams have been pretty consistent in what they like to play, at least in recent times, but they have shown a little bit of flexibility in the past. So are we thinking that it's going to be more of the same, or are we perhaps going to see some alternations coming through from their comps?
For sure. I mean, look, the last time we saw, especially on the Lotus, Spirit was on Yoru. It's interesting, but what I am expecting to see is either a Waylay or a Neon come out from really both of these teams. It's gonna be really the Waylay Neon show. Of course, on Lotus you might see a little bit of variation on that with Raze, but I'm really expecting to see that Waylay Neon come out, especially on the rest of that map pool. That's honestly, I think, kind of, especially specifically for DRG, I think that is going to be their kind of bread and butter. At least right now, they seem to be kind of rocking with that. So I think they're going to continue along, and you know, we'll see what happens. But of course, you know, we're just about to get in. We're just about to see the comp, so kind of excited.
Yeah, then there it is, the fist bump that tells us it's time to kick off this series. Now, as a reminder, folks, we are in the upper quarter final. We're deep into our play-ins, and this is for qualification to that playoff stage for another shot to build up some of those all-important circuit points. And the winner of this game will move on to play against the winner of EDG versus Titan Esports. So, of course, the battles continue, and there will be no easy routes into this. So pressure now starting to mount for these two teams. I like what you were saying about the Waylay. I would love to see that coming through as well. It's one of the strongest agents that we have at the moment, so if we don't see that, I'll be a little bit surprised. I know that Dragon Ranger have been leaning into that a little bit more recently, but it feels like Wolves have really been sticking to that super classic sort of Fnatic composition, with of course the exception being the Vice, which was recently, I say recently, I mean it's been a few months now, but that's been the kind of more staple pick onto the map. So just in terms of, I think, compositions that we're familiar with, I would give a little bit of a favor over to the Wolves on that one. But that is, of course, looking historically. There's every possibility that we'll see some change-ups here. So as the players get themselves ready to dive in, looking forward to seeing what that agent select is going to look like.
Look at life doing life things, being funny, cracking himself up. But funnily enough, you were talking about Waylay a little bit, and that's the thing. Waylay as an agent is a little bit more controversial of a pick than she used to be. It used to be a no-brainer, but nowadays it's one of those situations where she is a shadow of her former self with that, literally with just the nerf to her saturate, because it just stunts her entry ability a lot more. So, you know, that's going to be interesting, but doesn't really seem to matter much. Of course, as we expected, DRG are going to opt to pick Waylay here, and of course, Wolves opting to pick that Raze. And I believe that's actually going to be a little bit different than what we previously saw, because we actually had... Actually, no, it's the same. The only difference here really is the fact that Spirit is no longer on Yoru. And is choosing the Waylay here. So, and in turn, Life is now on Jet. So they're kind of switching around who is who on this map. Previously, Life was on Waylay and Spirit was on Yoru, but it kind of just seems like either player is totally cool with playing that Waylay, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, I think they're both perfectly capable of doing so. So, of course, we'll see how it goes in a second, but you know, there's definitely certainly a little bit of difference there compared to when they last clashed.
Yeah, admittedly, I'm a little bit sad to see the Yoru going out. I think that particularly in game changes, for example, Mimi has been showing us how powerful that Yoru can still be in the right hands, but you cannot deny the synergy that comes with combining the Waylay and the Jet. So much explosive power and that untradeability, that get out of dodge free card that you can activate at a moment's notice. You can get so much early information to play off of as well. I think that, you know, combining these two, of course, going to be a huge feather in the cap. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive on in to that quarterfinal. Map 1 on the horizon. Of course, it is going to be Lotus. Wolves taking on DRG. Map number 1. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. And like you mentioned earlier, this certainly a match with stakes, and this is the quarterfinal. This is the upper quarters. Right, you know, it's considered probably the safest one of the safest positions you can be in within the tournament. But of course, no safe position necessarily here in the play-in. So starting out, a little bit of A pressure from DRG, honestly, and Wolves. But looks like the two players that did pressure just instantly rotate. They break that breakable door and find themselves trying to re-clear that B main space, while the rest of DRG just walk up A, and they're in Rebel now.
Very early control being taken. Wolves have left the Vise alone to kind of anchor down onto that A site, but with shots ringing out, that's going to kind of give over a little bit of information. They hear the door opening, so rotations now can start to come through from the Wolves players. They leave the Viper there just in case, but as you mentioned, DRG so quickly make their way onto the site, completely undeterred. No one to hold back the tide. Let's see now as Wolves start to position themselves in to go for that retake. Unfortunately, somebody's going to find himself on the wrong end of that pistol. The first blood drawn here in this matchup. And there's that untradeability. Life gets the information, knows that Glacier is slowly pressing in. I think only spotted the one. However, flash after flash. The paranoia, quick follow-up as well. But no kills to be garnered off the back of it. Pikachu gets caught out, but Glacier trying to satchel their way onto the site, completely blinded out. They're just funneling into a meat blender. Darion does get one final kill, a dying breath in the round, but it's not gonna go their way. First round gets taken away.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Wolves had a really good shot there. They genuinely, they got that some really good trades, and it just kind of went by the wayside, because I honestly think, and it's not even like it was that egregious, but there were some 1v1s taken, and I think that really was what lost them the round. It's just the fact that they managed to isolate themselves just a little bit too much, and it allowed DRG to really take advantage. So good on them to do so in that first round, and it's just a really weird entry too, if you want me to be honest. So They kind of just walked up. I mean, obviously they made noise, but they still literally just completely walked onto the site for free. So
yeah, normally you leave your weak anchor towards C, and it's normally your Viper. So to leave the Vise all alone like that, have to go and play in for the retake, does make things that little bit more difficult. Now, I do like this. We've got some poking and prodding over towards A, but it's all smoke and mirrors. The Spike's actually moving over towards the C site, which has already been taken. Darian's been forced out into water, way off of his position, and the Spike is now going to get planted. Meanwhile, DRG continuing to run rampant on the other side of the map. A double kill for him, looking for that third. Not going to be allowed to happen, but he's done more than his fair share. Because I don't even know how you got that shot, man. It didn't even look like your crosshair was even on that player, but there you have it, folks. Within the blink of an eye, DRG again, very quick access onto the site. Spike planted, and only 2 players alive now. The double controller set up. Have to find a way back into this round, and it's not looking likely. So instead, it's just going to be exit frags, potentially. First one does come through, but that's all she wrote. DRG with a very easy conversion.
Yep, not a bad round. To be honest with you, really the only good thing to come out of that round for Wolves was just the fact that they got that Marshall down. Obviously, Life had that in his hands and managed to get 2, but none of the really heavy hitting guns here were taken off the board. Of course, Spirit only had literally just a sheriff, so you know it's really not that big for them as far as weapons down. And of course, as you see in this round, we are going to see some other rifles invested. Glacier, though, picking off Spirit with the Outlaw, and that right there is an excellent start.
Might have been a little bit of overconfidence, perhaps, from Spirits, trying to take that control all by himself, and let's get punished for it. Now we've got Darion with a very advanced position out towards Mound. Looking to see if he can catch somebody, but great utility allows them to push forward. Yosemite can't quite get those shots to land, so that control gets taken back by DRG. Now need to find some momentum with it. All they've done is take back space that was kind of theirs to begin with. Find a way to keep pushing forward, and Wolves of course have responded. They've moved rotations, reinforcements over towards C. Great shot from Yosemite over the top of the wall, but the Spike has already pivoted. It's moved over towards the C site. Spring gets blinded out of existence, but the Vice wall has ruined their plots and plans, slowed them down. Unfortunately, that cage actually allows Vikashu to live, sneak into a tiny corner position, and I don't think they have any idea that he's there. Spring's done a lot to burn down that clock just a little bit more, but they've slipped under the net below his line of sight. Is that breakable door open? Doesn't matter.
Shot.
He's found Nick on the repeat. The Spike still making his way in. The head was spotted. Finds the kill onto Vikashu. Now the site is theirs, but unfortunately with only 1 player remaining, can they hold onto it? No, they cannot. Spike planted for a bit of cash, but it is a flawless round for Wolves.
Yep, I mean, that went about as well as it possibly could have. That was an excellent bonus there. And of course, off the back of this first blood here from Glacier, kind of just able to pick off Spirit virtually instantly, and some good shots from Spring. And like you kind of were mentioning during the round, excellent delay. That was the big thing that I think ultimately was what won them that round so easily. Huge impact there from Spring, just able to kind of make sure that even though the DRG were able to get access to the site, he was able to isolate fights and kind of just make them feel uncomfortable in this site the entire time. So that's really a really good sign going into these future rounds if he's able to continue to do that. But this is about to be a huge fight here. Refract is there, and there's 4 Wolves players ready to defend this area of the map.
Wolves have been reading into DRG so well the last couple of rounds, reinforcing at just the right places, stacking in the perfect moments, and off the back of holding back that rubble control, they very quickly dispersed themselves back across the map to reinforce where those holes were made. Now it looks like DRG are angling for this C hit. A little bit of information garnered here. Yosemite very much aware. Oh, just absolutely pummeled by every piece of utility. So he's going to be forced off of that angle now. Live, holding for the rotations. Finds the kill onto Darian. Spirits finds the double up. Somehow, Life lives for so long. Glacier will find the trade-off, but it's maybe too little too late. A 3-on-4 for this retake with Spike already planted. Not a lot of control to be had here. They need to team up. Running devastatingly low on utility as well. 1 Haunt and 2 Satchels is all they'll have to try and get themselves in onto the site. Glacier incredibly low on health, and unfortunately with Aluba going down, they now don't even have any eyes. So all that can be done here, very reminiscent to 2 rounds back, is hope for a couple of exits. Otherwise, hold on to the rifles. DRG very quickly regained control in this map.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm a really big fan of how Wolves approached that round early on. You know, they had that huge A fight, cut noise, made DRG ask questions, but they said, we don't want any part of that. We're just rotating C. We don't care. And then they got access to that pretty quickly. And I love the actual util usage on the site take. That paranoia made a huge difference in just literally forcing whoever was there off of the site. You know, pretty much right away, and especially the thorns in combination with that, excellently used. And to be honest, I think that's in large part what won them the round, despite the late rotation.
Let's see if Wolves can find a bit of recovery here. Money's going to be a little bit of a problem for them if they can't manage to make it happen. I don't know how Spirit... Never mind. There we go. I was like, how do Spirits live that long? But eventually does get caught retreating. Doesn't matter. They've still found space onto the B site again. Wolves playing very heavily into that retake scenario, doing so well off of their flashes. Somehow, Glacier manages to bunny hop his way to freedom. The Viper's Pit had come down. Did they let it fall? They did. Okay, so it was just up to give them that little bit of cover. Now it's gone. Now the retake can start once again. Aluba finds a kill, but the trades favor DRG. Nick finding a 3K here. Yosemite all alone finds the first. Still 2 more players' time. Not on his side, and he will lose his life as well. Despite everything, DRG will still find that 4th.
4 people that round tried to come from that breakable door into Link. That was a super interesting idea there, because in reality, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's like it's a small choke, and it kind of if they all, I mean, they all kind of took ones here, so it kind of just more or less allowed Nick to get those kills almost virtually for free. But either way, it just kind of makes your lives a little more difficult. I mean, I would have imagined that they would have at least tried to take some sort of head control, but I think that was honestly their crucial blunder here in that round. But once again, early A fight, no noise, so they're just going to basically rotate, and that's kind of been their strategy this entire defense half, is just to say, hey, we're going to fight A, there's no noise, or they back off, we're out. Yosemite, though, stalwart on the site, trying to do something here, but fully stunned up, can't do a damn thing, and all the players converging! Only 1 left, and it's Aluba in a world of hurt. Just a guardian in a dream, and gets 1, but that is simply a consolation as he falls. And that is a quick round for DRG.
I mean, pretty standard anti-eco, exactly kind of how you expect it to go. They do get that little bit of damage done, but ultimately it's not going to make any real difference in the long term. This is, however, starting to get a little bit scary for Wolves. They've only managed to pick up that 1 round. They've invested so much into a lot of these rounds, but still not finding any sort of value. And you can see exactly why they need to just pull this timeout now. You know, need to kind of rethink their strategy a little bit. They're playing very passive. They're very easily being flushed off of their positions, but they're not retaking space that they lose. They're not re-clearing. So it puts them in a position where they're always kind of playing on the back foot. They need to find a way to swap up the tempo a little bit and maybe put DRG in a bit more of an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, they're the way they've been playing is fairly readable. Obviously, like, if you have a team fighting A every round and then cutting noise, you would expect that they're no longer in that area of the map because they have to play super fast rotate. I mean, if DRG kind of just goes and hits C, it's kind of just over for them in that sense, right? They should be able to take the site super easily. So what I want to see from Wolves in reality is just kind of mix it up, you know, fight C, or just kind of have an even spread for a few rounds, whatever it takes, but show a different look than just that A fight to start out. And it looks like that's kind of what they're going to do here. They do still have the two players. They still have Aluba and Glacier fighting for that C's nade kind of combo there potentially, but they have a different spread. Now, of course, Darion on C, ready to kind of bolster things up. That paranoia could potentially make a huge difference.
Life not even buying or investing a rifle into this round. So convinced that the value can come from this Blade Storm. And all he needs to do is get one kill and he's got a free gun. So it can actually work out very well for them. They've managed to bait out some of this defensive utility as well, causing a little bit of paranoia. Not the ability this time, just the feeling. And that's pulling out all of that util and going to make it very difficult for Wolves when they eventually do kind of get onto this retake setup. It's a lot invested within the first few seconds of the round, but now we're down to sub 1 minute. DRG now need to make a decision, need to start pushing in. The flash goes out just on the other side of the smoke, doesn't actually catch on to anything, so no real information garnered, but it is going to be the double back over towards the B site. A teleport onto the site. Actually nets them a kill somehow. Glacier finds the kill with a showstopper though, does just enough to maybe slow things down a little bit, and Aluba will get a follow-up, but Vakashu brings it back to the 3-on-3. The Blade Storm has not paid off just yet, and now they are forced to commit to this C site. Ultimates will start to come out as Darion has to reposition himself. Spike is going to get planted at the very least, and I love this aggression, trying to ensure that they can clear out as much space as possible, but it's again Wolves having to come through on a retake situation. First player spotted, but Yosemite finds the kill, the steal gone in, just to make life that little bit more difficult, but Knife still has blades, he still has weapons at his disposal, can't get them to land, and it's all down to Spirits. Glacier already on the defuse, trying to get that Spike cleared away, gets it to the half, and finds the final kill of the round. 3 kills from this Raze, and Wolves finally find themselves back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a round that honestly I think was super, it could have gone either way. It was super close. Of course, we saw strings of kills from both teams at different times within the round, but to be honest, that was kind of a must-win for Wolves. And of course, you had they invested into it. Certainly, they had the showstopper in that. Yosemite got that, and honestly, an excellent kill. Glacier got another excellent kill, and had the awareness to get off the spike mid-defuse and grab that last one. So excellently played on his part, but now they've still got plenty of work left to do to catch up. It is a deficit that was kind of growing increasingly, and now of course it is 2-5, so they've started. Plenty more to do, so be presence early. A Prowler invested as well, but look at this danger here. Glacier sitting with the operator line. This could prove to be devastating, and it's kind of the strong side of the map right now, I'd say. So one found instantly. Glacier's gonna get right out of there, and now has info as well. So this is already kind of a dangerous hit. Spirit taken down some, well, not a whole lot of HP, but we could see some spam here. And here comes that entry. Saturate in the cards. Spring manages to get the kill anyway, and the swing for the trade is not there. Yosemite's ready. That's the spike.
Swinging through these smokes, through the Viper orbs of all things, getting vulnerable, chunked down, and now Life's all alone to try and 1v5. The spike is lost. It's not available to him. He gets wrapped on, and Glacier opened the round, and he will close the round. And I think one of the things that's been so impressive about this player is that satchel movement. It has been such a joy to watch, really making up for the perceived deficit in movement between an agent like Raze and an agent like Jet.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a good Raze player is just excellent. I mean, you have your Jings of the world who, you know, have proven that skill expression on Raze is one of the biggest differentiating factors, especially within Tier 1 Valorant, between who can really play Raze and who can just be like, yeah, you know, I can play Raze. So, you know, of course, now that DRG have kind of seen their own losses, at least in these 2 rounds, they're going to pop their own timeout, kind of talk things out and try to reset and rethink their approach, because I think fundamentally both teams have been kind of playing rather simple Valorant. It's just kind of been, hey, fight some sort of choke early, rotate, you know, kind of turn it into a default and just go from there. You know, like, I mean, of course, in that last round, we didn't really see too much of that. We kind of just saw DRG say, all right, we're in A. But, you know, for the most part, we've more or less just been saying fight, default. And, you know, I think we might see something different, at least a little bit more consistently, coming into these latter stages of the first half.
I think that a lot of the utility usage has been pretty good. Kind of to your point, right? It's very kind of bog standard. Flash here, paranoia here. Okay, get a Molotov there. We clear it out, and it does look like it's just kind of very strategized, very practiced. We're not seeing anything crazy just yet. Here's a great example of it immediately cracking onto the B site, but there's no pushback. There's no one home. Wolves again. Interestingly, this time they go for a little bit of mound control, but there's no one there, and they have to give up that control to try and start moving their way in towards this B site, using the door, trying to open up a bit of space for themselves, but they've already lost one player. Spirits has an inkling that there's going to be a little bit of a follow-up to potentially come through here. So every avenue towards this B site is being watched. And DRG with the numbers advantage, it's going to be difficult to find an opening on them, to find them in an uncomfortable spot. Vikashu ready here, waiting for them to swing out. Finds that first, but does get traded. Meanwhile, Aluba's found one on the site as well, making things a little bit more difficult, but that spike continues to tick away. Time is not on their side. A double kill coming through. Nick's the last one alive. Darian is on the spike. He started the defuse. Nick cannot find his way in. Spring holds the line. There's the trust in the teammate. The defuse continues. The final pillar falls, and Wolves find one more round.
Yeah, I mean, that was, at least at a certain point within the round, that was 100% in the bag for DRG. But ultimately, I think it came down to kind of just their play around the link area. I mean, the fact that Aluba was able to get that kill and kind of just continue was insane to me. They should not have allowed that in any capacity. But unfortunately, they come out with a loss for that round off the back of the timeout too. So they're going to be reeling in that one a little bit. And of course, now DRG has to kind of decide where to go. And thing is, Wolves isn't really giving them much to go off of, because there's 3 players on the C side of the map. There's no info being given, and there's a whole lot of info on the other side though. Paranoia ends up coming in huge and kind of just stops things in its tracks. The life is going to chill and will fall.
This is one of the first times that they haven't actually been forced off of their position. They can hold the line and keep control of that space. It's a great change up from what we've seen previously. Unfortunately, with the trade going the way that it does, eventually they do have to give up that space, but they've burnt down the clock to sub 1 minute. And this is forcing DRG again to have to rethink what their approach is going to be. And now they have to force, they have to push forward. Oh, Darion caught out in the open. So is Yosemite. We're not using cover. We're just standing available, free for the taking. 2 players remain. As that dog comes out, Spirits finds the kill onto Aluba. And Glacier's left alone with the operator. And you know what time it is. It's time to save.
Yep, absolutely. Honestly, a smart save here, of course. Operated in the hands of Glacier, and DRG know that. So there's going to be a little bit of hunting potentially here from Bukashu, but not really sure if he's going to be able to find Glacier in time. I don't think it's going to happen. But regardless, I am a super big fan of the way that DRG played that round. They kind of got their stuff together. I mean, that was a round that they, to be quite honest, should have lost given the amount of people that were in that one choke. and the fact that life fell super early. So, you know, kind of was talking about how last round DRG should have had that in the bag. Wolves certainly should have had that one in the bag, but of course, that is not the way that it went. Off the back of some really good kills from the duelists here. I mean, that's a great use of the saturate there to potentially get that trade. Of course, Nick being the initiator got a kill, but that kill from Spirit did so much.
2 rounds remaining now for Wolves to try and even out the scoreline, and the Hail Mary plays have begun. The Odin is on board, but there's no one on A, and it's Glacier to find the opening frag onto Vukashu. They're shutting down the potential for the pincer here. The Lurk not going to be allowed to participate in this particular round. Paranoia does land. Spring not able to get out of dodge. Spirits off the back of that Paranoia follows it straight onto the side. A triple kill to crack it open. The Odin's still making its way over from Narnia. And while Glacier is still sat here in water looking for a sightline, an opening, an opportunity, he will not give it to him. Trying to just fire away into that default position. Spirits on for the ace. 4 kills garnered, looking to try and find that 5th. Is Glacier willing to put himself in danger's way? But just go for potential exits here. Hold on to the op just one more round, because it is looking like DRG are going to confirm a lead at the half. And there we go. That flash gives away the game. They are going to be coming for him, and he's just going to have to turn tail.
No.
Does find an exit. Can he make it a second? Oh, shot doesn't land. He's being... Oh my god, what was that? Nasty 3 kill from Glacier, but not enough to save the day. And that will still be DRG finding their 7th.
Yeah, and of course, Spirit is gotta be happy about that one. And honestly, this guy has been such a big difference maker on these entries, just able to pretty much always get his one, if not more. So, and it's honestly off of the back of the fact that they didn't even have to, Wolves didn't have to worry about the lurk at all, right? Because they found Vukashu really early. So for Spirit to be able to get as much value as he did on that site and kill literally 3 people there was insane. And of course, he ended up getting the 4-2 later on. So excellently played, and that is going to guarantee DRG an advantage at the half, which is of course what you want to see on a map like Lotus. Super attack sided map. So, you know, they're realistically going to be looking to get 8 here at least. That is kind of their, at least for them, the expectation. But here comes the showstopper, which doesn't even get any value.
Oh, it
insane! It gets some of the players low, but no kills found. Cosmetic ult. Oh my. And DRG just gonna rotate over to see off the back of that.
Little bit of splash damage, not going to confirm anything, but Glacier does get lost in the interim. Spirits was found though. They were still on the 4-on-4. There's still an opportunity, but DRG going to have to think about committing very soon down to the 40-second mark. You can't really allow for time to tick any further away from them. Heavy hold from the Wolves at the moment, waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs. They'll walk into the enemy and just spray their way through. As that smoke blooms, it doesn't matter. Everyone is already dead. 7-5, a last dying ember. And the final moments of that first half give a little bit of an opportunity for Wolves in the second.
To be perfectly honest, I think that half was excellent from Wolves. Like, getting a 5-7 on Lotus is almost ideal. Not ideal, but about, honestly, fairly close to it. And to be honest, the other thing too is the fact that DRG kind of just sat in that choke. It didn't really execute. Like, they sat there for a solid like 15 seconds before actually like looking to hit the site, and it more or less not only allowed the rest of Wolves to rotate over, but even kind of just say, hey, all right, if you're not going to execute, then we're just going to peek right into you. And they did not expect that whatsoever. And I'm not particularly sure why. So, you know, DRG kind of with a little bit of a fumble in the last seconds of that first half. But of course, they still come out on top. They still have the round advantage. So they manage to win this defense pistol, they're going to be looking at a lot better of a position than Wolves.
You can tell this is a gaming event. So what's happening here in the halftime is the favorite summer activity. And it is play Valorant versus Touchgrass. And I don't know if you noticed, not a single person voted for Touchgrass. So, yeah, who would have thought people that attend Valorant lands are Valorant fans?
Yeah, why would you touch grass? What's that? What's grass? We don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like a little bit of grass on Haven somewhere, right? Maybe
yeah, that's a call out.
Yeah.
I know that's a call out. Yep, I know that one. That's other than that, there's like some green stuff on the ground. Don't know what it is. It's weird.
Yeah, why do we call it grass? That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. We should be diving into our second half now. Oh, there we go. Momentarily indeed. Now Wolves looking to kind of match DRG's performance from the first half. See if they can find a way back into this round. Double bandits coming through onto this round, plus a sheriff to boot. So lots of firepower. Maybe take them through. Nice usage of the smokes to deny any information off of that guiding light, but with all the smokes up, that in and of itself is that little bit of information needed. So the site is relatively given up. They've got a lot of space to start scaling up without facing much. Oh, okay. Spams through.
Oh my!
From God knows where. The shots ring true for DRG. They find the advantage. It is only a one-player advantage. Wolves will still be able to get that spike planted, and now they can just hold the line a little bit longer. There it is. The funnels, the damage done. I think that was a dink through the floor, so life is dangerously low off the back of that first kill. Just a tickle. It's not a tickle. It's a headshot. Yosemite absolutely on fire in this round, and Verse has to come up massive with a double kill for himself with the Sheriff. Finds the first, but with 5 HP, it'll be Yosemite to clean it up.
I mean, this guy absolutely saved it. I called it before the game even started that he was a part of the core for Wolves. The impact that this guy gets so often it cannot be understated. Literally, Wolves were completely out of that round. They had 2 players with not a whole lot of HP. Yosemite really didn't have a whole lot to work with there. He was completely one-tap to a Sheriff and still manages to get 4 off the back of some wild shots. So, I mean, that guy absolutely saved that round for Wolves.
Now looking to try and get a conversion for themselves. I love this. Double Marshall, double Bulldog. Very solid buy into this. You know that there's going to be limited HP, limited shielding, if anything, on your opponent. So the one-tap potential from the Marshall will be a bit of a game changer for them. They kick things off with just a little bit of orb control here. No commitment made just yet. And DRG, of course, going for the stack towards A. Nothing happening here. Interestingly, they're opting to rotate. Instead of playing for the stack retake, themselves into position to try and slow things down, and with the speed that Wolves are taking this, they may actually find themselves ready and in position for this exec when it does eventually come through. And immediately the smoke does come down, paint shells to follow to give that little bit of space, satcheling out onto the grounds. It's Glacier with a nasty opening shot, followed up by Spring, who, okay, snake bite kill, why not? Pikachu finding a double with that Sheriff, but is it going to be enough? 1 versus 3 to bring this back. HP bars are not favoring anyone, but it's Aluba to find that final kill, and that is the equalizer for Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, they Wolves just kind of forced their way into that round, and I mentioned how the pistol would be a super important one, depending on who won, and Wolves, of course, coming out on top, and they managed to win this anti-eco fairly cleanly as well, so they're going to be in a pretty set position. We find ourselves all tied up, so at this point, it is anyone's game, especially if Wolves come out with the bonus here. So they're going to be looking to do that, as they looks like we're seeing 3 Bulldogs on their side, plus a Marshall, plus a Sheriff. But of course, DRG, they've got to kind of turn the tide a little bit here. 2 players spotted out by Spirit, and doesn't really give a whole lot of info, as it kind of just looks like Wolves are more or less just defaulting right now. But looks like they're just going to pivot over towards A, and that Trailblazer on the other side of the map from Nick is going to give a whole lot of info. It's going to prompt some rotations.
That's a good, very good point. You know, realizing there's nothing happening over towards Mound, they will leave one just in case it's a gambit. But no, the door is hit. They realize, okay, it's looking like it's going to be a push. You can hear the sound of the satchels as well. Glacier gearing himself up for an excellent exec. Oh my god, Spring! Double headshots with the Sheriff. The Bandit gets involved in the fight as well. And what should have been DRG winning against this bonus. Somehow they have found themselves on the receiving end of headshot after headshot.
Exactly.
2 versus 5 to fight their way back into this round, and it's seeming like an unwinnable scenario. Life has had his life taken away, and Spirits will fall quickly thereafter. It is an unreal round for Wolves, but they've taken back control, and they find a lead for the first time in this series.
I mean, a flawless bonus round there for Wolves. That was absolutely diabolical because that Spring should not be hitting those kinds of shots. And Yosemite, of course, with that Bandit, we know what he can do with that thing, given what happened in the pistol round just a few rounds ago. So honestly, that round went about as badly as it possibly could have for DRG. So they're not going to be happy about that one. And finding themselves on another eco round. Surprised we didn't see another timeout, to be honest.
Well, I think coming into this eco round, they'll likely take a timeout after this one, depending on how this goes. We'll see if that does indeed come to be. Now, DRG unfortunately back down onto just pistols. A real investment to be had here, and of course Wolves are going to try and take full advantage and get stopped in their traps. Beautiful little trap wire there to open them up, find that opening frag. So Glacier not going to be the knife or the can opener that they need to get them onto sites. They have to find a way to stabilize off the back of that. Thankfully, they still do have the advantage. The rifle hasn't been recovered. It's in a very tough spot, but Pikachu is going to try and go for it anyway, and does actually manage to find it. So now they've got a little bit of firepower. Wolves now going to commit to this site, feeling relatively safe. And Pikachu, as quickly as he picks up the rifle, he loses it again. Spirits finding one with the Sheriff. How does Spring get both of those? Spirits was right there, but somehow it's Spring to come out on top of it. And again, it's DRG in a very unfavorable situation to try to retake. Aluba, back-to-back headshots, absolutely untouchable on the round. And this lead continues to grow.
Look, I've talked about the core. Aluba has been showing me that he's a part of that core too, because this guy's impact across this whole game with both the util usage and just the kind of stability that we've seen. I mean, this guy has been a force to be reckoned with. Literally, they cannot do anything against him. It's kind of insane. So, like you mentioned earlier, we are going to see a timeout come out now, finally, from DRG as they try to scramble to get some semblance of normalcy restored back in this game and try to mount some sort of comeback, because it has literally just been the Wolves show ever since the last few rounds of the previous half.
It's feeling a lot like we're relying on a lot of those hero plays, right? Like individuals that need to come up really huge, find crazy multi-frags, get unbelievable headshots or crazy no-scopes or whatever the case might be. And you know, when you're relying so heavily on those kinds of situations, it does become difficult to find a real tactical advantage. And I think this is kind of the position that we're finding ourselves in. You were talking about that bog standard Valorant, and well, when it is that bog standard, it can be fairly easy to start to counter. Unfortunately for DRG, we spoke about the firepower of the Wolves roster. I mean, these are some of the biggest names. Going back to, you know, China's initial foray into Valorant in the first place. So these are names that everyone is very familiar with, and they continue to really show up in these moments. Now a 2-round lead for Wolves. Can this timeout from DRG be the tide turner that they're hoping that it will be? They've taken some early mound control here. There's potential for a wraparound, but they want to clear out everything as much as they can before they commit. Live. Beautiful opener. So now smoke's not going to be in play into this potential attacking round. They found space onto the side already. Oh, Life missing the shot. kind of needed to hit that one, but it does give them a little bit of space here. Forces Wolves to have to plant on the other side, so does make it a bit easier to potentially hold for themselves. And look at how far back they're holding as well, checking for potential rotations, making sure they've got every angle covered, but this is a very kind of off-site hold. Meanwhile, DRG funnel their way in. Verse from Heaven finds the kill onto Aluba. Now it's a huge advantage for DRG. A little bit of information being taken here, but it's the Steel Garden to make life difficult. The showstopper on top of everything else, and life stuck on drop, can't survive, but hand in hand, Verse and Vukashu bring it back into their control. The paint shells to deny the space, gets the kill on Verse, and there's no time to go for a defuse. Glacier swings out, he gets taken out, but there's no time. They can't defuse, and somehow this post plant is heroic.
Wait, they got it!
Wait, they got it?
They got it!
What?
There's 0.01 seconds left! DRG! With a lifeline! Absolutely diabolical! I mean, we thought they were completely out!
Bro,
but they
it is
were
unreal.
not!
Even the observers weren't sure, bro. We were watching that over a player's shoulder just in case. My God, what an unbelievable defuse.
Insane! I mean, that was wild to me because one player had gotten off the spike. One player literally got off the spike and I had to get back on like literally a few milliseconds later. And to be honest, I thought that cost them the round. I was completely convinced that that was done. Like you said, so clearly, so did the observers. And of course, yeah, you can see those Wolves players are not too happy about that one. But we are going to see a tech pause here after that round. That was crazy. I think everyone needs a breather. I think that's got to be a mandated tech pause right there.
Right, chat. I'm talking. I am merely speculating. I have no information on this whatsoever, but I'm gonna be so real with you. If I'm in that situation, I've thrown something. A headset, a mouse, the desk. Something has been yeeted. So I would not be surprised in the least if... I don't think that is the case, but I'm just saying, if that were me, something would be broken right now. That is an unbelievable way for that round to end. I completely counted them out. And to be fair, with a 0-1 second, I think that I was we were well within our rights to think that, well, that was done and dusted. It's not often that you see it come that close down to the wire, but phenomenal defuse coming through from DRG, and it does give them a little bit of a breather. You spoke about the breather between rounds. This is a breather for them in the series as well, because now they have a little bit more to battle back in the rest of this half.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you still have players like Life who have an operator, but Glacier and Spring starting out strong. They get their first bloods. Insane. Just coming off the back of that tech pause with a little bit of gusto. And now, of course, they have they're gonna have a lot easier of a time taking this A site, but not if Verse has got anything to say about it. Just chilling here on this angle, still manages to get more. Even through the paranoia.
Unbelievable. You know what? The second, I'm okay with. The third is unreal. This round starts off absolutely devastating for DRG, but somehow off of pure heroics. And this is what we were talking about in that previous timeout, man. We're relying so heavily on individual prowess. That all comes down to Verse. The paranoia does so much to allow that little bit of extra space to work with, but the fact that the third kill lands on the other side of it as well. Beautiful performance.
Insane. And that's the thing, like rounds that you would expect literally any other team to just completely have in the bag 100% set, you literally never know what could happen, because you could just have an insane round from an individual and it just completely turns around. Life once again on the same angle, by the way, managing to get a free kill onto Glacier. That is huge. But as you can see, this A site left completely open, so these DRG players just gonna go ahead and opt to try to play retake.
taking a bit more of an aggressive position here, and Spring does manage to find the trade-off onto Light. Spritz and Verse fall by the breakable door, which is all funneling in from the same direction, and again, it's a blender. And Vukashu has to somehow 1v4, and it's crazy that it's 2 rounds in a row that the team that loses the opening duel somehow stabilizes, wins the round, and this time it will be Wolves regaining control up to double digits.
I mean, again, that was a round that, despite such an early pick from Life, honestly, I'd say DRG played that not really the best, because they all kind of funneled from one choke, and that was where the operator was. So they, of course, Wolves are going to be wary of that specific choke. I mean, they had like 3 players watching it. So to be honest, just given that, I think honestly a bit of a misplay there. But now DRG looking to just fight the same chokes, and they all converge.
Oh my god,
that lasts less than 10 seconds. And I was talking about their misplays literally like 20 seconds ago. And then the next round, they just decide to fight that one choke and kill everyone. I'm telling you.
Talk about an absolute all-out brawl. The fact that we keep just going like toe to toe. The fact that DRG just go, all right, guys, here's the plan. We're gonna run out mid. We're just gonna run at them. And the fact that the entirety of Wolves are there to be run over. I mean, it's unbelievable scenes here in VCT China.
I mean, just that like Hail Mary, let's go run at them round resulted in popping a timeout. And you know what? I think that's a win for DRG.
So
they're going to be laughing in those comms, I guarantee you.
Yeah, not gonna lie, there are some moments that are very much a insta timeout moment, and that is certainly one of them. That round should never have gone that way, purely because, I mean, it's just unreasonable. You know, when a team is just running at you, that's not strategic. That's... To be fair, I did say that there needs to be a bit of regaining, resetting the tempo, taking control. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but okay. We take those, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you what, DRG are certainly happy about that, right? But just about as well as it could have for them, because they're like, you know what, we just fight mid. We just do a funny little fight mid. Bong, 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 bong. Everyone's dead. And so that's kind of crazy, but it is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination, because eco-wise, both teams are gonna have a full buy. Things are looking kind of similar. Yeah, Wolves having a little bit less money to work with, but not really by a whole lot. It is still somewhat shaky for either team. So big difference here is just going to be the fact that now, of course, Vukashu is going to be chilling on this A site, ready to defend it as much as possible. Trip broken, and here comes the entry. No one home really to kind of get any of these early picks, but they're certainly going to look to get something on this retake, potentially just flood out.
Well, the Nightfall didn't kind of tag on to anything, so they knew they had the space to work with. Now trying to hold on to the space, and DRG just perfectly poised themselves. Here's the problem. The Viper's Pit. Oh wait, they're just spraying through the Viper's Pit. They're just holding M1 through the smoke, and somehow those shots are landing. Glacier finds a double, but it's still Aluba left all alone to 1v3. There's no way. This is going to be the easiest defuse of their lives. The smoke clears. Aluba finds the opening frag, but he's very quickly traded out, and DRG find that 11th round.
It's so scary because as soon as a player gets a kill, I'm like, hold on, this could literally go the complete opposite way. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. Unfortunately, didn't quite happen in that round. But it was, honestly, I saw the world. I saw the vision. But honestly, excellent kills. They played it exactly the way I thought they would. Of course, no one ready to defend the site from the hit itself, but they kind of just opted to fast flood in and worked out quite well. So now DRG reclaiming their lead as they find themselves at 11 and look to close out this map. And gonna steal away Wolves' map pick here.
Showstopper out, Showstopper deleted, but they trade blow for blow. Duelists down on both sides, but the damage has been done. Wolves have found the space that they need onto the site, so the spike can still be planted regardless, and running that single duelist setup now. They've lost a lot of that kind of firepower. Never mind, Yosemite is there, ready and available. Darian had that kill stolen from him. Caught on the other side of the one-way smoke, but it doesn't matter. Yosemite builds it up to a 4K on the round. Eliminates all enemies in his path. And that's yet another round for Wolves under the belt. One step closer to taking their own map pick.
Once again, crazy amounts of value there, and what a shot. I gotta see that again. Look at that. Insane right there. And of course, Yosemite, though, just kind of just sitting in the ideal angles. He is honestly so damn good at getting those kills on that little headshot angle in heaven from sight. He did the absolutely insane bandit play on that pistol round and gave him the round. Then, of course, now a lot more value being found. Life with an early kill again.
That is crazy to me that Glacier just doesn't check that, and no one else on the team checks that, and Life is just standing there, just so ready to find that opening frag. This time around, trying to take their early positioning onto the site, but DRG are ready to stem the tide. The Steel Garden comes out, but there's no pushes. It's Fukashu to find a double kill here, looking to try and double down a little bit more, but Life loses his. Oh my god, Aluba gets caught out by the neural theft, but still manages to find the tag. How is Aluba still alive? He's been there his whole life, and Verse swings a little too early off the paranoia. Spitz is left all alone, finds that first kill, ducking and diving, needs to find the final one, but it's Aluba with the 3K to put Wolves on map point.
I mean, that was one of the craziest rounds I have seen in terms of the way that DRG played that. They should not, in any universe, have allowed themselves to take as many 1v1s as they did, because they literally just had one by one swing. They had the round in the bag. That's insane to me. But they managed to lose, unfortunately, and now, of course, Wolves at match point, poised to claim their map pick, get an advantage early. Yosemite starting off strong. The spam is there.
Oh my
getting
days.
Another kill too.
Double outlaw frags, and I was saying the economy for both teams is absolutely in the drink. It is broken pots and pans. It's that camp scene from Tarzan coming through here. Verse actually manages to find the trade-off onto Yosemite, but he's taken a lot of damage to make it happen. Goes out the paranoia just to slow things down a little bit more, and he's able to reposition. Hoping that he maybe catch a head just on the other side, just on the edge of the smoke, but the smoke now clears. Wolves have a pathway in. Re-smoke out. Oh, from the shadows. What are we looking for? What are we finding? That's okay, a little bit of a bait teleport there. You can actually see Vukashu going all the way into their spawn to check if it was one of those teleports. So this pulls a body away from the site. It's such a good play, and now with only 2 players to battle through, the first kill's been found onto Life. Verse has been run over, and Vukashu now rotates his way back. 1v4, everything on the line here to try and get this into overtime. One more opportunity to steal away their opponent's map pick. So many players to battle through, but cannot make it happen. It's Glacier to find that final kill and to secure the first round in the series. Wolves take their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that has got to be a round that, or a game that Dragon Ranger Gaming feel like had just got away from them. Simply, to be quite honest, and they should feel that way in large part, because there were plenty of rounds that should have completely been in the bag for them that they just were not able to win. One of them being that 23rd round. that was literally their round 2 win. I talked about it, how disappointed I was that they didn't manage to win it, and I'm going to continue talking about it because they should have won. They absolutely should have won, and so that's just insane to me. But we're gonna look at the highlights here across the map. Plenty to look at, especially this round from Nick. That was incredible. Just kind of waiting on these players, and DRG had such a solid start. They had such a great advantage coming into it.
Yeah, this was a really tough one. I think it's a difficult pill for them to swallow as well, to have had that lead at the half, to have been looking so good. But you mentioned it, right? Attacker-sided map does make it a little bit difficult to find your way in, to hold that position, particularly against a team as strong as Wolves on their very own map pick. So this is a really, really solid performance from them to just kind of keep the tide turning for themselves that little bit more. And there's still more opportunities to come later on, but the big concern here again for me, I mentioned it a little bit earlier on, and I'm gonna just have to kind of bring it up again, but these hero plays, while they are so entertaining to watch, we absolutely love seeing them happen, seeing these crazy kind of Sheriff Bandit one taps, these absurd multi-frags. They're always the highlight of entertainment, but it does leave a lot of questions around the overall ability of a team, and are they able to get a footing in strategically? Can they outplay their opponents, or is it constantly just that idea of, all right, well, we need to outshoot them, we need someone to go nuclear, we need someone to get a crazy multi-kill, and that's our way back into the series? It is a question that does need to be asked, but for now, why don't we take a listen in for the team comms?
等一下，等个3秒，我烟，等个3秒。我是新 B 位，好，比我有。来，我拿个枪，我可以黑2楼，我可以黑2楼眼，我有眼，来，打点，黑，来黑。耶里，七连，我可以地方，架着，准备扑我就好，nice， 左边没人，你可以用 water 吗？你打，没有烟，包点一个，包点，nice， 极大啊，看群长没有去了，好，3打2，开门一个，我可以跟你拉西打，来，等一下，来准备好了，眼连爆闪，瀑布，一个瀑布，一下，表弟，我对不起你表弟，没关系，不是为什么那个没有狗到他，我不知道，抱歉，在这里。
And honestly, one thing that I think we can take from those team comms is that Wolves kind of just kept their composure the entire time. You know, they seem to have kind of just been enjoying themselves. And I think that was a large part of why they were able to kind of keep their heads and do their thing. But of course, our MVP for the match is going to be Glacier, who went absolutely nuclear on that raise. Insane amounts of value, especially on those opening kills, and even in situations where he really didn't have much of an advantage, he still managed to get value. So I mean, this guy like played so cleanly the entire time, even in rounds with that operator. You know, it was awesome. So you know, it's just rounds like these that we're seeing, and of course this one they lost, but it was still cool to see. But either way, much deserved. But it could have, that MVP could have gone to anyone. Like Yosemite was only 2 kills behind on Vice. Spring was only 3 kills behind on Viper. And so, yeah, I mean, it certainly could have gone for anyone. I think all of Wolves had their moment, and that was like kind of the big thing across this entire game. They all stepped up.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's not to say that DRG weren't pulling their weight as well. They were really getting as involved as they possibly could, and they did. They kept it down to the wire, but ultimately it is Wolves who come out on top of their map pick here. And, you know, we were talking about the close games. They're averaging 20 rounds per map, and, well, here's another map where they get 24 rounds played, you know, throughout this particular map. I was trying to find a way to phrase that without sounding silly, but hey, sometimes you just gotta let yourself sound silly. And I was talking again about the advantages, getting those opening kills. Well, there it is. DRG had 14 of the openers, but unfortunately were only able to pull 11 of those rounds over the finish line. And it begs the question, had they been able to convert more of those rounds, perhaps they could even have stolen this map away. But not to be. We'll take a look now at the impact of Spring. We talk about Glacier being the MVP, and that's kind of the overall performance. But when we look at how much impact a particular player was having on the server, I think it comes as no surprise to anyone that Spring was just absolutely performing out of his mind. But that is our first map done and dusted. Now, folks, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I wasn't supposed to be here. I snuck in, I stole someone's job, but now they've arrived, they're kicking me out, so unfortunately, I'm gonna have to hand you guys over to another caster to take you through the rest of this series. So, Nobi, it was a pleasure to cast with you for the very first time, but Volt will be joining very, very shortly. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have the rest of this upper quarterfinal.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Alrighty, welcome back. Where have you gone? Not sure, but either way, welcome back to Project Horizon, where we've got continually ongoing VCT CN coverage. We are just about to get into the next map of Haven, and of course, as we were kind of talking about previously, and we should have Volt here in a second, but as we were talking about previously, really this has been kind of one of the two maps that we've kind of seen within these matchups before. So, you know, of course, obviously, even both times they played, DRG had lost on Lotus. So now, of course, that they are on the back foot in this series, they're going to be looking to come out with a victory. Of course, this is their map pick. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Once again, we are seeing Spirit, actually kind of a similar comp to last. I think it's literally the exact same comp that they played on Lotus. So we're going to see Spirit on the Waylay once again, Life on the Jet, Nick on the Sky, and etc., etc. But even on the other side here, we're seeing a little bit of a different show. Oh, hello, folks.
Oh, hello. Okay, a little bit late to the party, but thankfully I think that I'm here right on time for what could be a pretty intriguing game on the Haven. I gotta say, in the final stretch of the Lotus, I was a little bit, honestly, like, discontent, right? Because there was a lot of good plays that were happening, and I felt like the finish was a little bit anticlimactic to what we've delivered on the first 20 rounds. Like the last 4 or the last 5 were just kind of all over the place, and maybe Haven is going to bring back some of that stability. Again, familiarity is going to be a big element here, and perhaps that same composition that we were talking about is going to be an element in that. But then I'm looking at DRG, a good game from Spirit to start, and of course Vokashu usually does what he does, so maybe those two guys could actually be enough for DRG, but who knows?
Yeah, certainly so. Now Wolves, of course, in this specific map, looking to opt for the Neon. So again, different look here, and I'm actually quite excited for that. I'm a big fan of Neon on this map, so I really want to see how that gets approached. And, you know, of course, if it's played well, I kind of have the edge a little bit to Wolves, but of course it is really going to depend. Like we said, it is going to be DRG's map pick, so they're expected to have a little bit more of a slightly deeper playbook, so to speak, here. But let's go ahead and get it started.
The big performance from Glacier on that Lotus. Question then becomes, does Wolves actually build on that? Of course, there's still another dimension to this Wolves team, which is that Darien sometimes can have massive games. That could make things a little bit complicated, but for now, they're angling for a C split, but I think most likely what they're going to do is that they're going to feign Garage and just pivot back into the B site after breaking the trip.
Oh, absolutely, and that's a great trade. Yosemite finds one, but instantly traded out and actually tries to swing too. Yosemite continuing his tirade with the Bandit here, and the spike goes down. Now a 3v4, but these players trying to play together as much as they can. And a 1v1 taken. Nick comes out on top there. Aluba, though, managing to equalize. 2v2 now. Here comes the right click. Bukashu gets it as well. And now it's just down to Spring, who can't do a damn thing. Bukashu with an excellent string of Sheriff shots, and it looks like honestly a little bit of a different look here already from DRG.
Yeah, and it's much better than the one that we've seen at the Lotus, but Wolves did good, to be fair, to get themselves into the site. It was that duel right here that opened up the space for Vokashu. And from there, things can be a little bit intriguing, of course, in the post. A couple of shots from him. I think that we're probably going to give Wolves a little bit more time to perhaps warm into that one, but I think the problem is that with them being on attack, even with the composition that they're rocking, they're kind of expected still to go positive on this half, but it might not be the case at all. All the kills swinging one side, and unfortunately for Wolves, I think that even Yosemite is kind of a known quantity right now.
Yeah, I mean, you say that until he once again hits an absolutely crazy shot with a Bandit, which we have seen from him this entire series. So, I mean, as much as I would like to say they are out for, he's out for the count here, you never know. He could even get one here. Okay, I was gonna say I wouldn't have been surprised. Sky has just been absolutely insane, but will not happen. DRG claiming their anti-eco without too much trouble.
I mean, 2 kills is acceptable.
Certainly the case. But I mean, to be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised that Darien managed to even get one with the classic there, especially from that range. But you know what? Good on him for getting it. So now, of course, bonus round DRG gonna look to kind of establish themselves some sort of dominance. Of course, Haven being another 3-site map, it's expected that the attack half be a little bit more successful. And actually, the dart lands directly onto Spirit, so he's gonna get fully pinged, going back to the site, retreating. And they're going to get some info. Wolves out.
But I just wanted to look at the other side. Not only did they peek into long, they have a very deep control on Garage. They're playing very aggressively there, willing to let the side itself go because their rotations have already been pulled in. Life is already at spawn, and he's got a Bulldog to his hand. And even the sole player that is there at A is all the way deep into lobby, so this split is going to be so quick.
Oh, what is that from Glacier? How has he got 3? Falls to his own teammates' Nano Swarm. And that has just, I mean, that just broke DRG's back there. The spike now down, and Nick on the flank. The rewrap, but there's an alarm bot ready and waiting, so just gonna go ahead and break that, and now Wolves will be fully aware of his positioning, and of course, Verse has to try to get something, but he's in an arguably worse position with literally just that bandit. He had a Bucky in the primary slot. And now it's really just going to be on Nick to maybe potentially just get some exits or save the Phantom. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
I mean, again, it's good ideas from the side of DRG. But if Glacier is going to pull out what he pulled out on that Lotus, remember, 23 and 15 was his score for that map, and if that happens again, I think it's bad news for DRG. And unfortunately, you know, and I do say this because I really thought better of Wolves, and I still think that there's definitely a bit better to them than even what we've seen on the Lotus. Like, low cast all across the board, and perhaps that is one of the reasons why we're actually seeing them stick into those single duelist composition. Pacing has been a bit of an issue. But for this round, just a run into lobby. Nick is left all alone on the A site because they're trying to speed their way up through that B site. But most likely, just early information. And from now, will they try to anchor the site or just try to play for the retake?
I really do think that they're going to try to anchor as much as they can just because this paranoia is so powerful. And as a matter of fact, First gets 2 off the back of it. It's huge. Spring finally trading, but player advantage now solidly in the hands of DRG. Of course, this operator could prove to be devastating, but it's not. Spring is simply just more devastating. Spike about to be planted, and player spotted out. Spring with a 4K, managing to quite honestly save that round. That operator could have come in huge, but it just simply didn't get any value.
Yeah, like Life tried to play aggressive there. To be fair, I think that he just didn't expect them to be that aggressive down a player, which doesn't make a fair bit of sense, but Spring just did so well considering the potential trade there.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I was going to say, just to interject really quickly, you should be expecting an aggressive play if the other team is down a player, because they need to equalize.
Not a dry fake, though.
Right, I mean, certainly not, I guess, right? But, I mean, it's just crazy to me, especially when you have the op line like that. You should just literally be holding. It's literally like Elo cannon. It's literally what it is.
Well,
So
they
it's crazy.
escaped classic cannon for that one. And it's 4 players on site, but it's only pistols, really, so should be impossible from here. No real shots coming from the other side. Volkisher and Spirit got the 2 rifles, and they might actually consider trying to flood out a garage.
And that wouldn't be too bad of a decision, but no kills really found. Paranoia is good, but literally there's just absolutely nothing they can do at this point. Akashu looking to get something, and manages to find 1, but the spray is good. Really 2, actually. The spray ends up taking him down in the end, so once again, fairly clean round from Wolves, and they managed to maintain a close game. look to continue to do so.
Yeah, the finances is definitely going to be playing a factor here. Of course, it's great for Wolves that they're actually, I guess, maintaining some semblance of control over the attack side on Haven. But eventually, some more challenging setups will pop out. Like for now, Life got the operator. That's going to be one of those problems, but a deeper smoke gives a lot of space for Wolves, and they can try to speed up behind it.
Oh, absolutely. And now that they're aware that the op is kind of on that site, they're just going to kind of scale, being a little bit more careful as to where this operator could be. But they still managed to get access to the site nonetheless, and that pit coming down is going to be a bane in their existence, especially, like I said, given the presence of the operator. It makes everyone's lives so much more difficult, but we might end up seeing the retake happen in just a little bit here. Flash is about to come out. Here comes the dash. Spirit's in, and the spray is good. They maintain their composure, but Verse manages to find one. I don't think they've expected anything, and somehow this has gone the way of DRG. The pit doing nothing.
I guess some deja vu from the Lotus there. Chaos in the pit. And unfortunately for the Wolf side this time, it actually goes against them. Massive stuff from the side of DRG. And just that initial kill there from Volkashu made the round a lot easier. And unfortunately speaking for DRG, it's a tad too predictable in some of their contacts. Like especially for Verse, you really could tell this was always going to be the second peak after getting that initial kill. And it's a different world when you're not really able to play to your own pace. But the operator's out on C again. And this time, lobby actually doesn't work in the favor of Wolves.
Yeah, and that's a huge kill to get because now the convergent paths gets used. Yes, the paranoia is out, but these players are kind of just stuck in a weird position here. Honestly, Wolves does quite a good job of kind of equalizing a little bit at least. Of course, this DRG still have the advantage, but it's a great kill there to be able to make sure that the round isn't completely lost. And the Trailblazer getting some good info too, so definitely the site most bolstered up right now. There's so much control here on C. Look at that operator.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, Aluba got the Hunter series, so they can definitely try to break through the pace if they want to, but they're deciding to take a dry contact with a recon bolt behind it.
Very true, but I just don't think that contact is really, I just don't think that was the ideal play. Yosemite, though, I guess is just the difference maker here. Nick managing to finally stop the bleeding, but honestly, quite a good attempt. But yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly sure how I feel about that kind of slow walk up there and kind of just swing out of the, off the back of the recon, because the expectation is that Wolves are already going to hit that site. The op line was elsewhere. They completely, they had them almost contained, not completely, but they had them in large part contained. So
I mean, they were just a known quantity. Yeah, I definitely do agree to that one. But the thing is, though, I'm looking at that round, and I'm just thinking that they probably didn't know that information, because from what they see, the only way for an operator to be there is for it to be glass cannon. Life took that risk, and I guess it worked really well for Wolves because he went uncontested and went deeper and deeper into that C-long line. And unfortunately now for the Wolves side, they're down 3-4, and I feel like DRG are happy enough with that result. If they get a 5th round, it's probably like the job done on the defense, right? 5 rounds to the Haven defense. I think they're going to be really happy about that, especially considering their own composition and how they like playing the game. They're going to be a lot more comfortable on the attacking side.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think ultimately the big thing here is just kind of these small but really important 1v1s that we end up seeing across the map, because we've seen so many of them across this map and especially across Lotus. So, and I feel like we're just going to continue to see those, these kind of like a 1-by-1 peaks. That was how Yosemite almost managed to get that round just a little bit ago. So, if we continue to see things like that, we're definitely going to see some really weird stuff going on. A little bit of glue, so to speak. Here comes the lockdown, and more or less just going to force all of these DRG players off the site. They're going to potentially look to flood out here off the back of this entry, and interesting use of the overdrive here from Glacier because there's no one on the site. I mean, the lockdown just got popped,
right?
so.
And that's the important part. The question is, though, can they deny the stake too?
Yeah, that's one trade there. Early Life kind of going back and forth, trying to save it as much as possible. These players have control, but the spike isn't down yet. They're just going to kind of walk in. They've got CT control already. Recon is out. And here comes that plant, finally.
Yeah, plant down, but there are 2 players behind that smoke from spawn. It's timing to take for Aluba. He knows that he needs to get an advantage, spotted by the hat, and it's going to be Volkashu to find that kill, but they're still behind the poison orb. And that timing is going to be everything. Time is running low, and Darian is holding on a stinger, but they're giving Spring a chance.
Oh, 100%. And there's they come out, and these players manage to get everything they need. Darian and Spring, with nothing but a stinger and a guardian, managed to get all the required kills. Just so incredibly apt at knowing exactly when to swing. And I think that's the important thing. That's the most impressive thing that I've been seeing from this Wolves team, is the fact that they're just kind of playing patiently. They're expecting DRG to swing. They know where they're going to swing. They know when, and they just completely capitalize on it. And they've been doing an excellent job at that throughout this entire series. Glacier getting a kill off the sly. That is insane. Life has got to be mad about that one.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff from Glacier here today, and I guess that's one of the things that actually could worry me about DRG's attacking side. I don't know if you've seen the game against all gamers in the groups, but they kind of choked the attack, and right now Wolves seems to be picking them left and right.
Yeah, certainly the case. And Darian just literally once again sitting there with the Outlaw, expecting them to swing, and they just do. One by one by one. It is honestly, yeah. It's just DRG have got to change something here. They've got to switch it up. And of course, this is a half that we expect Wolves to come out on top on, given that they're on the attacking side. They're doing quite well. Obviously, good on DRG to maintain a close game. But I mean, of course, there's still plenty of rounds left to play. We could see. Let's see Wolves run away a little bit here, and we are going to see another timeout get popped here, this time from DRG's side. They look to stabilize and kind of just talk things out.
Yeah, and again, for DRG, they know that their attacking side is kind of shaky on officials, even if it's maybe, at least in their mind, a little bit better on scrims and outside of that. But for now, some significant issues flaring up, and I think that they just want to solve them before things go wrong. And to touch on that point, the last time that they played against AG in week 3, I believe that they went 2-6 on attack. And in those 2 rounds that they've won, Verse got 7 kills and Volkashu got 5, right? Like, Life was 2-8, Nick was 4-7, Spirit was 1-6, and if your 2 duelists are both incapable of at least having one of them being the dive, the scapegoat in a way, and the other one being the benefactor, that's where things can go wrong. That's where things can and has gone wrong for them on this initial half. But for this one, I guess they're kind of reinvigorated, very aggressive on both garage and middle. They love to take that space, but can they do something with it?
Very true. And first, this opening round, look at how far up, look at their positions right now. Trade is there, but Glacier on an absolute tirade. The dash is out, and Spirit looking for really anything. It's just not gonna happen. It looks like the rest of these Wolves players are going to look to right there. Won't really get any kills, but I mean, we could certainly see some come out here. What is good so far though? Spirit gets one, but again, it's a 1v1 and it's instantly traded. Here comes the spike plant. Another potential 1v1 in CT. Verse gets a kill. Is going to swing out short. There goes the slide. Glacier on a 3K. These last two players ready and waiting for where Vukashu is. And Glacier gets the fourth. Excellently played, taking advantage of the fact that all these players are kind of just on their own. They're isolated. Look at that.
Lights out. Lights out. Absolutely right there from Glacier. A player that they've definitely held under so much promise. And you know what? The initial integration in the earlier stage wasn't the best. And after this massive rebuild, I gotta say, I'm actually really happy with the way that Wolves are approaching the game, the way that they are playing. There were a lot of question marks, right? Like, I guess switching a coach in the middle of a year, especially between stages 1 and 2, is usually a move that feels very risky. But hey, they've had their time, they didn't have to go to an international event, and I guess that they've made the best out of it. And now the question becomes for DRG, can they make the best out of the remaining 2 rounds? Because it's not a good start.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. And of course, now we find ourselves in a little bit of a precarious position here, as these players that should be on an eco have made it a great round. And I mean, honestly, if there's any round to win, it would be this one, Nick. You've got almost full utility. You've got the Seekers, and you've got a Vandal. And there goes a flash. No info gathered yet, except for now. But that's a swing. That's a 1v1 from Aluba. And now it's all down to Spring, who cannot do it. I said if there was a round to win, it would be this one. And he managed to come out on top. What a round from Nick there. A much needed one to at least stabilize a little bit. And I've got to see that replay. Glacier got the entry too, and a lot of these players did an excellent job, especially Spirit, managing to get that second with the Sheriff, but I'm not sure what that was from Aluba. To be quite honest, that single play kind of threw the round.
It's not just the play, it's the fact that they're disjointed in it. Again, just like Wolves were, just like DRG were also when they're losing their post. Like, can somebody actually hold a site? Can we play together is the question.
Exactly.
And I guess for DRG, they start by playing together. But last time around, this mid push went horrendously wrong this time around. Still a 1-for-1 trade. Vokashu is going to bring it back for DRG. And they still got Seekers and probably a real chance to close the round in there.
Absolutely, and at this point, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Of course, Wolves down players, but you never know what could happen. I'm telling you, this entire series has been full of just like losing situations that should not, that look completely unlosable. And it's honestly quite crazy. So, I mean, it's certainly entertaining, I'll tell you that much, but of course now Wolves have got to kind of recalibrate themselves, say, all right, you know what? We lost the round we shouldn't have lost. It's all good. Reset. We have the advantage, and now they're just going to kind of walk up. Spirit losing the timing on the C hit here, as Darion now expecting that position, and here comes the convergent paths. Spirit walking towards Garage now, and could also lose another timing on Aluba, but the question is, do they expect this? I don't think they do. Spike gets planted, and a little bit of spam there. Trade is virtually instant, and now a 3v2.
Timing for focus shoot. Maybe not for the spike, but could isolate a 1v1 if they're not wary. And on the other side, there's the 2 players trying to backstab through long. But they too decide to go into Garage. Darian caught on the flash, and now Vokashu can probably try to go out, but him being patient is going to be a problem. Goes out from logs. Perfect from the Russian. And that is on the dot for DRG to tie things up.
Exactly. That is about as ideal as that half could have gone. They equalized it at the half on an attack-sided map. Now it is all down to them to close it out, tie up the map score, and take it to a third map. Take it to Summit, which is kind of a mystery. So, like I said before the entire series started, I want to see that happen. I want to see that third map, but we find ourselves at halftime. I mean, ultimately, what do you think that Wolves have to do to kind of prevent DRG from really kind of just taking over this half on attack?
I think play as a team. I think that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like again, it's the same from both sides, but like from DRG especially, they're the team that loves playing to their individuals, and I do understand why they might want to do something like that. But it comes to a point where there are teams. Again, that's what the thing that we say about DRG all the time. That's why they always lose to XOG and EDG, because not only do they have individuals to a similar level and sometimes even on better form, but even worse, they play like a team a lot more. And while DRG have gotten, again, good individual play, just like the one from Volkashu the last round, but it felt a little bit disjointed. It's like Volkashu could have pounced immediately on the guy in Garage, but he was just a tad too late. And that tad too late is going to make or break an attack. And them getting the pistol will go such a long way, but as we've said, Yosemite has been on such a tear on the Bandit that could also be another option. And for DRG, I'm just going to say this one last time. The last couple of times I've seen them on the attack on Haven, they looked so unconvincing. They were so lost, not playing as a unit. And Wolves, while perhaps not having the best half, they played as a team. Even though, again, they themselves also had some questionable decisions, but they played as a team. And if they continue to do that, I have a little bit of faith in them more than DRG.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly played as a team much more so than DRG have throughout, really, like I said, this entire series. And that is the reason, 100% the reason that they lost Lotus, and could be the reason that they lose on this map too if they don't change things up. So they've just got to prevent that fight isolation that we tend to see so often. But pistol round in the cards here. And now it's kind of all quiet on the Western Front, at least to start out, but now position noted, and that's an early kill from Spring to Glacier in an excellent spot here, just literally playing patiently. I don't think DRG are necessarily going to expect him here in this Convy! Spirit!
Please, mate, like what is that? Like, not just the wherewithal to expect the peak, but that execution couldn't have been any better. And now they go into what is nearly an empty A side. Aluba is there by the stairs, but as you can tell, he's not really playing to hold the side. He's playing to at least hold on to A link, so they can play that 4-on-4. It's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Still got the paranoia on Darien, but outside of that, should be a pretty okay one for both sides, because Verse is using his own paranoia as well. So DRG, while they'll have time on their side, a small utility advantage here for Wolves that could make or break this round.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves clearly wanting to play retake here, saying, hey, we're just going to wait till these guys hit the site, and we're just going to go ahead and try to, just given the fact that we will have much better util, we're going to go ahead and try to do this, but they all converge into the... Oh my goodness. I mean, some of those DRG players were even playing off angles, and it did not matter in the slightest. Wolves just completely converged, and now it makes sense all of a sudden why they were so eager to play retake, because they understood very, very well that they would, like you said, have the util advantage.
Yeah.
And we even saw an early kill. Like it didn't even immediately go well for them.
But they didn't drop. You know, that's the thing behind that kill. It's like you get the kill from an off angle. Life absolutely should have just dropped down, played from the lower side of default in the crossfire of his teammate from Graffiti. So
absolutely,
that's the thing that probably let them down in that round. And that's the thing why I say, like, play as a team. Because playing as a team isn't like finding those individual pockets. Playing as a team is, after getting that individual lead, then utilizing your teammate as an asset. Something that, unfortunately for DRG, they keep on not really doing. And here's the thing, it works in ranked, it works in other pockets, but probably not going to work here. They're trying to make it work through Garage, so let's see if Spring can hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a rough one there, of course. And now anti-eco in the cards here. Spring and company looking to just converge at every single one of these DRG players. And that is going to be a flawless round, a flawless anti-eco for Wolves as they continue along, claim the lead, and look to establish some sort of dominance here on this defense half. But it is really going to come down to this bonus round. Depending on how that goes, we could see this game either end fairly quickly, or we could see it become extremely competitive.
Here's the thing. Competition is one thing. The application of that needs to be in this round right here. And they're keeping their extremities open. Smoke could allow them to perhaps try to play for an orb. And in lobby, Life have gotten a good bit of space here. It's going to be reclaimed by the drone. But Life actually not spotted. So Luba could relay some misdiagnosed information there. And depending on how he's going to be playing around that Killjoy util, things could be made or broke on that round. If they go short early, they're going to give an early warning sign to Wolves. But I have a feeling that Luba is going to be caught completely off guard. And then they'll have to play 5-on-4 on retake.
Oh yeah, he's out of there. He is out of there. And honestly, best play he could have possibly done there. As the entry is quite good. And like you mentioned, I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that nothing was seen on that owl drone there. So now, of course, spike down. It is going to be quite the difficult retake here for Wolves, but we have seen crazier things happen. One way out, and now here comes the util. Paranoia is good as well, and that's a great opening as Spring manages to find some early. This cross is so hard to break, though, as it looks like DRG managed to squeak that one out, but to be quite honest, wasn't really all that convincing. Wolves made an excellent go of that. Only 2 left remaining.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff there from that hole from DRG, but even then, Wolves have gotten a lot of damage. Of course, Spring making the most out of the Glacier slide, and they got 3 kills. So I think that they're going to be so happy about the way that this round have gone, because now you look at DRG, kind of reinvested into that round, not a lot of cash left. And even then, with that reinvestment, it's not like they're guaranteed to win that round. They got 3 full rifles, a Bulldog and a Sheriff, but at least they got a B-side and an opener. So I guess all is well that ends well for them.
There you go. And now, first gun round opening quite strongly for DRG, but 4 players over here in A-Link looking to go ahead and do something here. Paranoia is excellently used. Life is on the case, and now it's all down to Aluba, who cannot do a damn thing. That is going to be another round in the cards. DRG equalizing on this gun round here. It's going to kind of tank Wolves' economy. So now all of a sudden they find themselves on the back foot here and are going to hope for potentially a thrifty round.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, do they take a timeout here? Maybe not on this round, but maybe they take a timeout on the next, because the last couple of rounds, DRG just been walking into sites. Very little resistance. This is the weaker round that we're speaking about. Glacier on full shields, Aluba on light shields. And while there are upgraded pistols for the majority of the team, Spring is only on a classic, not even shields to his name. And I guess if this round ended up costing any casualties, considering how weak the investments are from Wolves, DRG are going to be themselves, again, in a bad position. Because while they've won the last round, and quite convincingly so, they're not completely out of the woods just yet financially. And Yosemite is taking a dangerous timing. We've seen them be very rigorous in terms of the angles that they clear. And if they don't here on the seaside, that could be a massive issue.
This is so fake. This is such a crazy fake right now, and it's cleared, but Yosemite still manages to find one. I swear, every time this guy gets a bandit in his hands, he manages to get something. It is insane how apt he is at doing so. And somehow, Spring and company have managed to get another kill. So the spike is down, but there's only 1 player on this site. And now Fukachu is in a horrible position. The pit is out. And this is all of a sudden turned into a winnable round. Tap, and the spike is there. Half! How have they done this? Diabolical! Spring!
Oh my God.
What is that?
We all joke that this guy have bloomed, but I think that this might be the craziest play yet.
I mean,
the way the initial kill from Yosemite is one thing, but just the classic finding value is ridiculous. And from there again, because they did not respect that poison orb, and they thought that they can just spam through, everything went wrong. And now if you're Wolves, you're taking a timeout because you're thinking, I can close the game here. This could be the mental breaker for the other side. If I am on the side of DRG, I think that, like, I'll be very concerned about that round. It's absolutely nothing but disaster for their camp. A team that, again, like, you looked at their attack, a bit shaky. It only works when their players are on form. And this could be a massive dip for them that could literally swing the game the other way.
Absolutely. But that is the core issue here, right? Like, DRG that round barely had anyone on the site. It's just insane. That's insane to me, that the fact that the majority of the players are going into just simply into long, and obviously they certainly didn't expect the players to be able to get those kills, but it was the 1v1, even the 1v1 on platform that was taken really was a 2v1 because two players literally, like you said earlier, had like a classic and a sheriff, and that was it. So
yeah, and
insane.
was playing it so late as well.
Yeah.
Again.
Absolutely. He was the only one on that site there. It was just insane. So, Wolves.
Speaking of one person on a site, it's going to be tough times for Yosemite because they are trying to speed their way back into the B side here.
Very true. And we could potentially see a kill, and that's absolutely what will happen here. Hunter's Fury getting expended, and Spirit managing to equalize it. So yes, they have access to B. They're going to go ahead and plant 3 players now coming from A link. You can see Glacier here has that operator online. Stuns are there, and it's going to prevent too aggressive of a play. And Spring managing to claim a kill onto Vukashu late. Over in Garage, there goes the TP over into Heaven. No spam quite yet. There goes the TP. Info gathered, but Nick and Verse have got something to say about it. Spring, the last one standing, has got to do something. Peek over into B, and Nick manages to claim it, and somehow DRG stabilize. Look, you know what? You got to give credit where credit is due. After what happened last round, for them to be able to claim this one is quite impressive.
And it's the same weakness from Wolves again. The B side just comes back to haunt them. Even with the Hunter's Fury, even with Spring, really getting the most important pocket of space. The A-link retake has consistently been a non-starter for them. So if there's ever a time for DRG to grab hold, is now. Volkashu on the Outlaw is going to be possibly really well handled to deal with a round like this. But again, like we've talked about Yosemite, the bandit in his hand, and how he can be such a meticulous player. And unfortunately for DRG, they're kind of walking into the lion's den here, and they might be lulled into a false sense of security. Usually you get an initial kill and pivot to the opposite site, but it's a gambit by Wolves. And if this goes wrong for the attack, everything could definitely go catastrophically wrong. And that's why they're putting life back to C. And with that kill found by Spirit, should be a pivot to the other side. But hey, if they find the kill, doesn't really matter now, does it?
Not really. And I think one thing that DRG has actually done very good with is finding the pocket. Just managing to get these little timings and capitalize on them with kills. I think that's honestly been the most impressive thing that I've seen so far from them. Obviously, we've talked a lot on the desk about the 1v1s taken and the team play and all that stuff, but from an individual perspective, I mean, DRG have just done an excellent job of finding these little timings. Of course, Spike down now. Spring going to look to potentially just save this Outlaw here, as there's absolutely nothing that he can do to salvage this round. So it realistically is going to be DRG finding themselves at 10. Once again, taking that lead, and Wolves in this upcoming round going to want to do everything in their power to find this buy round.
I mean, at least for Spring, absolutely impeccable individual performance. Doesn't really mind dying to the spike there. And it's double digits for DRG. So that is a positive. Still though, really need to hone this game home. This round, again, it's a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of scenario where if those 3 players get their duels and they win, the team looks great. But if they slow down at any moment in time, then this could be a disaster again. Because you look at those 3 duels, by the way, each and every one of them is 1v1. Like, if anybody loses, there's no trade, there's no support. And this time, an operator deep in lobby, utility, is going to force Glacier off the angle initially. And they're playing so defensive on the C site because Wolves really wants DRG to pivot back into B. You look at the way that they're playing, they want to cancel any B hits before it even starts. But that's going to give DRG a lot of space here on the A site. And I don't know if Glacier is well equipped to handle both sides, even with the Killjoy utility at hand.
Oh, yeah. And now... Oh, hold on. I was going to say, yeah, this entry is really dangerous. Glacier poised to potentially get one with that operator, but just decides to fall off. And there goes the top of the spike, but it's all a ruse. But the thing is, Wolves have not fallen for this whatsoever. Now, yeah, this is potentially so dangerous, but not if Life is hitting shots like that. Recon Bolt is out. Here comes the paranoia, and a 1v1 goes the way of Aluba. That's huge there. And now this entire Wolves team essentially ready to just converge on these players, but it does not matter. Not if DRG wins those fights.
Again, like individually, they are absolutely brilliant. Well, they've shut down both Yosemite and Spring. Lacy are still in the playing field. Identified their garage. There's an overdrive available, but I think he's only going to invest it if he gets the one. And for now, with the rounds running as low as they are, I think it's the right call to just circle back, try to find the operator, and let that round go. It's a massive investment. It certainly was the linchpin of their defense, but unfortunately for Wolves, despite being there early, it doesn't really mean that they win those duels. They weren't decisive enough when it came down to that retake, a pocket of space for Life. Usually when you see retakes like these, especially if it's a fast flood, it's a utility dump that comes in with 2 or 3 players going in at a time. And the only thing that initial player had was just a single Omen Smoke, and that was so easy then for Life to say, hey, I'm going to ignore logs, I'm going to be playing from the usual angle, and I'm just going to take a 50-50, which goes his way.
Yeah, I mean, number one, that kill was insane from Life, but I think the big thing there was just the fact that there was some really unnecessary swings. Yes, Aluba won that first fight, but got a little bit too hasty on the second and ended up falling. They needed that player to survive in order to actually have some success on this retake, and they had the read. That was the unfortunate part. They literally completely read DRG, the fact that they were faking, and I thought that was really impressive, but it doesn't really do much if you can't win the fights on the side that you are actually kind of trying to defend. So here comes the entry onto C. No one home, at least at the moment, except Yosemite, who has an operator, the hero op.
Great shots from Spring, and suddenly things start to be worrying again, because that timing for Nick is everything. He needs to win that duel, and if they don't, this could go disastrously wrong. Spring is ready, the 1v1 that could decide the round. Spring is starting to box him in. The rest of the team are trying to earn their space. That's the defensive ultimate used by the lockdown, but doesn't really net a kill so far. They're going to force them back into C-Long, and it's a timing here for Glacier to laser them down, but he's not going to find any of those kills, and they're not going to do it twice in a row, are they?
Hold on,
they're not going to stick it
way.
twice. There it is, a double kill from Life. And the final hope is Glacier, but it's not even halved this time. Life rectifies for his way, and it's a match point for DRG.
Yep, I mean, that right there was kind of the necessary win, and the operator kind of taking such a passive position, I think, was one of the crucial mistakes there. Yes, of course, it's in the hands of the Killjoy player, but at the same time, Yosemite needs to take a little bit more of an aggressive line to, or at least try to find something. Even if he's at 30 HP, it shouldn't really matter. You have Elo cannon. You have the Elo cannon. Go get your Elo. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. I think that was part of what lost in that round, but this could be so dangerous. Yep. Life finds one, but the trades aren't too bad. Never mind, I say that instantly, and Luba becomes the last one to stand. That's one. Almost gets the second, but will not do it. Verse cleaning it up with a 3K, and DRG equalize here on map 2, claim their map pick of Haven, and it looks like we are going straight to Summit, Volt.
When things started, didn't look that convincing from DRG on the attacking half, but that was a performance and a half from them individually. The thing that they were lacking against all gamers, this time they've done a lot better when they had that approach, and the question then becomes, can they carry that over on Summit, who is just known to be a fragger's paradise? So I'm a little bit more leaning to AG in that one, but hey, like with performances like these from Glacier, from Spring, you can't really take it away from Wolves, but they'll need more than just 1 or 2 players awake at a time if they're gonna have any chance of taking down DRG.
I completely agree. I mean, I think the big thing with Summit going into it is going to be the concept of mid control. And if Wolves can manage to play as a team over there, we've been mentioning how important team play has been in this series so far. I think if Wolves can manage to play more as a team than DRG, especially when taking mid and trying to split those sites, I think they're going to have a slight advantage here. But it is still certainly anyone's game. And we look at the highlights here on Haven, so many from both sides, way more than we saw on Lotus. And you know, that was another close map. I mean, this entire series has been very close, but man, I mean, there's just crazy kills from both sides. This round from Glacier was just diabolical. Managing to get 4 with those, especially like using those, the slide there, just awesome. So, but a lot of rounds that we expected one team to win ended up going the complete opposite way. And that's kind of crazier to me in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and that is just going to be the part that perhaps things are going to be interesting, but the intriguing part for DRG is always the communication, so let's have a listen.
比较难一点是吧？不要！我大三狗！哎，不好推！别去！打 C 边！打 C 边！打 C 边！别去！打 C 边！来，1，谁来 ？Window！不好打，再打一把。他不，帮你上，我确定。右贴皮，你后面死了，我们死了。哎，那个。 谁那个的小心 BY， 他能绕 BY 100打100，别漏，帮你补，nice， 好会兄弟，我就保好，换包吧，他回去，Flash 不得，右把狙，狙掉了，那个，左边加他，换子，好，往前冲，nice。
Yep. Well, there goes the MVP here. Vukashu honestly doing excellently there and manages to end the game at 19 and 17. Spirit 19 and 18 as well. So a lot of these players like a super close kind of comparison. Like I mean, it was kind of crazy. It was like 19 kills, and then 17 kills. So all these players on DRG, the story of that entire game was the fact that most of everyone on that team stepped up by far, you know, whereas on Wolves, I think a lot of what we saw was kind of just the Spring and Glacier show. Yosemite had some really good rounds, especially with that bandit, but you know, a lot of the time what you end up seeing, what we did end up seeing as we look at the scoreboard here is, you know, Spring kind of above everyone else, 23 and 14, putting in work. Whereas a lot of the other players, specifically Aluba, I was honestly not a fan of how he approached some of those rounds with the 1v1s, with the just isolating the fights and stuff like that. I think that was part of, and it's obviously not just on him, it's on everyone, but you know, I think in large part that's what kind of lost him the round. It's kind of the flip side of what we saw from DRG on Lotus, because Wolves have 12 first bloods compared to DRG's 10, and they still managed to lose.
Yeah, but you think about a lot of those first bloods were actually just 1-for-1 trades most of the time, so it doesn't really pan out that advantageous because most of them weren't clean cut. The operator was handled really well, and well, that's the man of the hour, probably the actual MVP of the game. Just unfortunately for Spring, the rest of the team didn't really do enough. If you're not impressed by Aduba, I gotta say, I've been fairly critical of Darien because he came around to this Wolf, initially lit the world apart, but he settled in subpar individual performance, and unfortunately for Wolves, they really do need another player to step up in terms of the individual play, right? I'm not looking at Aduba to be that person. In the same way that, like, when I'm looking at DRG, I'm not looking at Verse to be the person to, I guess, lead the team on an individual front and try to just run them into the play himself. He's gonna let players like Spirit, like Vokashu, take the advantage from there. And the question becomes then, well, will Wolves be able to do the same? And we'll figure that out in Summit up next, so don't go anywhere.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on. Right next to me, come on.
Welcome back to Project Horizon. My name is Nobi, joined by the wonderful Volt, and we have as we predicted, a barn burner of a series. Just as it happened last time in the group stage, we are going to map 3, and this time we are going to see Summit, which is quite interesting because on both sides, it's kind of a little bit of an unknown, right? Both times we've seen Wolves play Summit, it has been a loss. And I actually don't think we've seen DRG play Summit at all in the stage. So
I mean, they have.
I was gonna say, how many times have they played Summit? Because
they played it against this exact team. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. So interesting.
Enough, I think it was the exact same 3 maps, just in the opposite order. I think it was like Sunset 1, Haven 2, Lotus 3. So now we flipped the initial map and the decider. That's pretty much it. On that one, DRG were playing Neon Yoru, and we'll see if they're going to bring the Yoru again. Thankfully not. I'm happy about that. That experiment wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best. And maybe with the Yoru buff, I think that there's time to visit that again later down the year, if there is time. But for Wolves, also some changes in that composition as well. They brought the stage last time around on Yosemite, this time on the more traditional Cypher. I feel like that is the traditional composition. It was a big game from Yosemite there on the stage. You went 20 and 13. We need to do the same on the Cypher this time. And last time around, Vokushu was the only person that went positive in KD for DRG. At least if we're taking the Haven as any indication, DRG are playing better. But funnily enough, that is exactly what happened in the prior series, and they also ended up losing the Lotus. So we'll see if it's going to be the same reset, just the same score in opposite order, or if there's going to be somebody from the DRG side ready to flip the script.
Yep, I mean, it is. I think this last map is really just going to come down to one who kind of approaches the attack half better. I really do think that the attack half is kind of the favored side here, just based on how heavily getting mid control kind of skews everything in the favor of the attack side. So, I was kind of mentioning it just a few minutes ago before the break, but I think the team that can establish mid control better and kind of have more success on splitting those sites, or even just kind of lurking up, is going to find more success overall across the entire game. So that being said, we're almost ready to get into the action. Both teams ready. This is it. This is do or die for the series. The decider, and of course the winning team here, will move on to the upper semis and put themselves in a much better position to go ahead and get themselves to the playoff stage. So
okay, I have a massive correction. I think that I have read it wrong. It was Sunset, not Summit.
Okay, I was gonna say Sunset was their previous one.
Wrong idea, but I think the right purpose behind the question, right, is that they've gone back and forth in that one. I am just so intrigued to see what they're gonna do with the harbor. A pretty good cove, and so good for the DRG side, because Vokushu was just able to hold that line, and while they have the site itself, and might be able to plant a little bit just out in the open, Spirit is gonna demolish them all!
Diabolical with the Sheriff, and it's literally just him holding that one angle, sitting there, absolutely stalwart on that one spot, and manages to get 3 off of it. That was incredible stuff right there. And of course, Vakashu himself, his impact cannot be understated. It's literally just like a duo ace there. And DRG starting out extremely strongly there in that pistol round. And if they're hitting shots like that, it is going to be a much more difficult game than Wolves thought.
No, not the worst for Wolves to start. Yeah, they lose the pistol, of course, but they're getting orbs, they're playing well, they're baiting the cove out of the harbor, and he's moved all the way back to B because he needs to put the util down, but it means that Spirit is going to be caught off guard. And we're talking about the importance of middle here because they've had to forsake it. Tough times might be ahead for DRG. There's a good timing for Yoru, but unfortunately, this is going to walk into the Marshall, and it's an easy shooting gallery, whether it is verse or life, both of which are prepared. And that's a bit questionable out of Vokushu. I feel like I would have loved to see him actually keeping that line of sight, but it gives some space for Yosemite to play for.
Yeah, it's very true, and it's still spotted out though. I do think that was honestly a good decision to back off of that B site. There's 2 players plus Cypher trips in utility. Not what you want to be seeing. Life managing to find another kill, getting 3. is just gonna go ahead and go for those ecos. Could see an ace, not quite, but the trade is virtually instant. Now, honestly, you know what? That last string of kills there that we saw from Wolves makes it a not horrible round from them. So not too bad, but of course, they still managed to find themselves up. Here comes the real start of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Some beautiful stuff from the side of DRG there. Good timing for Wolves, obviously. But, well, we'll see if Life can actually continue on to the way that they've played. The spike plant is where they could have some hope. And we'll see if there's any adjustment then to be made from the Wolves side. So far, so good. Mid has been a problem. Nick at least gets something back for the DRG side, but it's a really good start for the offense, considering how low both Nick and Life are. That's one. Vokashu, the one guy that is a saving grace, but he was on the outlaw, still is, and it's not going to be a single shot kill to any of those three remaining players.
Yeah, and this is exactly the danger here. Oh my, what a series of kills, and how in the world has Life done this? He's got it! Had literally, like, barely any health. I don't know how he's managed to win that, but he has. And now DRG start to build some momentum. 3 rounds in a row. They claim the bonus, a round that, to be perfectly honest, Wolves should have won, especially getting the first string of kills there. That is insane. Life just at only 8 HP.
He just took a gambit, right? I guess he trusted himself. The off angle worked wonders. This time, unexpected angles. And Spirit is able to hold on pretty well. Vokashu still on the outlaw, still good work out of it, at least for Wolves. If there's a silver lining, is that they've kind of established their control of that initial A site line. So they're able to farm orbs easily. And while Darian, last time around on the Rays, had a great performance against XLG, not so sure if he's going to be able to replicate that here. But he's got a showstopper. And to get themselves in a good position to either side, that could be a winning card.
Definitely true. And of course, this mid angle is here. The door is closed. It's going to permanent. Oh, whoa! Hold on, Darian. That's a great shot. And now here comes the entry. Here also comes the convergent paths. It looks like the defenders are just going to try to scramble as much as possible. And Nick will fall. And that's a pretty rough swing there from Verse. I'm not going to lie. Again, a 1v1 taking. Vukashu is right there. Here we go. 2v3 now.
It's a good chance for Life to find a good timing here. Just about Luba again getting caught off guard last time with a Trailblazer in his hand, and this time Life again might be the bane of the world. Glacier didn't go to the right. Life fixated on that line of sight, and it means that the youngster is able to get the drop. Wolves does find the round, but that was a very costly affair.
Yeah, I mean, that was costly for both teams, but I mean, it was so damn close. That could have gone either way, but nevertheless, DRG, despite it being too close for comfort, do unfortunately fall. As you can see, Life has gotta be so disappointed about losing that round. I mean, like, I understand the idea because the wall was there, and so he had to ask a lot of questions of kind of like where he might have been. Life, though, actually does manage to get Spring early on, so that's a good start. Getting a little bit of revenge there.
Well, solid start. DRG got numbers on that line, and well, they definitely got a kill that's going to be impactful. It's not in a position where they can recover that rifle, so they're going to have to lose mid control. play for the later segment of a round. But they're trying to use the Seekers on the side of Wolves to get space. Spirit could be stuck, but he's got his own Saturate. Look at the play behind it. 1-for-1 trade, not that bad. The Wolves still on their case.
Nice shot from Spirit. And the big problem here with losing Spring so early is that that's a controller player. You now have no smokes to get into the site. And it's you can see how that's turned into such a big issue here because they literally just have to contact and walk up everywhere they go.
But the DRG are so quiet. They're giving them that space for free. They're probably trying to
The
play
neural
for the full-on
theft, too.
pose, but with the neural theft, they kind of know where the round is going now.
100%, and there goes that haunt as well. The dash onto the box. Bakashu, last one standing, and it just can't do anything at all. The C's is just too good. Traps him in his exact spot. And that is going to be another round in the bag for DRG as they are they're honestly on a roll. It looks like, to me at least, their players are just shooting.
Yeah, absolutely, they are. I mean, the problem is, though, for Wolves, is that they keep losing those early duels, right? Like, they're taking middle, they are getting it, but most of the time in a loss, and this time, they can't really afford one. Glacier got the Vandal. I'm assuming that they're going to try to get him an orb, whether a kill with the Vandal itself, or just getting some early A control, and from there, maybe Glacier can get something to play for with the overdrive. They know their Spirit on A link, but they're not expecting to. It's a good timing for life. That's 1 for free, and even the spike on top. 2 kills for DRG.
Oh my
the third
goodness!
on the way. Wolves are just being decimated at this middle crossing.
I mean, this is a different team that I am seeing right now, because what I'm looking at right now is a team that is able to get kills but know when to back off. A flawless round. I mean, they played that quite literally, at least in my opinion, flawlessly. They got the kills, but they didn't overfight.
Yeah, I mean, they've won on the Haven, but it's a very different look, as you've said. Like, the Harbor definitely came prepared. Like, the combination of the Cove, the stun on the left side, players knowing where they have to aim, perfect assignments from Verse, just calling the play for the team. And this time, he's the one that's getting everything. Wolves are definitely so happy. Sorry, not Wolves. DRG are so happy about that one. Wolves are anything but.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a crazy round. I mean, Life getting the kill, then dashing. Spirit getting that, then refracting. Just preventing trades over and over and over again. And that is exactly the kind of play that needs to continue if DRG want to truly establish dominance on this map. And look, I'll say this right now. We don't really have a whole lot to go off of in terms of this team on Summit, but from what I'm seeing right now, it's looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's looking so prepared. Probably one of the few summits in the world that I feel like a team has a clue of what they're doing, right? And they're playing it in a way that is very akin to how you would play a Breeze, if that makes sense. Which is something that we've seen from KBG on their initial game, where they were bringing the KO, and the KO functioned nearly one-to-one to the way that you would play it on a Breeze. I think if like teams are able to integrate those two, we might actually have a real competition on our hands. We might have an actual meta. Because I'm really happy seeing what the Harbor and the KO have been able to bring out to the field. Right now, the Harbor, though, a lot more effective. KBG didn't have the same kind of success on their campaign, despite Sebista's performance on that map. But, well, despite an okay performance from Wolves, they only got 1 round, and they're trying to double their tally here.
True, and here comes the entry. So they're gonna have access to the site quite easily, to be honest, but here comes the flood. There was only 1 or 2 players out, and literally before everyone can even get onto the site, DRG are already on the case. It is all down to Aluba, who hasn't managed to do anything. I mean, that was so quick. The flood happened before everyone could even get out.
I don't think I've seen a better Reckoning in a while. Yeah. That was played so well. They kind of boxed them to the right side, just off the virtue of Yosemite playing that line of sight. And from there, Verse just had the time of day, thanks to Volkashu, of course, playing there from heaven. And since they all had to inhabit that pocket, the Reckoning came there, denying their retreat into main, and also just catching the stun on the tail end of it. 6 rounds to the side of DRG. Wolves, back to the economy, back to attempting middle. And while DRG have definitely had the one round where they were able to pincer on middle, play aggressively, much like what we've seen from Keep Best, seems like the teams that know how to manage this summit are super passive on the defensive side. They'll go for picks here and there, just like this timing taken from Life. But other than it, they're super passive on their play, and they're getting rewarded for it.
Utterly devastating here over in mid, and the info was gathered, and now these players know exactly where the last one is. Yeah, Darion is literally sitting here with a bandit and a dream. This is just insane. It looks like at this point DRG in every circumstance just have Wolves' number.
It's like they've conditioned them on middle in a specific way, then they broke that conditioning, and this is the 3rd time we've seen something like that. Right now, Dragon Ranger Gaming are going to eventually outnumber Darien. So 7 rounds from their side. And well, with that kind of performance from Life, I think that you might not even need Volkashu or Spirit. The two of them can definitely do what they're doing right now, which is that they're definitely parts of the system. But yeah, like so well played from their side. You think about like the 1-2, that's something that you see a lot with like a Yoru Vita when they were played on Abyss, it was, right? Where the Yoru would take the initial peek, the Vito comes in, TP's out, the Yoru peeks back in. It's like that back and forth and back, right? The 1-2-3 peek. It just works so well for DRG, and now they're being aggressive on middle this time around, so another conditioning broken.
I mean, that is insane. Now, I mean, DRG at this point looking like a well-oiled machine, and unfortunately Wolves on the receiving end of that. They find themselves down 6 rounds, and even in this round, down a player already. Of course, that player too is one of their entries, so here it comes. Darion now on the site, instantly taken out as there's no one home to help. And it is a 5v2, Aluba and Spring. In a world of pain here, trying to make something out of this round, and they're not even out on the site.
Just to get out of main seems to be such a struggle. 35 remains on the timer, while there are some pings towards middle. Of course, as we can tell on the minimap, Spirit has got that initial angle unlocked, so Spring's going to be able to leave. I think with the kind of economy that they have, Wolves might actually be tempted to save on this round, and that would make the most sense. They got enough to buy on the next anyways, but well, now they're being hunted, so not even that pocket of space given, and look at that, DRG pressing on. They understood the assignment, and they're trying to play to it perfectly, but Spring got the right timing. That's one of the 2 rifles gone, and with how much excess cash is there on DRG's bank, I think they're going to be really happy about giving that one a go. It's only a single rifle saved, and while they can pack a punch behind it with 3 more being bought, the economy is still suffering so much for Wolves, and if they lose this round, they might have to go to another save.
Yeah, it's just kind of, it's so wishy-washy right now. And like you said, those players are happy to kind of just throw their guns away just to try to get these kills. Obviously, Spring the only one surviving there, but economy so shaky here. And now Spirit able to potentially, I was gonna say, might have even gotten a kill there. There goes the stun. Is gonna go ahead and throw the saturate. Glacier finally managing to get an early kill. No one sees quite yet, but there goes the neural theft. So really, really useful info gathered, as it looks like Spring just ults into tree and gets value. So finally, Wolves find themselves in a decent position here, as they have a super, super deep line here. Fukashu What is that?
That is Pikachu in vintage fashion. The kill that could bring DRG back in the round.
But Darian has a showstopper
together.
available.
Look at that flank though. Yosemite, unaccounted for. Vokushu is going to let that one go. I don't think he's going to check it. That's the round over 100%. He got them both on a silver platter. Oh, so messy. Well, Yosemite still recovers. That is the round handled. Wolves finally find 2. My God, I was so worried that things could have gone wrong. 8-2 it is. They get 2 more rounds and they'll be happy because this looked like a 10-2 and it still has the potential to be one if DRG are able to recover from a round like this.
Absolutely. I mean, that was scary. I won't lie. That was really scary from Yosemite, but still manages to come out on top there. And of course, in this particular situation, they've got to string together some more here. I mean, it is a guaranteed 8-4 if they manage to win out here, but even that is honestly not really ideal whatsoever. They're gonna look to get as many as they can. DRG gonna look to kind of just continue, try to really establish dominance and set themselves up for a successful second half. Yosemite, though, with a great shot onto Verse, and that is going to be the only controller player for DRG falling.
And then Trailblazer coming out. They can definitely buy a lot of time, and that's another time that Showstopper finds nothing. Darian got support, but it's a perfect hug, but it goes completely awry. Aluba saving the day for Wolves. 3 kills from the initiator, and it's 3 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is so impressive to kind of just change the tide there. And of course, they're going to look to kind of just continue, like I said, win out. That is kind of the must. That is literally their win condition. Straight up. And next round coming out here, I mean, really DRG still able to buy. And, I mean, it's just they're fine for the rest of this entire half. The operator in the cards, in the hands of life. We know what he can do with that thing.
Yeah, but I like what they're doing here. They know that they're going to be playing on middle. It's just a question of whether or not Vokushu is going to have support for that pincer. Last time Yosemite got a clean kill. They shut the doors down. And Verse is patient. I thought that they might pull the trigger on some reckoning shenanigans. But clearly then, with the way that they're playing, they're leaving it for late round. But it might be too little too late. Because Wolves are a step ahead. They've already found themselves on a main. Taking a corner by corner. Out of that initial line, but the Trailblazer is enough of an information for the rotate to be made. They need to stay alive though. An important kill for Spirit, and Life's still alive on the site.
Oh no! Whoa! Life grabs a kill and a rifle, and it looks like these players are just swinging through right now. Pikachu aware of the link positioning, aware of the lurk, and it's literally all down to Aluba, but that's a 1v1 taken. Reckoning is out. And at this point, Aluba is fully nearsighted, so these players should have a really good position. Nightfall as well coming out. Going to reveal Aluba's relative position.
No way back in.
I mean, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. No time, no kills, and a 9-3 half for DRG went about as well as they could have hoped.
Yeah, 3 rounds though. I feel like 2 more than they expected to have, because at a point they thought that they're going to be frozen at the 1. And massive credit for Life for that shot. Crazy no scope. And then Vokushu just doing the usual Vokushu stuff. That means that the DRG are well and truly in the lead. Such a good defensive side from them. And with them playing double duelists with the Harbor, I feel like they're going to be very easily actually slicing pockets of space, pockets that are a lot harder to play unless you have 2 controllers, right? And that's one of the things that we have seen some of the other teams experiment with. I feel like it would be a very fair assessment to say that, at least from what I've seen, PRX are probably the only real team that has got any grasp on how to approach the summit. And so far, the composition has actually been a rather intriguing one when you're thinking about the map. I believe from what I do remember, they played at the time with Gecko. That didn't work out. Recently, they've also maintained the Viper from that one. Harbor was something they also played in their first game. So it's a very similar composition to what we've seen from PRX against, what are they named? Secret in week 3 of Pacific. And I think that I actually like this composition a little bit more. They tried bringing a Tejo there, didn't bring the Raze that they brought from the last 2 times. The Sage also got exchanged out. So I feel like I'm seeing an better iteration of what PRX are bringing in terms of the composition. Maybe PRX plays together a bit better on there. But, you know, thinking about a composition like that, in a similar vein, they've been so dominant on the attack when they played there. I believe they went 9-3 on the attack of that summit with that composition. So I'm still expecting a very good attack here from their side, especially with the Harbor. I feel like the Harbor just gives so much space for both duelists, because he can chop out sites in ways that a Viper wall can't, and even a Viper and an Orb Smoker can't. Because you can like curve that wall, and curving the wall is going to be so difficult to maneuver when you're playing on the B side, for example.
Yeah, that's the positive thing about Harbor. You have, of course, you have the high tide, but you also have the Cove as well. So you have a best of both worlds. Life with an excellent pre-fire there, and potentially looking to do the same on this angle over here where Aluba is. This is certainly the strong side of the map, though, so they've got to be wary of that. Now I think they are. Door closed. The question is, are they going to continue over and hit the site? The jump peak is there, so is the Prowler, but everyone's just converging. Life has gotten 3 somehow. Yosemite, the last one standing, and this is certainly still a winnable round, but I mean, I don't know how that went that way. Yosemite finding the kill onto Nick, and it's a 1v1 with Life at 48 HP. Yosemite saving it for Wolves.
But how, though? The way that they're, again, like another angle that's open, DRG. We're talking about rounds like those before. And I guess for that round, you gotta give the majority of the credit there to Life.
Wow, what a shot.
Okay, guys, here I wasn't familiar with your game, mate, but like, yeah, there, Nick occupied with one angle, and because they were planting the spike, I feel like sticking the spike probably would have been the right call, right? Like, play the 50-50 on the closer corner.
I mean, yeah,
like,
maybe.
That swing probably wasn't the one that is my favorite. It gives Wolves a chance, and the investment isn't that strong because there's no spike plant.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Nick really was the one in the worst position there, because he was, I mean, it's not like no one could have came from that angle. It's just that he left himself exposed, and I think that was honestly a very, very crucial misstep. So now DRG does manage to go ahead and get that spike down. Glacier on the case, though. 2 players in relatively the same position. Bukashu managing to get one. These players are in the same spot. Spirit and Bukashu are on it. And they lose the round, but make a good go of it. They get the spike down and get 3 off the board. So not too bad from them. But honestly, this is kind of a really necessary start from Wolves.
Yeah, of course, 3 kills, though, is a good thing for the DRG side, especially with the spike plant on top. Wolves aren't going to be so happy about the way that this round ended, but they're going to be happy that they got the win to begin with, because Lokushu was hitting a couple of blimey shots there, as you can tell in the replay. And right now, you look at Wolves' side, Bulldog, a Guardian, a Stinger, and 2 pistols. Like, at best, the best Spring can pull out here. Going to be, what, another upgraded pistol? It seems like he's just going to go full classic. Not even a shield. Well, that's a weird buy.
Oh, what a shot, too, with that Sheriff. That is amazing. There goes the dash. Spirit instant with the trade, trusting that Darion is not going to hit that shot, and he did not do it. There goes the Trailblazer, and there goes the spam too. It literally gets no value, and the location spotted out. So at that point, Aluba just retreats. And of course, this bonus round, we expect DRG to come out on top. But, I mean, Wolves have made it more competitive than it likely should be. But here comes the link push. Glacier aware potentially of this push. Here comes the trip. It is there. Nick is super, super close. There goes the haunt. And location isn't quite spotted out, but he's sitting behind the box, looking to swing, and it looks like he will fall. Yosemite, the last one to stand here, over in Link, and it's spotted out. Here comes the plant.
Yeah, and I guess in the case then, DRG have figured out the possible solutions to this round, and if it's one or the other, especially with a cove present there for the harbor, he simplifies the equation. Vokashu looking at that line of sight, the same bunker from Verse that we've seen the last time around where they were on the pistol, but now he's got a much better weapon, so should be a much easier round to handle. Verse ahead of Yosemite, and he's able then to shoot at him first, and it's double digits confirmed for DRG. All they need is 3 more, and they've won their first game in the play-ins.
Yep. And they are, at this point, given the fact that they're now at double digits, all they have to do as a team is say, hey, all right, we only need 3. Just go get 3. Don't let them, build momentum, and they'll be good. I mean, that is, of course, the story of Valorant is momentum, and they've had that virtually this entire game. But they need to just make sure Wolves don't pull off anything crazy. They need to kind of keep their composure here.
Oh, we'll see if that composure is indeed maintained. For what we have seen for this round, DRG starting on B main, still keeping both Vokashu and Life at middle, so they're not completely ignoring it. But they have a very clear intention in mind. They've made sure that there are no much untoward action, but Yosemite finding the kill could be a trouble, because while the way they can go back and out, the mid players haven't really found much way to make impact on the round.
True, and no entry quite yet either. Spring managing to get a kill. There's one more player in Link, and he will fall too. Vukashu can't get it, and it's a 2v5 now. Has turned into a really rough round for DRG, as they didn't really, honestly, they just kind of got picked off one by one. I saw the vision. I understood the play. It was meant to be a split, but it just simply did not work out because of the timing of the hit. They just didn't get aggressive enough. These players aren't giving anything.
Yeah, the B-side hits are a lot more difficult when you don't really have both duelists, and the majority of your firepower behind it. That mid play ended up being disjointed from the rest of the pack, and that's how the RG fall here. The buffer goes down to just 4 rounds. Thanks to that pistol win, Wolves are now in a much better position, but it is not completely over just yet.
Yeah, and now, of course, DRG going to look to potentially switch it up a bit. I really think they just need something different. I think they need to just take Wolves by surprise. That is ultimately the thing that needs to happen here, because this slower play, it can work with some teams. I think Wolves is the team to do it against. I really think the fast split is going to be ideal here, but look at the positioning. So there's a Prowler virtually instantly over towards B, and the rest of the players are just going to converge at mid and take all that space. And they get it, but now at this point, DRGs, they just need to figure out exactly where Wolves are, where the strong side is, and the fact that there's literally 3 players towards Link right now with Darion on that op line.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that with them getting that mid control on the side of Wolves, do they actually understand well, there's going to be a reroute back towards B, because they've went to the A side again, and by the time they rotate, DRG should be on site. They break the Cypher's cage initially, and and then able to just crouch underneath. So that's a sight for them. And the Harbor doesn't really have a reckoning, but they do have Bokushu's Neural Theft. It's a conditional ultimate, so they need to get a kill to get it activated. And DRG might be flooded on before they even get the round going.
It's true, but here comes the kills. Spirit finds one. Glacier with the trade. There's one player close to the smoke. Verse manages to get 2, 3. He's got, oh my goodness, on a tear. And he's up on his feet. He's asking, what are you doing?
Seems like that V-Gene might be running throughout the entirety of DRG. There might be a V-God, but this round, Verse was the V-Titan for this DRG team. Just standing there, locked in stone, so crisp, so sharp.
Back and
that is
forth.
some ridiculous stuff.
Insane. He literally kept like playing in and out of his own smoke, just trying to get the kills. And at this point, there's some aggression over towards B, and they choose not to mess with it. They don't want to give anything unnecessarily, and that's the way that we've been seeing them play. It's actually quite impressive. Now, they don't even really move too much. They just kind of chill and sit towards B. A being the strong side still, and at this point, it should be telegraphed. Glacier should know in large part that this hit is going to go over towards this side, but at this point there's no mid control, so they still have to ask that question as to whether these players are in mid. Here comes the entry, one found, and it's just instantly traded.
Yeah, good work there from Glacier. No reckoning for this round. Glacier ahead of the pack. That could be a problem, but it also could be a blessing. Because now, they've been ahead of the play the whole time. They know that they are just on site. Nobody even worked their way into elbow. And the paint shells deny so much space from the DRG side. But there's Zico on that line. 2 from Bokushu, 2 from Nick. And DRG are 1 round away from round 2.
I mean, that is insane right there, to be able to like kind of hold that line, hold the entire site against everything that had happened. We had even seen an opening pick. Yosemite managed to get something there. And I mean, nothing else was found. The overdrive didn't do anything. The other players that were supposed to be able to trade couldn't do anything. And like you said, is match point. 1 round away from being able to push themselves to the upper semifinals and put themselves 1 series away from qualifying to the playoff stage.
So close, of course, for them there. And you gotta remember, the loser of this game goes against the A team. That's who's waiting for them in the lower side of things. For now, 70 biding his time. Spotted players on that side, trying to hold on for main, but they broke the door before he's able to play. And the Harbor wall continues to be a nuisance. So much utility there from the DRG side.
Oh yeah.
For a side that doesn't have anything, and there's an ultimate there. Denied by Refract. That was picture perfect, but it matters not, because Glacier, even on the Spectre, he is still the ghost of death. And right now, Verse will only be good for 1. The spike is down, and life, well, there is some after death, but maybe not for this round. And it's all about Spirit. Can he recover the game? He's been quiet for a few. This is his chance to save the game for his teammates, and he's trying to take that peak. A 50-50 not given to him by the Omen. And it's a push-up from Yosemite, trying to force them into the issue. They know what it is. They've got the Neural Theft. He's got to have to stick the spike, but it means that his seconds are cut short. They're right on his face, and that initial duel is going to be everything. He's trying to fight for his timing, but a 1v2 is never going to go his way, and there's still some life in this Wolves camp.
Yeah, and they tried their best to play that together. That was exactly what they needed to do. They ended up finding each other. They kind of just sat on the double angle, expecting the swing there. But honestly, Glacier kind of won that round, in my opinion, for the entirety of Wolves. Just managing to get that second kill, especially, it was so important. So, I mean, that's just, you know what? And okay, you know what, production? Honestly, I gotta give credit for removing the minimap and the outlines, because even I had no idea what in the world was happening.
Yeah, I mean, they're really. But here's the thing.
Immersion.
We're not playing a horror game, guys. Like I understand.
It's so scary.
I like taking the outlines away, but as you can tell, a lot of outlines there from Wolves, and maybe this is the time that DRG are gonna get outlined themselves. Good util to counter, but no kills to come through as of yet. And the issue is forced. DRG find a 1, a 2 traded, and Luba is gonna hold them down. He's a sentry on this A main corner, and Spirit is just another casualty yet again.
Yep, and the fight, the big fight, goes the way of Wolves. Again, a must-needed round. They need to string together momentum. They need to start to break down DRG's economy here. And honestly, they have a little bit, because now, all of a sudden, DRG aren't really going to have as good of a buy as they've been able to muster up over the past rounds. But what a great set of kills from Malupa there. We are going to see a timeout come out from DRG here, just to kind of talk things out, make sure that there's no chance Wolves come back from this, as, like you mentioned, they're just one round away.
Yeah, 13-8 to 13-9. Both seem to actually be the most likely outcomes. I think that DRG on this timeout might not I'm not sure about their financial position, to be fair. I don't think that I've seen that off the tail end of the last round. So that's where things could be a problem. And if you're Wolves, you're looking for that, right? The one round that the economy of DRG breaks, this is their chance then to run away with the game. But at least from what we do see, I think that DRG might be set up financially. So to see how things are going to go in this round, a chance then for Wolves to perhaps bear some truth to superstition, an Iron 3 curse that it has been so long, ever since it has bore any fruit. But this might be it. It's a force up from DRG, one that could catch Yosemite off guard as he's playing all alone here on the B site. An early camera with a dark cover. Yosemite could be caught. He's going to be using this camera, but it might be too little too late. They're already on the site as is, and they're going to just have to play around basically for the post. A lovely position from Spirit. I think him sticking around in heaven could really give them the entire round here.
Exactly. This is an excellent position for him right now. Spike comes down, and if he's not cleared out, this could prove to be absolutely devastating, and it does. Glacier falls early, and now it's an early advantage for DRG, as the rest of Wolves left to scramble. Verse just sitting there with a Bucky actually falls. Verse claims the kill, but now Nick and Life are the ones to close it out for DRG as they advance to the upper semifinals with a 2-1 win over Wolves. And they have got to be just utterly devastated at the results of that match, as they now fall and, like you said, are left to face the music in the lower bracket.
The A team definitely ready for that one, but a valiant effort from Wolves to bring it back to a 13-8 scoreline. But you gotta give credit where it's due. A timeout that was played so well. It was just the difference of a single Cypher tripwire that could have actually alerted them a little bit sooner. Yosemite not on the camera, and that position from Spirit was the first nail in the coffin for what was then the last chapter for Wolves in the upper bracket. And for DRG, considering how shaky they looked on both the Lotus and even here, I think that they're going to be really happy that they've even been able to get that victory, right? Where things can give them a chance, right? You're saying, hey, like, they're not that far away from making it, right? Like, upper bracket semi still have a second chance, whatever the case may be. And I think that they're going to be really happy about that one, because now with that win, they're most likely playing EDG, right? There's EDG TEC, the next game up on their side of the bracket. So at least they go down to the lower bracket from the semis, maybe even getting a massive upset on EDG, because that is the qualifying game.
Absolutely. And of course, at this point, there's still so much work left to do. Of course, facing EDG is no small feat, but it is an EDG that has seemed shaky, to say the least, throughout this entire stage. So if DRG can fix some of the issues that we've outlined on the desk throughout this series, I think they'll have a fairly good shot. And they've got a little bit of time, of course, got a few days to work all that out, as their next match will be in 4 days on August 10th. But I mean, it has just been so impressive the way they've played. So I can't wait to see their future coming up. Honestly, I was gonna say, let's go ahead and look at the interview down here.
再次恭喜 DRG 让1追2拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也邀请到了 Spirit Z1 选手来接受采访，欢迎焕霖。
大家好，我是 DRG 的 Spirit Z1 焕霖。
再次恭喜你们！今天图一看到你们在莲花古城，其实在双决斗的选择上面是做出一些小小的调整。你从夜路来到了幻龙，你的感受怎么样？
我觉得是回到一个也算很熟悉的一个位置吧。然后包括说我们对我们这些进攻的改变，或许会让我们打得更加舒服一点。
是的，看得到今天你们可能更加舒服之后，火力的爆发也是非常流畅的。那整个第二赛段看到 DRG 其实完成了非常多很焦灼的对局，今天的图2和图3也是并不例外的。那在这种紧张的情况下，可能会出现一些小小的失误，也想问一下，在小的失误出现之后，你怎么去快速的回调的
？Close rounds, how do you like bounce back?
很稳定的，我觉得很重要吧，就是包括我们有一些小局不应该输的局输掉之后，我们要更快速的调整心态。
And he says that after we make those kind of little mistakes, we really have to just mental reset.
是的，
we have to focus on the next round. We can't overthink.
并且今天看到图3，确实你们的状态是非常火热。那天书云雀这张地图也是揭开了神秘的面纱，看到你们拿出了海神和捷风同出。目前这个阵容在各大赛区也是独一份的存在。
Yeah, how what was the consideration? How do you guys come up with this?
我觉得这是我们训练赛多次的尝试下，然后找到。
And it's like we've tested a lot in scrims, and this is like the comp that's the most comfortable for us.
那把这张之前的永斑图作为了今天的决胜图，在玩到的时候有没有给到你一些？
And was it like first time playing some? Was it like pressure?
压力耶，我反而觉得很兴奋、很刺激哦。
And he was like, not really, but it was like very exciting.
很爽吧，打得很爽。
可能紧张有，但是兴奋更多，确实能看得出来状态真的非常非常的火热。那现在巡回来到了成都站，目前你对这座城市的感受是什么样的？
成都。
我觉得成都的舞台也好，我觉得大家也好，我觉得非常热情。
And then everyone's the stage, like the audience, everyone here is so passionate. Thank you, everyone.
也希望再次感谢焕霖选手。接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录这胜利的一刻。
And I mean, look, I think that was an. Look, okay. I think at the end of the day, I think DRG as a team, Spirit is just being a representative, of course. You know, is one of those players that we know is a part of that core. You know, we mentioned kind of the really kind of heavy hitters across the entire team, Spirit being one of them. And in reality, he didn't necessarily even have an amazing summit map. That's the crazy part. He was 12 and 15, but at the same time had such large impact in so many different situations. Even in the very last round, his ability to just kind of go up into heaven, get into excellent positions, and put his team in a good spot was insane. So just taking a look at the highlights here. See what we got.
We were talking about it, right? Like earlier.
Yeah.
In the way that the team have approached it. It was really Life that was actually the impact fragger, and then Spirit the one that was getting the, I guess, the majority of the actual fragging work. And it flipped around in this game, and it's great to see both duelists actually able to do that, right? Because Life was on the Jet, and the Jet kinda asks of you two things. Can you play the operator, and can you get your kills? Because Waylay is gonna be the dedicated dive in that 1-2 combo. And they've definitely made it theirs in there. Not just of the individual play this time, I gotta say. I'm gonna give a lot of credit for DRG in this game because they were really solid tactically in a foundational level, right? Like they approached this map again just like the best teams that we have seen on the summit. And yes, sure, maybe a little bit shaky at times, but even then, even at the worst of those rounds, I never really felt like they were lost. That's something that I felt out of Wolves for a couple of those rounds. And you can tell, like, players like Nick, players like Verse, they were just so prepared for today. And well, to see their preparation in action.
到了，2个都在了，2个，去接。one more， 下一份位置呢？哎 ，coming 位的，下一份不知道，下一份方向走的。下一份在 B 位 ，nice， what are you doing bro？ 哎呀 ，nice，one more I think，be careful， 刚刚中路思凯啊，3 P， 他想打就想打，up 班。 对门，你可以加那个你就加这个就好了。Can think. Two more. HP. Wanna fight. 来福，来死了，关键的时候还得是你。能不能恭喜拉？右边拉了我。97，做破一个。他 drop first。 Nice first. Drop.
I'll tell you what, seeing those team comms, seeing them play and seeing the team comms, honestly, it's made me genuinely believe that DRG has a really good formula. And part of that formula is Life, who is really the life of the party in a lot of ways, but also he's got so much life in the server too. I mean, this guy it just has so much impact throughout the entire map. Literally, even on this spread there, looking at the lethal zones, like this guy gets kills everywhere. It does not matter. He is just so consistently impactful.
Yeah, especially on the defense, right? You see there with the Marshall for a little bit. Volkoshu was the one that was doing some of the outlaw work, so he's at the rifle, and he's been consistent throughout on both sets of the equation, and especially because, as you can tell right there on some of those highlights, especially at mid, he's in a position where if he doesn't get his skill on some of those mid aggressions, the round could collapse. The round could go completely wrong, and he has not dropped the ball once on defense. On attack, it took him a little bit to get going, but Spirit definitely, as you can tell right there, just playing that buddy system. He's always had people around him, and it's so good to see DRG actually having multiple people that can be the lethality, right? Because last year, even some parts of this year, it was like, oh, it's like Volkoshu, and maybe in a day of a week is going to be Spirit, maybe another day of the week is going to be Nick, but that doesn't happen as much as it used to, as you can tell right there. But like, hey, like Life, Verse, and Spirit, all three of them has had their moments here today, and even Nick had a couple of impactful rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the entire team stepped up on this last round. I will say that right now. And of course, there are things that need to be worked on from both sides, but ultimately, I think that DRG just, they were shooting at the end of the day. They were shooting certainly a lot more than Wolves, especially during that defense half when we had those rounds where they established mid control so heavily. I think that was honestly what kind of gave them so much momentum in order to win the game, right? So that was just beautifully played from them. They end up coming out on top 13-8 and barely squeak out just a little bit more first bloods. But I mean, this is awesome. I mean, Volkoshu, of course, one of the players with excellent impact, 86% cast, very, very good, 2.1 KDA. And in reality, I think that that is a big reason why, even if like it's kind of, he's a sleeper agent in a way, sometimes, because sometimes this guy is just absolutely diabolical, but even when he's a sleeper agent, the amount of impact that he has from a game-to-game basis with his utility usage, with his ability to trade others, is just, it cannot be understated.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to contrast Volkoshu to Keiko in a way, right? Where
absolutely.
A good game from Keiko, he's just gonna take over a map, he's gonna win his team the map. DRG were one of the teams that actually did end up being on the short end of the stick against Keiko there, and XLG as well in the international stage this year. But hey, like the one thing that I'll say is, yes, this summit looked the best for DRG, but I'm still having some of my question marks on them, whether I think they will still make playoffs at the end of the day because of how good their individuals are. but I'm just looking at their map pool, and I feel like they're clutching at straws a little bit, right? Like, Summit looked great, Haven wasn't that good, the Lotus game was very messy. Maybe on another day against another team, it could have been a bit cleaner, and it's one of the playgrounds of Vokashu, but Wolves, well, they've made so well out of them, and, you know, congratulations, of course, to DRG, but I think that Wolves are probably going to have a deep run themselves in the lower bracket from the kind of game that they've had, and even the JDG FPX game, that too was a very entertaining one. A lot of close games here today, and I'm not sure if it's going to be the same case for both the games on the upper and lower ends of the bracket that we're going to be seeing next week.
Absolutely.
Well, in the next
both
couple
games,
of days, to be fair, not even next week.
Exactly. Yeah, both games ending in a 1-2 now, and of course we look at our results on the day. Spring at the top, the very, very top, despite the loss, and of course these other players too. Glacier, I mean, literally, they're in the top 2. They had such good performances, and that kind of speaks to how close this matchup actually was. Of course, you know, Summit really wasn't as close, but the rest of the maps were, and it really could have, the series could have gone either way. So that's definitely interesting. But going further into the play-in bracket, as we were kind of discussing, JDG now also in the upper semifinals. DRG is there too, and really the winner of EDG versus Titan Esports Club is going to move on to go ahead and play them on August 10th. But like we also mentioned, at this point, Wolves now having to play the tier 2 team, A team, in order to continue to keep their stage 2 dreams alive. So
yeah,
I mean, their playoff dreams alive.
Here's the thing, from this A team, I feel like we're kind of all established. Like, Lila seems to be the absolute truth, absolute impeccable on terms of the individual level. But KBG is a team that I think is actually going to pose real troubles for FPX. They were so close on their initial game. It's got a bit unfortunate there with the team collapsing on map 3. And well, speaking of collapses, Trace didn't end up collapsing, and well, TEC are also gonna have their work cut out for them as they go against Edward. But Trace is the one that's gonna be more important, because the hometown heroes, if you don't know, the All Gamers organization is based and quartered here in Chengdu. So this is basically their homecoming for them, and more than ever, they would want to have a valiant performance here, especially off their group stage. Fangir didn't look the best that he usually does, and the entirety of the team looked a little bit middling. So if there's ever a time for them to perhaps show up their best, it has to be here in the play-ins, where they probably aren't even going to have that tough of a run, because they went against Trace, which seems likely, because even in a 2-0 game, A-Team still gave them some troubles. And I'm going to be fair, I think that A-Team is probably the worst team, even if they have good individuals as a 5, maybe not as good as the other teams here in the play-ins. And then the JDG game, I think from what we've seen from them against FPX, if all gamers bring their own A game, they should have an easy way all the way into qualification. But that is, again, going to be a question of which AG is going to show up, because we've seen them be handed a couple of heavy losses in their group stage.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of inconsistencies from them, and like you said, who knows? Maybe a little bit of hometown advantage will come into play, coming into their next matches. But we'll see soon. It is them against Trace Esports tomorrow, and of course EDG versus Titan Esports Club, like we said. But that is going to do it for the day for us. It has been wonderful. What an excellent, both series were excellent. So incredible stuff. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a blast. I'm Nobi. This was Volt. Thank you on behalf of everyone, including the production team, all the staff over here doing a wonderful, wonderful job over at Project Horizon. We will see you tomorrow.